the other, the purple targets of the other player and score points rather than losing points. That's why I'm starting with player 2, because it works out that it's better to do that because of the order that the purple targets spawn in. We got a massive combo there, no hits dropped.
And then here, we're going to say none. We get an option. And now suddenly we're an acorn. So this game is very humorous. There's a lot of jokes. Obviously, we skip them all because we skip all of the dialogue and all of the cutscenes.
My headcanon is Mr. Key is doing this to me personally. And he showed up and dropped it off for me. Set it up there for Grandpa.
Unfortunately, since this is all bosses, we only save 3 of them. Because we have to. There's no reasonable way to progress the game without saving those 3. But the rest of them, we just kind of leave.
Now, friends, I have to do something unethical here. Please look away. I'm gonna steal from... Well, is it unethical if I'm stealing from the bad guys? Chat, what do you think? Anyway,
donate and tell us.
I'm stealing bananas. I did not pay. Okay. And I will take this fresh egg.
We are going to see if the tricks works, because I'm going to trigger the cutscene, and if it works correctly, you'll see. Yeah, perfect. So models are fused, and now someone is yelling that we should defend down there, and now, okay, everyone's gone. We move down quickly, apparently, and we are going to jump into the next fight, but the enemy is not here? Wait, what? And we win the fight? That's great. And we, okay, so next fight, let's go. Maybe this, nope, this one is empty too. So we actually managed to successfully trick the game, and apparently this is all that Salman can conjure, so pretty much nothing. So we managed to trick the game into not putting the enemies into the fight, and this is so cool. It basically skips a ton of grinding.
Wow! Say, is that edible?
Might be the best update of all time.
Say, is that edible?
That is a good one.
Would you like to consume some flan there?
The Terminator jelly.
Yeah, it's real good though.
It's got a Terminator eye. Look, it's definitely a T1000.
And that's all we can do up there because we don't have the mirror or a hook shot to get across.
I believe it might be called a harpoon shot.
I'm gonna need you to leave.
That sounds awesome.
Jaws.
Hello, friends, once again, and for our final day of Prevent-A-Thon, I have once again brought 2 fantastic guests with me because I am not good enough to do this job alone. Sel, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello, I am Selk, Mind Yourself for short. I am the head organizer around here at Prevent-A-Thon.
And Juby, would you like to say hello and introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Juby, also known as Cute Thankies, and I'm part of the games committee this time. Very excited to see more of the games we have.
It's as per tradition, final day is stacked. We have a whole bunch of amazing games. And we're starting off, I feel like I should talk about it, but I feel like Sel wants to talk about our opener for the day.
This first game is so cool. We're starting off the day with Star Trek Voyager, the arcade game. The reason Alara doesn't want to talk about it is because she's the one running it. Now this might seem like just like a very simple light gun, like just on rails, shoot the bad guys as they come in thing. But like there's some really cool tech to it. There's some very interesting graphics that happen at times. There's also a really interesting bid war as well that is going to be happening with this run. There's a lot happening, and even cooler, assuming that everything goes correctly, Alara's going to be running this on the actual arcade cabinet, so that's just even cooler.
That sounds amazing.
They'll be finding out in a few minutes after this, so... then we've got, we're going from traditional arcade light gun game to something a little bit different, something you don't see very often in marathons. GB, you had expressed interest in a racing game.
Yeah, Colin McRae Rally 2.0, run by Viper UK. Now, you'd think, like, racing game, Viper UK, that's the bread and butter. And this game is amazing because it looks like so weird from a presentation point of view. Like, you don't think this is a racing game until you see it, and it looks amazing. You see a lot of weird visual glitches, and you also see, oh, the car goes in a place somewhere and then it reappears somewhere else. That's a lot of fun. I don't know how it happens, but I love seeing how you go from one place to another without even thinking of what's happening. Yeah, that's normal. Everything's normal.
We've all seen Viper in a whole bunch of marathons. This is absolutely Viper's kind of passion project, just those Colin McRae games. So it's kind of nice to see it. Speaking of passion projects, Cell is very normal about one of these submissions. We have none other than Dangerous, who is also our closing host for the event, doing a game that Dane really loves.
Yeah, I am so excited for Rage on the schedule. This is almost 2 hours of one of the wildest games I think I have ever seen. It's a first-person shooter. You might be like, that name sounds familiar. It's an id Software game. Came out in 2011. It was sort of well known, but it didn't do as well as a lot of other sort of similar games from the time. But there's some really cool components to this run. From what I've seen of the overall movement, it reminds me a lot of some stuff I see in Fallout speedruns, of stuff I've seen in some Portal speedruns as well. There's racing sections, there's boss arena, like wave battles. There's so much happening in this run. I am so normal about it. I am very excited about it. I'm also going to be on the host mic for it, so you're going to get to hear me, yap about my excitement about this game for 2 hours later today.
All right. Then we're kind of finishing off the day with 2 different blocks. First off, we have a mini Donkey Kong block. GP, would you like to walk us through perhaps Donkey Kong Country Returns?
Yeah, so for some reason, this game I played in the past, and I look terrible playing at it, so don't worry, you will have someone amazing this time. We're talking about Leah, world record holder on like many of the different versions of the game. Like, it seems like this game is just magic when she plays it, and I love seeing Leah on screen. This will be on the HD remake that was just released very recently on Switch and Switch 2, so really excited to see how this game goes even faster, especially with modern mode. Modern mode lets you see more damage boost, like there's more health for DK and Diddy Kong, and you just get to see more damage boost, more silly shenanigans happening on screen, and I'm really excited.
And then we're continuing Donkey Kong with a newer release on the schedule. So would you like to chime in on that one?
Yeah, it's going to be our second bonus game of the event, and that is Donkey Kong Bonanza, being run by King J. This game is so cool to see the speedrun. I have not played it myself. I don't own a Switch 2, but I've seen the speedruns of it, and they are so cool. There's some really fascinating tech that's been discovered and has been polished in a relatively short time. Again, this game is not that old. King J has been working very hard on it, and it's very cool. Even if you haven't played it yourself, yes, technically the speedrun spoils the end of the story because it's 90%, but there's still a lot of this game that the speedrun really glosses over. And so, as long as you're comfy with a little dash of spoilers, come ooh banana with us, because it's going to be a great time.
All right, and then, like I said, we're finishing off. We have another block. This time, we're closing up with a Sonic block. And we have someone very passionate about Sonic games closing us out. GP, would you like to talk about that?
Oh, yeah. Like, we have Mania, we have Adventure Battle, but Generations is probably the one that I'm most excited for. We're talking all modern stages, so lots of very fast action, very neat package that Akio is going to be performing, and especially with Blaze, because I think that Blaze deserves some love, and she has not been playable since, I don't know, like Sonic 06? That's terrible. We should change that. Blaze percent is the thing you want to see, and I think that IQ is going to bring a lovely run, and just I am excited because Sonic Block is going to be amazing, and Generations is going to be even more amazing.
All right, folks, I hope you're excited for this day. I want to thank so much our two fantastic guests, the great job they did with Games Committee. I will see you all on the other end of this interview, so enjoy your day and enjoy the speedruns.
I used to believe therapy would be an instant solution to my problems, like an immediate fix. But after coming here, I discovered so much more goes into a healing journey. The adversity life has to offer brings us countless lessons, and it's so easy to let those challenges cloud our mind. Life's obstacles can so easily pile like a snowball on our heads to the point where it becomes one big issue, an issue that's nearly impossible to comprehend nor simply fix. When I came to this understanding, I got why they make us come back here 4 times. It initially felt like hell, and I had no vision of getting better here. That was because I didn't know healing takes time. I was oblivious to the fact that my hardships were too significant to solve in one sitting. Healing is a lengthy, strenuous process that ranges from good to bad days, from relapsing to phenomenal streaks, but it's all a part of the process, and that's okay. Now, I can grasp that therapy doesn't fix you, it guides you, since healing is only achievable through yourself and faith. Coming to terms with this was incredibly difficult because it meant I had to put in the effort and be comfortable with focusing on myself, which I'd avoided extensively. Bad influences, social media, and substances all held me back from putting the energy I needed to heal on myself. I hadn't realized paying attention to your feelings can be so scary and even agonizing when you've been putting it off for so long. Although it was scary in the beginning, I can now understand that when you go through something so traumatic, you deserve the attention from yourself and someone as qualified as a therapist. It's so easy to undermine our emotions and circumstances, but I learned it's vital to talk about them, even when it may not be a sad thing, because nobody should bottle how they feel. So when I reflect on how I used to think therapy was a fix rather than a guide, I think the fallacy in that was not knowing that the key to all my problems is and was always within myself. I just needed the time to heal, the focus from myself, and the guidance from my therapist to reach those solutions. Despite being unbearable at times, I'm infinitely thankful for the experience and connections I was lucky enough to gain. This place has made such a considerable impact on my life that I now have lessons I'll carry forever. I was fortunate enough to come here and be given the resources along with the unconditional support from the staff and my cohort in order to heal from something so many people have yet to heal from. I pray that everyone gets the attention and help they're worthy of, and I sincerely thank the Be Brave Ranch for showing me what true perseverance means.
Hello everyone! Did you all see that video back at the start there? It's a really powerful and moving video, and if you've seen that and some of the other Little Warriors we've played, videos we've played for you over the past few days in the marathon, I hope you can see how much this really means to the people who Little Warriors is helping out. This is these are some amazing programs that Little Warriors is putting on. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for being here today. And thank you all for being here for the last day of Prevent-A-Thon 6 and helping us support Little Warriors. So welcome. My name is Caritas, but you can also call me Curry for short, and I have the pleasure of being your host for these first few runs here on the last day of Prevent-A-Thon 6. How's it going, everyone? I really hope you've been enjoying the runs so far. They've been truly amazing. We have some amazing people running, and lots of cool people helping out behind the scenes as well. I hope you all are really enjoying the marathon. We've got some great runs for you today to end this final day of the marathon. And before we jump into them, I'd like to run over a few things with you right now. So, again, this is a charity speedrunning marathon. For those who aren't aware, we are accepting any and all donations for Little Warriors if you're able and willing to. If you do !donate in the chat, you can send in a donation at any point while we're running. And it might even get read out on air. So if you have a message to send to the runners, the commentators, or anyone else behind the scenes, that is a perfect way to do so. And every single dollar and cent of your donation goes to Little Warriors. So please do not be shy about donating. If you're concerned about currency conversions, don't worry about that either. They are automatically taken care of, so whether you're donating in euros or British pounds or US dollars, they will automatically be converted to Canadian. So do not worry about that at all. Another command I'd like to introduce you to is the !schedule command. There you can see all of the wonderful games that we have on today's schedule, such as the first run here of Voyager, the arcade game, which I'll be introducing in a very short minute. But if you do that in the chat, you can see all the other games we have for you today. And wow, we have some really interesting and amazing and fun runs to showcase to you. So I hope you will stick around with us for the rest of today to see all of them. But with that being said, we have our run of Voyager, the arcade game, coming up. And with that, we also have a bid war that's about to close for that one. So this bid war is to either save 7 of 9 or save the Doctor. If you have an opinion on who should be saved as we play through Voyager the arcade game, now is the time to donate for that. You do not have that much time left. Once we get this run started, that bid war will close like a few minutes in. So if you have any opinions on that, now is the time to donate. Again, !donate if you want to change the fate of who is saved during this run. So with that being said, I think it's time to get started with the run. So again, one more time, this is Voyager the arcade game with Alara. Take it away.
Hello, friendships. How are we doing? You'll notice I'm not at home on my computer. I'm also not a VTuber. I am here in the flesh because this is an actual cabinet. So you may notice the category name is light gun %. That's because we're playing with the light gun. And if you look at the leaderboards for this game, everyone plays on emulator with mouse and keyboard, and I think at 2 times speed. So I thought, why would I do that when I can just play the actual cabinet, because I had one nearby. I'm here in Victory Point Arcade here in Pittsburgh. The owner is so gracious letting me do this speed run before the arcade is even open for the day. So shout outs and lots of love to Victory Point if you're in the area. Really cool people. I also brought some commentary with me because this is a game that needs someone to banter with. Would you like to say hello, Deg?
Hello, Deg. No, hi, I'm Deg. I will be commentating. This should be a very fun run. I'm excited to be here with you, Alara. Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah. Okay. So the final thing is, you'll notice the camera is pointed very weirdly. You are getting a slight view of the screen and a view of this area here. That is because, like true gamers, we are going to assume the gaming pose. We don't sit back against the chair to play with the light gun. We'll explain that strategy in a minute. But time will start on loading into the actual room.
So, assuming gamer pose and go.
Modulate your phaser.
So, as you'll see, we're going to be moving around the ship. We're going to also, here in the early sections, be shooting a whole bunch of equipment, including that screen. And then we're going to turn around and shoot that screen. And then we're going to turn to the right and shoot that screen. And then there's one more screen in the middle that I'm not going to be able to hit for a moment. That's because, if you saw the interview yesterday, shooting certain objects changes the path you take in the game. And certain paths are faster than others. That's the last screen. Okay. That one actually just spawns a special weapon here on the top, but special weapons go faster. Anything on your side, Deg? Because for now, I'm just going to be making my way towards the cafeteria, which means it is like the last call to get donations in. I'm going to need that winner the moment I get to the cafeteria.
I really want to see what our audience opinion is on Seven versus the Doctor for that. But
We have
you're doing
like
a good job.
60 seconds left on that.
Also, so the quick explanation is my foot is there because that is the game start button. The other thing that the game start button does is reload my gun. So instead of shooting off screen, I'm reloading with my foot. Okay, now we get one final load screen, and this is the cafeteria. So Curry, if you would be so kind as to tell me who wins the bid war.
Yeah, with $30 Canadian, you will be saving 7 of 9.
All right, I guess we're saving 7. I want you all to know this adds a whole bunch of time to the run. This goes from a 15-minute run to, like, if things go poorly, almost 20. So your money is going towards more Prevent-A-Thon.
That's all we really want.
That's true. The other side effect it has is there is exactly one point where the Doctor shows up on the 7 path. And we will be shooting the Doctor because you didn't vote to save the Doctor.
Laura.
Uh-huh.
That's how that works, right? All right, so that puts us on the path to astrometrics to get Jerry Ryan, who is actually on the cover of this arcade machine.
The arcade machine is a nice looking.
One thing I forgot to mention, that was a continue. This is an arcade machine. Normally, these things take quarters. You'll notice I did not put in quarters. It's currently set to free play, but that's not fun. So for every time I have to continue, I'm going to donate the cost of actually doing the run. So right now we're at $1 because it's 50 cents a continue at this place. And then Deg is going to be helping me keep track of that. I've got someone else helping me keep track of that, but Chad, if you want to help keep me honest, I'd appreciate it.
Count along at home.
Yeah, count along at home, or maybe join in. If you want to join in and do 50 cents per continue, regret life choices with me. We're going to do the time stop upgrade. It's the only time we see that upgrade because it's not on the fastest path. You only see it when saving the Doctor or saving 7.
You're telling me time stop is slow?
Time stop is slow, yes.
I'm gonna write that down right here.
Timey-wimey stuff is actually slower.
Wibbly wobbly timey wimey stuff is slow?
Yep.
Dang.
Well, it happens shorter from your perspective, but for us it takes longer.
Yep. It's slower RTA if we want to be accurate.
There's a whole Voyager episode about this, actually, if you want to watch. I believe it was in season 5.
I tried to get that fire. I was not able to, so we're going to grab this one instead.
And in classic Voyager tradition, blow up the ship to save the ship.
Yeah, exactly. That's how that works. You bounce the graviton particle beam off the main deflector dish.
Of course, yeah, I totally know that, yeah.
Reverse polarity, you know, once or twice.
Yep. Okay, so this is our first auto-scroller of the game. If you have anything to say, this is the time to do it.
Yeah, I always have things to say. Just so folks know, this, again, I've said it before, but we are running in support of Little Warriors. This is a national charitable organization dedicated to changing the trajectory of child sexual abuse through education, advocacy, treatment, and prevention. So, all of what we're doing here, all of that you see here, as much fun as we're having here, this is all going towards a great cause. Every single dollar and cent of your donations, all the sharing, resharing that you do, all of this is helping to support Little Warriors' mission and projects. So, thank you so much for your support along the way. We all look forward to seeing your donations. So thank you for that.
Alright, now we get to the Borg Cube. This is another big instance of speed tech. I need to blow up 3 things once we turn here to the right, and that's going to change it so that instead of going straight, we're going to U-turn and follow 7 on this ship. We're going to shoot that, kill her, shoot that, and that'll make us U-turn now. Say hi to 7.
And there she is.
In all of her...
Bye, 7. Oh, bye, 7. Glad we saved her.
Honestly, the main reason it's faster is just because of this rocket. Just being able to one-shot those handful of enemies is just so much faster than going through the correct route, air quotes.
Rockets are faster, writing that one down. Time slow, rocket fast.
Time slow, rocket fast, yes. We're gonna go with the easy boss here because why would we go for the boss that has more HP? And boss selection is very important in this one, trust me. It is very key and important that you choose the right boss, especially in the final boss.
Yeah, the final boss choice is the difference between going slow and going fast in the entire category, I think.
It changes so much about the ending.
Really, really does.
And I really hope Curry believes me.
I have to be very careful about your shooting during the path selection there.
Yep. Alright.
We did kind of like... You fought one of these things before, right?
Yeah, this is from that crossover episode between 40k and Voyager.
Yeah, this is just a Warhammer 40k orc that has been Borgified now.
Correct.
It's not good for you.
This is also one of the rare instances of a boss where matching the trigger is faster. A lot of bosses have iframes.
Don't
worry about it.
Talk about what just happened?
No, we're not.
Okay.
It's fine. She's still there. Just give her a minute.
Oh, okay.
Getting her out of the way so I can get the bigger clip. Also, normally you get these little Slimers from those portals, but then,
we saw one.
But then we found out if you shoot the Slimer portals, the Slimers don't come out. Which is a shame, because I love the crossover episode between Voyager and Ghostbusters.
Yeah, I believe they called it Deep Space Nine. The paw wraiths really were just Ghostbuster enemies, weren't they? Enemies the right word? Either way.
Now we get another 40k orc. Trust me, Curry, that's exactly where they're from.
This is totally part of the Star Trek universe, right?
Definitely. This is Star Trek canon at its finest.
They did go a little bit crazy with the crossovers there for a while.
Yeah. Just be happy we don't see the Pokemon episode characters.
That's a different arcade game.
There are times when perfection is needed.
In theory, there's a rumor it's going to become a pinball machine soon, which I kind of hope is true.
That would be very
cool. A Pokemon pinball machine would be so good. Right, so now we've got a whole bunch of hallways. Hooray, what do you think of the lore of this game so far?
Okay, I am clasping my hands right now, because I know almost nothing about Star Trek. You could tell me anything about Star Trek, and I would believe you. I am believing you through all this right now. I hope you're not misleading me.
I'm definitely not misleading you. So there's a special weapon down there. We are going to not grab it, because we're going to do this little section here. We're going to advance forward a little bit, and when we get there, there's going to be more enemies on screen than there were at that time, so it's actually way faster to grab it here. Because that auto shoots a whole bunch of them, and they're super scattered. And there we go. And now we get to the most annoying boss in the game. The Borg Queen. The strategy for this one is there's no real strategy. I've figured out that there's certain frames where she takes damage and certain frames where she doesn't. I'm pretty sure they're just iframes. So there's not really any benefit to matching on her. I have tried everything. I have tried shooting the spine. I have tried shooting her between the eyes. I have tried shooting her like at the base of the neck. Nothing seems to be taking extra damage. It is just certain frames that deal more damage. So this is functionally an auto-scroller.
Goodness gracious. So remind me again, Laura. How much were you donating for every? You said continue. You were picking up.
It's the cost of what the run would be. So it's 50 cents to start, and then 50 cents per continue. And there's
that's very clever.
And then there's the fact that I'm intentionally not saving myself in a lot of instances because it's slower. I'd have to aim away from the boss. So there's no way I'm getting through this clean without a decent amount of money. All right, so here we come to the second auto-scroller in the game, and then we get to the lying section. So, Harry, if you have anything, this is another good window.
I sure do. Folks, if you're looking for a new bid war to contribute to, we have a character bid war for our Naruto Ninja Taikan Datte coming up right after this run. If you want to choose which character that's going to be run during this game, we have Gaara, Kakashi, Naruto, or Rock Lee. Now's the time to donate. They're all tied right now. Any single one of your donations will put any one of them in the lead. Your choice. If you donate right now, make sure to put your donation towards one of those characters under the incentive selection drop-down box, and you can choose which character will be played during that Naruto run. So now is the time to donate. That run's coming up very shortly. So,
all right, now we come to the lie section. All of these ship sections are auto-scrollers, except for the Vork Cube. Because if we are fast enough, which is taking a lot of mashing with my feet, my hands, and the most awkward pose ever, I can actually kill this before the Enterprise shows up. Because normally the Enterprise shows up like a minute into this and kills the cube. Or...
the Voyager.
Sorry, the Voyager. Can you tell I'm distracted at this moment? So we just basically skipped that entire section by just shooting fast.
That saves like easily a minute.
Yeah,
run.
It is so much time saved. It's kind of ridiculous. Also, this is a workout, believe it or not. Like holding my foot here, and I am just like a drummer constantly tapping on that reload. This is way more of a workout than I think people understand.
If you have a local Voyager arcade machine, you can go and try it yourself.
Maybe bring some hand sanitizer or cleaning wipes or something if you're going to be trying the speed strat, though.
Be polite to the other arcaders.
Yeah. All right. We're going to come up to the green orc from 40k, and then I'm going to need a tiny bit of silence when we get to the hallway. Because there's a section I need to focus. I'm going to not grab that, just in case. That number is always random, and if I don't get that code, it's like a minute and a half time loss. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's not super hard, but memorizing and the precision aiming at the same time means just any loss in focus is enjoy losing a minute and a half on the run.
Yeah, I'm glad you got that. It is a very annoying part of the run.
It basically just locks you into the hallway and you have to fight off wave after wave after wave after wave. Or I could just get the code right the first time.
Yeah, it eats up the entire time save from the earlier auto-scroller. And then some.
And then we're going to come to another turn in the hallway where we're going to meet up again with the doctor. We didn't go with the doctor section, so we're going to just not save the doctor.
Which path choice was that there?
That was, there was two options for the final boss. On the left was the Herosian, the Thyorian Hulk, and on the right was not the Thyorian Hulk. I shot the right path, which is the lower difficulty, less HP path. So the final boss will be obviously not the Thyorian Hulk, because I didn't pick the Thyorian Hulk as the final boss.
That's how paths work.
Yeah.
Glad you chose the fast one.
Correct. It's objectively faster. And here's the doctor. We're just going to shoot the doctor a few times. Just kidding. He doesn't take damage.
Oh, it's a hologram.
He is a hologram, which probably is why he doesn't take damage. All right. And there we go. Gonna wait till Balana gets out of the way. Come on. There we go. Oh, come on. Please.
Ooh, being mean.
And that's the final boss, the Thyorian Hulk. So it turns out it doesn't matter who you pick as the final boss, you still get the Thyorian Hulk. And then you're gonna notice I am not mashing away at this boss, and that's because the invincibility frames suck. So this is functionally the auto-scroller final boss. As long as I shoot him when invincibility frames come off, he takes damage, and we're good to go. So if you've got any final words, this is it. Time's going to be when that HP bar hits 0 and he falls to the ground. Also, I can shoot those fires to kill the fire. It's the only way to not take damage from those fires.
It's also slower than just shooting the boss.
Correct. There's another credit.
We're almost there. We'll see this through.
Oh, my foot is killing me. You have no idea how excited I am for this. And time.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, GG's.
Gamer pose hurt.
There are times when perfection hinders.
All right, can I know what the final time was now that you've made me go through the slower path?
Believed to be the last of its species.
15 minutes and 40 seconds.
Holy crud! That is
great.
really good for saving a crew member. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, for the crew member run, I am impressed. Well done.
I am shocked. Yeah, that is way underestimate. So for quick shoutouts, hi, I'm Alara. Normally I would point you to a marathon called Prevent-A-Thon, but I'm pretty sure you know about it already. So instead I'm going to plug my own organization and speedrunning events, Steel City Speedsters here in Pittsburgh. We do a whole bunch of in-person marathons. We might be planning an online marathon in the near future. Dag, I think you're familiar with these events as well, right? You've heard of them before?
Yeah. I mean, normally my shout out would be to go check out Steel City Speedsters, but Alara just covered that. Thanks for that, Alara. The upcoming event should be fun.
Yeah. Stay tuned. Maybe look us up on Bluesky, because some stuff might get announced on there in the near future about that those events. I don't know what I got for score. We'll find out in a minute. Not that it matters. I have the high score in this machine. I may have played it once or twice before. But yeah, that's it for me. Enjoy Prevent-A-Thon. Donate if you can. We appreciate it. It's going to a fantastic cause. You've seen my face for the entire marathon in the spotlights and such, so I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day.
Thank you so much, Alara and Dag, for that run and commentary. Folks, give it up in the chat one more time for Voyager the arcade game. We've got lots of interesting runs coming up here. If you like the idea of running an arcade game, I've got another fun console for you coming up next here with this next one of Naruto Ninja Taikan. So we're gonna move into that real shortly. But before that, I'd like to give you an update on the bid war that I mentioned for that. So we have $11 from a teacher who says more Prevent-A-Thon. Believe it. And that $11 goes to the Naruto option for that game. So Naruto is in the lead. But if you have any other opinions, we're still taking donations. If you have an idea on who should be the main character that should be run during the game, now is the time to donate. We don't have that much time left. We have to get that in before the run starts. So now is the time to donate. ! Donate if you want to change who will be the main character of this run. So, with that being said, we're going to move into a short break while you muse on who you think should be the main character for Naruto Ninja Taikan, and we'll be back with you shortly. So, don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Prevent-A-Thon 6. If you really enjoyed that Voyager the arcade game run, we've got another equally fun run for you on a console you probably have not seen before, because this game is on its own dedicated console, and I put that in quotes because you'll see what I mean real shortly here. But just a quick blurb before that. Again, we're running in support of Little Warriors, and we appreciate every donation towards Little Warriors, but we also appreciate spreading the word of this worthy cause. If you're on social media, you can also help out by sharing our social media posts and getting the word out about this event and Little Warriors. You can type !socials, SOCIALS, in chat to get links to Prevent-A-Thon's social media. So, for example, on our Bluesky, we've been sharing clips and posts of all the runs today and on the previous days as well. You can go comb through those if you want a sample of what we've been running so far, and get hyped on social media and Bluesky for all the runs that are coming up later today. So go give that a check if you haven't done so already. But with that being said, I think we're ready for our next run here of Naruto Ninja Taikan Story Mode by DBK. Let's hit the ground running.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Naruto Taikan Ninja Taikan Datte Bayo. This is the Naruto Ninja experience, and I have summoned the strongest warrior of the Leaf Village, Waposa-san, to help me with commentary today, because I will be moving my hands a lot, and I'm going to show this off real quick. These are the scanners right here. So this is the console, the dedicated console, and I'll show it at the end of the run. It's a specific box that uses some special lasers, and I think it's infrared, or it's light sensitive. So I have to be careful about how close I am to the machine and how far away from the machine. But I'm gonna go ahead and get the settings set up while Waposa-san introduces themselves and tells you about what you're gonna see in the.
Yeah, sounds good to me. I'm Waposa, and I'll be commentating. I'm the Naruto lore master, but also slightly accommodated with what this game has to offer. I did a commentary run with DB on another run of this for Sasuke. It was a pretty quick run, but I think it was the more meta run. It was, at the time at least, the most sensibly routed and what we deem to be the most sensible for going through the game the fastest. To my understanding, today will be decided on through a bid war which character will play. DB will play, which will be interesting because each character has their own eccentricities, we'll say, and some incredibly less effective than others. The Sharingan users are 100%, from what we can gather, the best. So, to my understanding, we've decided we know the character?
It is Naruto.
It is Naruto today.
It is unlocking Naruto.
10 minutes to the ETA. For some reason, he is the slowest. I don't know if that was intentional. But it's part of the game. He's got his own quirks, but to my understanding, he sees the most content. He's got a lot of the most mini games, I think, in his story.
Yep.
A few other things.
You want to get started? You want to get to the honors?
Yeah, yes, rock.
All right, you do the countdown.
Okay, on go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, let's start. Okay, so like DB was saying, this is basically the closest thing to being an actual ninja in real life. So if you want to play a Naruto game where you're the most immersed, you're going to have to track this down. Good luck with that, it's not going to happen, but maybe if you're lucky. It starts off in a questionable state. It's hard to exactly gather where lore, like canon-wise, you are in the game. So at this point, you're doing ninja training as Naruto against kind of nameless mooks, which will come up a lot, sort of in a weird way of like padding. Despite the game having like a lot of content that they could have put in there to pad it out more interestingly, but they sort of save it for a lot of these other modes, which I'm guessing is to do with the like external card game aspect, where it's not like a game, but you could buy these physical cards that would like unlock characters, or to my understanding, like other parts of the game, at least expedite the process. But yeah, so most of the game is just like shuriken, like mutual tossing that you do basically. This exact part here is a bit of a unique fight, the leapfrog as I like to call it. This doesn't happen too much, but it is basically the whole game you could kind of describe as an auto-scroller, but each sequence is more or less more or less control. It depends. Certain sequences can be abused a lot by particular supers. The Sharingan characters have a really good utility super that makes this a lot more easier. Naruto is kind of screwed to my understanding. You've got Rasengan, I think he has Harem Jutsu, and I'm not sure what else, but nothing of too much consequence, sadly. This is a super that is Kakashi is doing, so it's kind of interesting that the characters, whether you're fighting them or you are them, they have similar supers both ways. The problem with supers is that it's like they stop time, they're not... sometimes they can be quite devastating, it kind of depends. Most of the real devastating stuff is the melee attacks or certain characters' specialty kunai. They have some really devious ones. Kakashi isn't too bad, his lightning blade just kind of takes a wee bit of time to deal with. The big problem with supers is that they can joust you. There's also a mutual system, it's very fair, where if you do a super, the other character can just say, no, I'm doing a super. And then if they do a super, you can do a super, and your meter gets like basically wasted on that, which is problematic. You just gotta hope. Rock Lee is interesting. He's as a playable character, very underdeveloped in all our ways. He does not perform especially well. He's very unique, as he should be. But in a game, as you can imagine, spamming sort of projectile jutsus or very traditional like energy orbs or just throwing kunai. This guy with his taijutsu, it doesn't exactly translate well when you're playing and getting stuff done fast. Because a big problem with a lot of the supers is they're single target, and a lot of the fights are multi-target. So if you're fighting one guy, it's all good if you do like a super damaging super, but if you're Rock Lee and you just spend like 15 seconds charging up your hidden lotus just to hit like Sound Ninja number 5 is ultimately a waste of time. And you'd much rather have Sasuke just freeze the screen and build energy all at the same time. It's quite thematically appropriate really, which is the theme of the show, where certain characters are just born better than others. But you know, Datte, we gotta believe in ourselves.
By the way,
even if Naruto is born with not so good supers, he can still win.
We got really good RNG. We actually got healed.
Yeah,
we got healed. Sakura.
Was that by Sakura?
Yeah, never happens. Very clip-worthy right there.
Yeah, I was just gonna bring it up. That is absolutely amazing. Yeah, so the assists, as we'll call them, the support characters in the bottom right, demonic, absolutely demonic. They just sit there like 90% of the time, like with that smirk grin on his face, like, yeah, scaredy cat, go get Orochimaru. But it's like, bro, help me out, man. It's really bizarre how often they help you. And I think we found out that they have multiple assists. Like they have they can do, like Sakura has another one where she doesn't heal you, which is not good. But when she does heal, it's great news. So the fact that they bothered to give them sexy harem jutsu, I should have looked at the health bar, I missed it. I'm not even sure if it does.
It does a pixel. It does literally a pixel of damage. It does 1 pixel of damage.
I wonder if that was meant to be. I think we theorized before certain characters might be more like if you ever had a Jiraiya boss fight, like perhaps he would take heavy damage. That would be like very good fan service.
Give a counter to here.
Yeah, I remember Orochimaru. His swords are the main problem, aren't they? Oh my god, wait, Uzumaki Barrage?
No,
that was damage.
That was damage.
I see the vision. I like how long he sat down there. He was actually like, wow, that was embarrassing. This is a little child and I got wasted. That's right, big move. Naruto's a little warrior himself, God bless. Oh, we get our dialogue and then we get to go. We've kind of speed run through the story. Yeah, now I need to admit, so that Orochimaru fight would have been at least translatable to being the fight with Sasuke in the Forest of the Youth. The lore and canon in this can get pretty strange. Like they either give or take away certain characters in sort of hard to understand ways. Like you'll have support characters that just were not there, or you'll not have support characters that were there. The game can feel kind of like weirdly hostile in terms of story, where it's like an almost even more tragic version. Naruto's kind of alone, but Sasuke's version was, I think, a bit more even more diced up canon-wise. I think perhaps Naruto gets a bit more of the actual content. This is interesting. I don't think I've seen Kiba because he's not in a lot of the other fights. He seems to have mostly reasonably easy melee supers, so nothing too destructive.
Yeah, we didn't really practice this together because not only is this the longest run, but the difficulty spike in this, even on the easy difficulty, is tremendous. It's like...
And you've got to understand the logistics of this game, guys, where it is like, it's a plug and play, it's a bloody effort. Really, oh, here we go, this is my favorite. See, this is a great example. This, it's a real ninja training, it's like, I have the easy job of just being support ninja, whereas, DB's, this is like, basically the real thing. He just learned to walk on water. I don't know if you've done that. It's actually harder than it looks.
I forgot that many games in there.
Yeah, no, I remember it. I'm glad you got to see it this time. It wasn't in the other stream, but it is absolutely classic. It was just like 2-frame animations. Oh, here we go. Also, good on Naruto for learning the projectile Rasengan, which is, I don't think he learns that till maybe even Boruto. I think he... No, he does the wind style Sharingan, but they're a bit different. I know his son throws the little ones. But man, in this game, he's just absolutely outclassing them. He's just throwing 3 at a time. I don't think Jiraiya had that down. He'd like big ones, but that's a whole different thing.
Yeah, I don't ever remember this.
This is like when he meets Jiraiya in like the bathhouse with his Pokemon woman. He just like reluctantly trains him. He does not learn the Rasengan, I promise you that. He learns to run on water. It's actually quite hilarious. Because he learns to walk on water eventually, like through this kind of endurance round progress. It takes quite a while. But then in the game, just hilariously, he's like, alright, first try, and then sprints amazing. And then he's already throwing bloody trios of Rasengans over and over and over. This is also the first time we've got one of these tutorial items, I think. There might have been one with Aruka at the start, but these are quite devious, where it's, for some reason, they force you to like learn a super by just doing the same super you've like kind of already done like 6 times in a row on a timer. It's very bizarre. Good to see Niji. Yeah, so they have all of these characters, and a lot of these characters have fights, but for whatever reason, in certain other stories, they just do not put them in. And at the start, I was like, oh, they just mustn't have a Niji character or a Naruto character. Like, at the end of, what's his name, Sasuke's story, he just doesn't fight Naruto. Because a lot of the stories end with question mark Sasuke. And I thought they could just make question mark Sasuke fight Sasuke, that would work fine. But no, that's a good animation. Bloody, Niji sprints at you, man. If you don't lock him down, he comes. Strong guy. And so those blue like waves, those are parries, like to deflect the. It's very specific timing. So really not enviable position to wave your arms like that, hoping that any eye toy or whatever you call it is gonna pick it up. You could basically assume the positional control you have to maintain for the light sensors to read your movements. Consider that chakra control. It's very, very similar to that. So, oh yeah, what's it? Oh, is that gonna be the disrespect super at the end? Finish the chunk off the lot. That's what he gets, man. This is a bit of a power trip. All the Japanese children playing this back in the day, they would have felt really relieved to find Shoniji who's boss.
got time for a quick message here?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, sure, for sure. I forgot about that. Absolutely.
Yeah, no worries. We have $15 from Mr. Hyper Aware, who says, "You don't have to be a superhero to keep kids safe." Thank you so much for those $15, and that's right. I also wanted to welcome all the raiders who came in towards the beginning of this run. Hello! This is Prevent-A-Thon 6 in support of Little Warriors. If you're interested in donating, you can type !donate to send in some money and a message of your choosing, which we might even read out on stream here. So, let us know how the run's going, let us know what you're interested in, and how this marathon has been going for you. Welcome on in.
Yeah, welcome on, guys. See, that was a big raid. Hell yeah.
Thank you for the raid.
Thanks so much for the donate. It's great to see you. Yeah, now feel free to interject at all if it's a good time to, because yeah, it's pretty. The run's pretty similar during most of it. There's not too much to miss out on. It can definitely be caught up with my timing. So no, cheers for that. That's great. So here's where we get into a bit of the padding nameless moot fights. Before we got a bit of excitement where we got the, how would you even describe it, like vertical leapfrog fight, and then we go immediately into a horizontal leapfrog fight. I don't know why Shikamaru and Sakura are the particular teammates here. This is presumably as soon as the, what do they call it?
No.
The Sound Village like insurrection they do against the Leaf. Shikamaru is there. I don't think he's with. No, I don't even think Sakura is with.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure Naruto's in the forest. Yeah, he's fighting Gaara, and then like Shino kind of shows up and tells him, Sasuke, don't do it, and he's like, I'm gonna die. And then Sasuke kind of fights him. Is once again very bizarre lore to this game.
Really?
Gaara's a funny character to play too. He's, I think, we came to the understanding that he was the second worst behind Leon in terms of speed to beat. I think he's got
What's going on?
He likes his unique kunai, doesn't he? Like his sand bullets. Yeah, that's right. He's like sand, hilarious, like almost spiky balls. As we all remember from the cartoon. Good times. It's not like a tiny shuriken beside the portrait of Shikamaru. I just got on my sister was helping out me, whatever that means. It gave you some ammo or something. Who knows? If anyone wants to become like the ninja master of this game, I'm sure there's like endlessly unfound content, because honestly, discovering half the stuff in this is just like a waiting game where you hope that the character like gives out their super or their assist, or just plays nice. I'm going to get into this stream. He's not nice today. And he's got his clones out. Yeah, I remember Gaara, it could end up being quite a difficult roadblock. This is on normal, isn't it?
This is on easy, but even then, if Gar doesn't send out his sand double, he's invincible. So it's completely. This fight can go really long. That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Yeah, thank you, Gaara. No, 100%. So many of the fights are very up to the attitudes of the characters. It's one of the benefits of the nameless moot fights is they let themselves go. They let themselves die. You can kind of just take them out as the side characters. But the other characters, they want a lot of screen time. They know they're getting streamed. You know, the developers, they knew this was going to come. They were waiting for the speed running potential. That's why it's all built like this. When is this? I also like that they haven't put in the Shikaku boss fight of the One Tail. I guess this is after the. See, this is interesting because we've skipped the Sasuke fights. Because I don't think he trains with Jiraiya until. Maybe we still have the retriever there. Surely. I'm sure they just threw in one more Jiraiya. This is just a traditional Jiraiya, it's not like an actual training or anything?
No, this is just traditional fight, I guess.
Just a fight, yeah. Because some characters, they get put to the training mode.
Oh, get stunned.
Like, trash bin. Oh, you got it? Oh, but is he... no, so,
off screen.
Yeah, so sadly, there's these cool effects and like items you can get where you can get a freeze or like a heal. The problem with the freeze is really good, but the problem is you can get it during the frame of their animation when they're teleported, and that just means they're in the bloody shadow dimension with Yu-Gi-Oh, and you can't hit them, so sad hours. I want to get the Itachi fight. Yeah, coincidentally, when you play Sasuke, no Itachi fight. Don't know why. Wait, no, is it? A few of them end with the Itachi fight. No, yeah, I think Sasuke ends with the Itachi fight and then just gets nothing after. Whereas the other characters get the whole retrieval arc.
Which
you could add debate that Sasuke doesn't do a whole lot in the retrieval arc. You know, he's in a box. But when he comes out of the box, he does fight Naruto, who's the main character, and who has an animation set in the game. So, bizarrely, maybe it was like for brand. They didn't want the last fight to be fighting the main character, hurting him or something. But I don't think so. There's some other reason. If only we could ask. That's why we have to get this game's reputation up, so we can finally get some developer interviews or something.
Do you like how Jiraiya has done absolutely nothing, by the way, this whole fight? Like, he did nothing, not even like a kunai.
Well, that's just canon. Once again, that's canon. I don't think he's meant to be here. He's probably like, am I supposed to be in this fight? I wasn't. Because you realise that if in the show they had all these fights with just the teachers, so well, Jiraiya probably just handle it. I could just cover it. But usually they're just off on a mission or something. I don't know where Jiraiya was. Probably not doing a lot of devious things.
You gotta love the RNG of the freeze item appearing a second time during the run, again at the end, right when I don't need it.
Hanging out on the screen. That would have made the scene in the anime a lot better, I think, if there was a floating in-game, like video game pickup spinning around, scrolling, that no one took notice of. I think there was a missed opportunity. They were probably trying to say that in the story of this. This is like Naruto, but they wanted to redock. So, you know, there's some mistakes, not ideal always in the anime, a bit of padding, and you're like, well, give us a try. What if it was a motion controlled light gun game, essentially? And here we get to use. If you couldn't find throwing trio Rasengans like 6 times in a row to learn to do that entertaining, well, now you get to throw one 6 times in a row. I love that the time is like
I need chat to help me build the Rasengan.
Yeah, like it's the same input as like several of the other supers, the water game. Oh goodness. Well, I'm sure on the advertising they said train like Naruto, learn the Rasengan. Oh, you gotta put it in. But the weird part is like a lot of these things are like mini games. They actually have some like fairly entertaining mini games they've made. There's like a target practice and a few other little things. But they choose to pad the story modes with like the most uninteresting parts, like the silly training modes, or just like instead of a mini game, they're like, do another nameless mook fight. We need some more sound members. And it's like, well, you know, Leapfrog's cool and all. It can only be entertaining so long. But the good part is that Naruto seems to be a lot of the Leapfrog ones, and they're a bit easier. A lot of the other characters get these just horrible, just like 15 guys in this traditional fighting screen here. I didn't even know Tsunade was in this game. What the heck? It's just so curious they didn't go for a more like, oh, we'll just let the other characters fight for fun. It's like there's enough abridged like aspects to the game in terms of the story. They may as well have let Sasuke like fight Tsunade or fight Jiraiya or something. You know, why not? It's just a weird like refusal or like commitment to the canon when it counts, but in all these weird ways. You know, who cares? I'll put Shikamaru on the bloody Sasuke fight or whatever. That's interesting. There's a unique kunai I saw too. Seem to be just one. Usually the bad problem characters are guys that like spam like a trio of kunai or anything like that, like just split in a row. Good defense against the gunk. I guess we should describe some of the. I should describe some of the actual mechanics here. Red is health bar, blue is ammo for the gun.
The gun.
There's a secondary meter. Yeah, for the gun. There's a secondary meter for the super. And that's really about it. It's kind of pretty self-explanatory. That's not bad damage on that big Rasengan. Not bad, maybe so. But yeah, it's just like it's with the Sharingan characters. There's definitely just more like intrigue to playing as them because there's a bit more tech to their super. Like the Sharingan super is basically just a freeze item pickup. But the cool thing is you can build more meta when you're using it, and it's like an interesting. You know, you gotta physically be very active and be like, oh, I want to get my meter up while they're freeze, so you'll do more attacks. Whereas most of the other supers are just like single target, some of them are just jokes, like the harem super, so it's like you go through all their efforts and stuff. And then we've just got stand-in block supers, which is nice to know that builds meat, I think. Because Orochimaru's like biggest problem is his sword spam, which he hasn't done too much of. He's just jumping around. A lot of leapfrogging in the game.
Would now be a good time for a couple messages?
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome, thank you, thank you. We've just opened a couple of new incentives for you all. So we have a bid war for Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro coming up in an hour or so here. So that bid war is already heating up. We have $15 for Spider-Man 2099 and $10 for Classic Spider-Man, but there's also Alex Ross, Prodigy, and Symbiote Spider-Man if you want to get in on that bid war and determine which costume will be run during that run. Additionally, we also have a Donkey Kong Bonanza any percent bonus game incentive opened up. That's actually a milestone, so every single donation you send in will be put towards that. So if you want to see more Prevent-A-Thon and more Donkey Kong Bonanza, all your donations will go automatically towards that. It's a 2-for-1 deal. You can put it in towards a costume of your choice, and then it'll also automatically go towards Donkey Kong. So we look forward to your donations there.
Big year, fun stuff. Go for it, lads. So we've beat Orochimaru. I've kind of lost track of like where the story is. Though I'm gonna honestly give myself a break because this game is very dubious with where the story is in its own right. And now Sasuke's like, well, okay, hold on. So I guess this is like, so they had the Itachi fight. Orochimaru, I'm gonna presume, I'm pretty sure that the character they're the most liberal with is Orochimaru. He shows up in some spots where he just should not be. I think there are like filler episodes where he like kind of has like a chat with Kakashi, and they're like, yeah, it basically means he fought Naruto, yeah, and he fought Sasuke and Lee and Gaara, yeah, of course, man. But they couldn't throw in a fight with Naruto and Sasuke, that would disrupt the canon. This is presumably the fight they had on the hospital roof, I'm guessing, when they had an argument about being strong or whatever. Sasuke, I don't think he is that strong. I think he's quite weak. And his demon mode version, was his demon mode version even weaker than his base version? Was that what it was, or was it the other way around?
No, the demon mode version is really, really strong because it shoots multiple kunai. It's not even the attacks; it's just the fact that in that form, his powers like he hits you with like 4 kunai and you're just done.
Yeah. No, exactly.
I guess that's canon.
Yeah, 100%. I guess. It's good that he's stronger. I'm surprised he is. Because definitely it feels like the character balancing is like almost unintentional. Most of the characters that are bosses, like the bad guys, they do end up being stronger, but it's usually just because they have a weird kunai. And not usually like a strange super. You're usually hoping they do the super to like pad time. Okay, now this is definitely the Sasuke retrieval mission. Or at least we can hope it is. Because they do have the characters that should be there, but that does not mean a lot to me. Now this is a fun way of portraying it, where they immediately go out and are jumped by like several adults. They just get wasted. Just one hit and they're down. The vertical leapfrogs are very funny. The sideways leapfrogs animations on the Sound Ninjas are incredibly comedic as well. But there is something just hilarious about you do these. Oh, already at Kimimaro, never mind, alright, forget it. So Kimimaro is one of the most annoying bosses. He has, so these specific kunai, like, if you can picture that, so...
What?
Oh my
Why are you doing this right now?
Why is he doing it? Let's see, nice damage, Lee. He didn't even finish his primary Lotus. He said,
this is
I
very
forgot.
bad.
Oops. You also gotta like this fight, where this did not happen in this fashion. You definitely were not playing with Lee and Gaara. That is, they were fighting Kimimaro, though Naruto definitely. He showed up for like a minute and they went away. I'm pretty sure. I don't even know if Naruto did fight much. Either way, it's happening in this game. But yeah, Kimimaro, the real problem with him is those 4 like bone. Oh my god, he's going again.
I'm trying to use my super. He's actually messing. Like he's feeding them. He's feeding.
He did finish the primary Lotus that time. That was nice of him.
No, it's started.
Oh no. But yeah, so those bone kunais he throws, those 4 ones, you can basically see how impossible to parry those are. Like the timing on it, it's like 3 frames and they're out, and you have to do a physical hand movement, hoping it tracks to parry. You've basically just got to read it like a fighting game because there's just no way you're doing that in reaction. It's the biggest problem. Oh, you're trying to get the skull.
Yeah.
You got it right.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
And he's down. Yeah, that was.
This is gonna be This is gonna be PB now. It's definitely gonna be PB.
Oh,
yeah.
heck yeah! There we go.
Oh my gosh.
Would PB not also just be world record?
Well, yes, for right now.
Ooh, world record, lads. It's for the gamers at home. You guys want to get you guys want to beat that yourself?
We just gotta get through this. We still have 2 more fights to get through.
Yeah, so time. That's at the end of Curse Mark Sasuke, right?
Yes.
Yes, good. Yeah, so Mini Sasuke, being here, done that. He's going to get folded. Just hope that he's generous with his supers and his Bowser Flame Breath. Good job. I don't think he's too many that devious supers, but yeah, a lot of this stuff is just hoping they don't do a lot of time. So like, yeah, those supers take a lot.
His level 2 is the devious super, where like it doesn't. It's impossible to block because it goes left and right instantly. You cannot move that fast, so it actually doesn't make any sense. They just gave him like a ridiculous super, and because for some reason Sasuke has the best kunai attacks in the game. Oh, are you giving this to me, game? Oh no, we're just gonna counter. Okay.
Very generous. Oh my god, he's going demon mode. He's going 9 damage. Yeah, no, some of these moves are genuinely impossible to deflect, it feels like. And I think the consideration we've got to make is that maybe they did make this game for actual ninjas, but they sort of died out by the time we're playing it. And it's not as practical anymore to perform ninjutsu, so you can't pull it off.
That's my first time actually using Ninetales ever. I never build enough meter for it.
As far as I know, it wasn't in the game. Alright, let's see. This should be. I'm guessing. Oh, time is on the. It's on the menu.
It's on the menu, yeah.
Yes. Alright, yeah. So Coast Mark Sasuke, classic Sasuke kunais, but on super mode basically. Oh man, he's getting bloody. He's getting.
We're stun locking.
Yeah, this is just you gotta hold it. This might not look like amazing ninja combat. But this is what they're doing, man. This is the end of the war. I forget that guy's name. With the frogs. Not before. But he is here to help. Gamma Bunta clutcher.
What?
If Gamma Bunta can, oh my god, they're coming in. He was not happy about the stun locks. But it looks like Gamma Bunta Naruto DBK'd. They folded him after all. He couldn't make it. Sorry, Curse Mark Sasuke, you're coming home to the Leaf Village. Gonna go to the bathhouse and relax. And there should be time coming up. I guess you'll know better than me. I'll leave it to you.
GG. That's it. That's time.
Is that a world record?
What was the time stop? What was the time? Were we sub 30?
It is sub 30, yes.
Oh my god.
It's a world record, baby.
That's a world record.
That's what we're talking about.
World record.
Yo, is real life training paying off in this game right now? I don't understand what's happening. So the game.
That's it. That's.
We got trolled. We got trolled very hard though, because it gave the scrolls at the end for stunning the enemy. At the end, like 5 or 6 messages at the end, it was just like, hey, there's this item you might get to see.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, that was devious. It's RNG, man. It's just being a ninja. This is what it is. This is what it means. Play this game, you can be a ninja too. That's the message for all the fans out there. Great word.
It was awesome. It was fun running this at the event. Thank you so much, Prevent-A-Thon, for coming in and being a great commentary. Our guide through the crazy, I guess, strange storytelling of Naruto, but I don't know. This game has grown on me, and hopefully everyone out there is kind of interested in these. We've been doing a lot of plug and play games recently. Next month, we'll be doing a lot more. There's still more coming up, though, at Prevent-A-Thon, so make sure you stick around. And when the VOD's up, you know, share the VOD with your friends. Let them know, say, hey, I saw this really strange guy in this goofy game at this marathon, and, you know, I'm sure it'll get some chatter going. Yeah, I've been DBK'd, and I was just happy to show off the, oh yeah, let me show off the game. So this is the console real quick, by the way. So, as you can see, it's using a strange laser. And one extra thing is if someone wants to route some special tech, your shirt can sometimes act, actually your finger can even work as a pointer if you're really powerful. Oh, there we go, see? Oh, so there's all sorts of hidden ninja techniques out there if you really are interested in routing this. Anyway, that's been it. Thank you again for making this extra special.
Heck yeah, no, it's been a bash. Really fun time commentating. I really hope we can do this again. I love to see Naruto. And there's always a surprise that so many mechanics I forgot were in the game or never saw in the first place. It's really cute.
What's the jutsu to disappear?
I think
this is just Kage no Jutsu.
Substitution.
This is just Kage no Jutsu. This is Kage no Jutsu.
Substitution.
Take us out of here. Tech team, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh no, I used harm ninjutsu. Hurry, change the screen.
It's fine, you're good. Folks, give it up one more time for DBK-san and Waposa-san for Naruto Ninja Taikan. Thank you so much. Arigatou gozaimasu. Folks, what did you think of that? I mean, I've seen some plug-and-play games, here in the United States, but I haven't really seen many from Japan, and that was quite an experience. I loved watching that from start to end. And we were here, chat. We all were here for the world record hype. World record hype. Let's go. Who could have asked for a better run? So GG's to the both of them for that amazing run. We're gonna move into a short break here quickly, but before that, we're getting in more donations, so let's hear what you all have to say about the marathon so far. $10 from Stella, who says it's for the kids. Thank you so much for those $10, Stella. And that's right, this is exactly why we're here. We are doing this for the kids. We are running in support of Little Warriors. This is an amazing charity located in Canada. Their mission is to change the trajectory of child sexual abuse through education, advocacy, treatment, and prevention. Little Warriors has a lot of different programs that every single dollar of your donation goes towards. It goes towards directly funding Little Warriors programs to help the survivors of child sexual abuse. So we really do thank you for your generosity here, and we hope and encourage you to keep donating throughout the entire event. And to help along with that, you know, we have open incentives so that you can help out with the marathon as we go along. So I mentioned a couple of them before, and I'll say it again now. We have an open costume bid war for Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro. Again, Spider-Man 2099 is the costume in first place, but there are 4 other options, and you can change that with your donation if you if you choose a different costume as you're donating on that checkout page. We also have an ongoing milestone if we meet $3,100 cumulatively. So if you see that number in the lower left corner, we're at $24.93 Canadian. If we reach 3,100 towards the end of this day, we will unlock a bonus run of Donkey Kong Bonanza any percent. If you want to see more Donkey Kong Bonanza, that is a milestone you need to put your money towards. And don't worry about selecting anything. All your donations automatically goes towards it. So it's a 2-for-1 deal. It's a great value, and you're supporting a great cause along the way. So we look forward to that. So with that being said, we're going to take a quick break here. Get up, stretch, hydrate, grab food, sit up straight, do whatever you need to, and we'll be back real shortly with more Prevent-A-Thon. Don't go anywhere. Hello, folks. Welcome back to Prevent-A-Thon 6. How you enjoying the marathon so far? Those first 2 runs, oh, holy moly. I could keep going on all day about just those first 2 runs alone. But we've got some more amazing runs for you, don't you worry. We've got a lot more amazing speed runs where that came from. If you type !schedule in the chat, you can get a link to the rest of our schedule for the rest of today, for the last day of Prevent-A-Thon 6. Thank you so much for being with us so far. And as always, like always, we're always accepting donations. I mentioned it before, but this is a Canadian-based charity, and all of the donations that you see will be processed in Canadian dollars. If you type !rate in chat, you can get a handy blurb that tells you what the conversion rates-ish are for USD or euros, so you don't need to worry about that. And if you're in the United States, I think the US dollar gives you a little bit more, it gets you a little bit further along in your donations compared to Canadian dollars. So those living in the US, you've got even more value for your dollars here. So we encourage any and all donations from any part of the world, no matter where you are. Welcome. We're not restricted by national boundaries here. This is international effort here. This is the power of friendship, as we've learned before, right? You better believe it. So thank you so much for being with us here. We've got more great, amazing speedruns here coming up for you, such as this upcoming run of Colin McRae Rally 2.0. We'll be back real shortly with that run. So don't go anywhere, and remember, we've got more runs, we've got more amazing incentives for you to donate towards. We've got lots of cool people that you'll be hearing from. It's just an exciting place to be. So I hope you'll stick with us throughout the rest of today. So thank you so far. So with that being said, we'll leave you here for now. We'll be back real shortly with some Colin McRae Rally 2.0. All right, I just had to be quick, and now we're here. Folks, are you ready for some racing action? Because this is Colin McRae Rally 2.0 Championship Novice Bonus Cars with Viper UK. So, Viper, let's get rolling.
No problem, thank you very much. So yes, hello, you may have seen me before. I'm Viper or Viper UK or Viper Races, or just put it Viper, whichever's easiest for you. This is Colin McRae Rally 2, released in 2000. This is the PC version of the game. We're going to be running the Novice Championship with bonus cars. Apologies if I sound a bit bunged up, I do have a cold, so apologies for that in advance. I might have to take a few breathers and mute the mic for coughing and stuff. Apologies for that. But yes, this is the bonus cars category, which means we can use any car in the game, more specifically the fastest cars in the game. The Peugeot 205 T16 excuse me, is what we're going to be using for this run. So, if we're ready to go on time, I'll give you a countdown, and we're going to go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Okay, so, first things first, the game has got dynamic weather, which means that every time we do a run, the weather is completely dynamic. So you can see here we're off to a bad start because we have wet weather, and I have to basically play with this no matter what. Now, this will mean that the run will be slightly slower because of the fact that the car cannot grip. For those that are curious about the Peugeot 205 T16 and why it was very popular, why it was a popular car, it was popular due to the fact that back in the 1980s it was part of the Group B phenomenon in the WRC. was driven by Ari Batten amongst a handful of drivers, was seen as an absolute monster and a bit of a rocket ship. Now, Colin McRae Rally 2 is the second game in the Colin McRae Rally franchise. It did introduce a couple of new things, for example, dynamic weather, the first and only time in the Colin McRae Rally series that we had a dynamic weather system. This was something that wasn't introduced in any of the other games apart from this one. So this still has a win over the Colin McRae Rally games, which eventually became the Dirt series. Now, due to it being wet weather, it will mean that I will slide more on corners, I will slide more on grass, and so on and so on. So what we are hoping for, excuse me, is we are hoping that what happens is that it stops raining and that we'll be alright going forward. So we do have a multitude of cars that we can use, and the multitude of cars that we have include things like the Lancia Stratos, the Mini Cooper, the Lancia Delta Integrale, the Ford Sierra Cosworth, what else do we have? Ford Escort Mark 1, it is, and lots of few other cars too. Again, excuse me, but it's a very bad day for me to do this, I think. But yeah, we have 8 countries. Oh, excuse me. As I was saying, we have 8 countries with 4 stages each. Every second rally will have a super special stage. The super special stage will be it will have a head-to-head race, which we are going to deliberately reverse and head backwards, simply because of the fact that it allows us to get disqualified and we get a time penalty, but it's a lot quicker than actually doing the run itself, by doing the race itself. So this game introduced challenge mode. It also introduced arcade mode as well. The arcade mode, for those that are unaware, it was something new for the series. It actually didn't appear again until I think it was like Rallycross or something like that we got in the original Dirt game. Yeah, it was something else entirely. The one thing I will say as well is that this game introduced something called challenge mode, and challenge mode is not as difficult as you might think. So challenge mode was a special exception. It was basically where, so as I mentioned before, every second rally has a super special stage. So Greece, Sweden, Kenya, and lastly the UK. And a super special stage is a head-to-head race. Basically, it's a one-on-one versus another competitor. Most of the time, that'll probably be like Bakker or maybe even McRae himself. But we won't really need to know anything about that, other than the fact that we'll be using this like going backwards thing and hitting the car in the opposite direction. Okay, penalised because of the fact that we gained that much time during the run, that what we're able to do is, well, we're able to gain that much time that we can take a penalty and still win. So essentially this speeds things up a little bit. I will clarify a couple of things. First things first, you may have noticed that the skybox is flickering a lot. Now this is due to the fact that when I installed this game on Windows 7 originally, it had a problem with graphics. When I installed it on Windows 10, it had the same problem. There is a known patch for this and you can fix it. I believe it's something to do with a DLL file. So there is something else as well, is that for those that may or may not be aware, Silent Patch, or Silent, who's patched many different games, a lot of Rockstar games, but also he patched this game. He's also patched the original Toka Touring Car Championship and Toka 2 Touring Car Championship in different kind of ways. So he's obviously done like widescreen patches and so on and so on. The main thing he did with this, I think this was back in 2016? 15, 16, he made the Silent patch for this game, so big ups to Silent for all those years ago making the patch. Now, like I said, there is a case of that you can fix the screen. The reason why I choose not to fix the flickering is actually a simple reason, but it's one that seems to differ depending on the PC. So, for example, I patched the game on Windows 10 before, but then it doesn't allow me to capture the game at all in OBS, and I have no idea why. So by capturing it, by not fixing the game and allowing it to be captured easily, yeah, that's basically why. So I will actually just be kind of open about this. So Colin Rally 2 actually has a small modding scene. So there are a few mods you can mod in WRC 2002 mod. There's like a WRC Legends mod, which I believe someone in the community has created as well. You can obviously download many skins for the game. And I will be honest as well, you can mod the game files with relative ease. I wouldn't say like the easiest thing in the world to modify, but yeah, you can modify like game files. So I know that so a member of our community, Colin, who's also runs of this game as well, who's a French speedrunner, racing speedrunner. He has done runs of this, and he has modded in Samir, the co-driver of the famous Samir, you're bligging the car, and he's got like sound clips from that, and all of the co-driver's calls are all from that particular video. Because he managed to extract like certain things for certain calls and things, which is really, really funny. So you get stuff like that as well. I've done like a bit of a backward swap and swapped out. So I've swapped out Colin Rally 1 sound files for Colin Rally 2 and vice versa, and it makes such an improved difference. So we move on from Finland to Greece. Greece is the second rally out of 8. And this first stage immediately has a big trick. So what we're going to do here is, if we can, and the game plays ball with me, just about. Sometimes it's an easy way to get up there, but sometimes it's not. So we're going to use a out of bounds trick up here. So we're going to climb to the top of this hill here, and I'll turn left. And we're going to follow this grass bank here at the top, without flipping the car or anything like that. And we're going to perform a massive skip. Now, I will be honest, some of these skips are from various members of the community. Someone called Pharaoh managed to find a hell of a lot by going out of bounds. So hopefully I get this right. So I have a certain line for this, so I hope it works. It does. So we're going to go over here, and hopefully with a bit of luck. Oh my god, that was very close. Okay. Phew. Very close. So that's the out of bounds. I thought the car was going to flip over then, that's why I was like, ooh. But it's not over yet. So what I have to be careful of is that I don't flip the car, otherwise the game respawns you back on the ground again. We don't want the game to respawn us until we tell it to respawn us. So for now we're going to drive around here. And what we're going to do is just drive down this big hill. And you can see here there is a load of terrain you can drive across. We'll just drive across this terrain here. And we're going to go out of bounds here. And cross the finish line there. So you can see here that that is a massive time skip. We gain over 2 minutes of the AI. On the AI. And that's going to be enough to immediately blast through the wrong way thing that we do later on the super special stage. But yeah, car setup for this game is quite basic, to be honest. For those wondering as well, like with rally games, you have to have a specific setup for cars. But for this one, there is no such problems. You only need to modify the car a select few times, not like really technically. And obviously what we try not to do is try not to repair the car and try not to damage it as much as we can. But if the host has anything they want to say, then feel free to go right ahead.
Yeah, I want to welcome the Raiders who just showed up. Thank you so much. I hope your prior stream went well, and welcome to Prevent-A-Thon 6. we're raising funds for Little Warriors here. If you type !donate in the chat right now, you can get a link to that donation page. We have an open bid war and an open incentive for a Donkey Kong Bonanza bonus run later on this marathon, as well as a bid war for a Spider-Man costume. If you're interested in getting in on that and supporting us and Little Warriors in general, now will be a fantastic time to donate. I'd love to read off whatever you're interested in seeing. So thank you for stopping by.
No problem. So we had the, like it was saying, we had the, so you have like a gearbox change, things like that. We never really changed the tires. It is literally just the gearbox that we've changed primarily, which is really interesting because in a rally game you can easily, if you so decide, you can easily change a lot of things on the car. But the main ones to change for this game are definitely the gearbox. The tires don't make a difference. And to kind of prove what I mean by the tires don't make a difference is I've used the wet tires when it's been raining versus the dry tires, and the dry tires are faster every time. Like, it's weird physics. Like, you have to get used to the fact that the car will slide more because obviously dry tires, wet track or wet surface, you can imagine how that's gonna go. But it's kind of funny how it ends up being quicker overall just to use the dry tires on wet tracks. It's quite funny. It is to me, at least. So one of the main things I'm going to quickly mention as well. So I didn't really talk about the countries that much. So you start with Finland, which is very fast and flowing. Then you have Greece, which used to be a bit of a bore, really, but has gotten a lot better because of out of bounds and glitches that were found. Then we get to my personal favourite, which is France, which is Tarmac Heaven, I call it. Or Tour de Corse as it's known in the real WRC, because it was based on the island of Corsica. And then we go over to Sweden, our one and only visit with snow. And then we move on to Australia, which unsurprisingly, well, I say unsurprisingly, compared to what Greece used to be the rally that bored me a lot, that seems to now be Australia, because Australia doesn't have much in terms of like glitches or out of bounds. So Australia is probably going to be like the most like unbroken of the lot. It'll be like the most normal rally, we'll call it. Then we move on to Kenya, which is very fast and flowing, a bit like Finland, except the car can reach some very high top speeds. We then move over to Italy, which is known as Rally San Remo in the real life calendar, although I call it Tarmac Hell because of the amount of corners that there is. We then move to the UK, and the UK is usually what makes or breaks the run. But the UK is very busted. When I say very, I mean like stages 1 and 4 are quite busted. Stage 2 and 3 are less so. So you'll see what I mean as we go through. Stage 4 very much so, but we'll get to that. We'll get to it. You'll see some interesting lines to get out of bounds and things like that. There are some, I will just kind of mention as well, so this game did release on the PS1 as well, and it did get a portable version in the handheld GBA market. It was released on the Game Boy Advance. The PS1 version allows for most of these tricks that you can see me do to be done. However, due to the PS1's rendering distance, you'll get stuff like, for example, one of the skips that you saw me do with Grease Stage 1, we can't do that, but it has its own unique tricks that the PC version can't do. So what we do here is we wait for that checkpoint and we drive forward. That spawns us further ahead on the stage. It only saves like 2 or 3 seconds by doing that, but it's still time save. There are some extreme cuts which can be done but require very precise movement. Unfortunately, not many people have managed to get them done. I'll be honest, I've tried some of these myself and they are damn near impossible to get. Some other runners are able to do much better than me, and that's fine. I'll admit to not being the best in the world at this game, but at the same time, I think that I'm quite consistent at doing a lot of stuff overall, just not the massive tricks that are like a 1 in a million shot. So you may see me take some unique lines here as well. For this, for a lot of the stages, and cut a lot of the corners slightly here and there. But again, this is all in the interest of saving time. There is something that's coming up next, which I'll just quickly explain. So the super special stage I was on about will involve us driving backwards. Now there's 2 things that's wrong with the super special stages. Firstly, the collision detection is broken. So you could go right through a car and it not actually count as a collision. So the car collisions are a bit weird. They're a bit off, and we don't know how they work or why they're busted on PC. We've no idea. We've tried different frame rates, it still doesn't work. But the biggest bugbear of all, and this is something that carries through into the challenge mode, because it seems to be limited, and I mean limited, to super special stages only. So the delay on the controller is very odd. So I will be spamming like mad to try and go backwards to do the reverse gear now, and the game will not let me do it. So it might look like I'm actually getting my gears right here, but realistically I'm spamming the buttons like crazy to put my gears down and gears up, because I don't know when it's going to register a gear. It's very odd because the PS1 version doesn't have this problem, even on emulation. You can see here that right now we've got a car coming up, and I don't know where that car's collision detection is, so I'm going to try and get near it, and there you go. Then we found it. The game eventually found it. That's what I mean, and it also carries on into the actual menus as well. So you have to spam it like mad to get through like them little menus after the stage. So now that we're done with Greece, we're now on to France. Now, France is a different ball game altogether, because France involves tarmac. Now, I have picked a shorter gearbox. I could pick a longer one, if I so desired, but just for the sake of things, I'm going to pick a shorter gearbox. Why? If I have a car with acceleration, it means that even if I make a mistake, it allows me to still keep the car on track. Now, this doesn't mean that I won't fly off the track. I will tell you right now, France and Italy both require a fair bit of concentration, so I might end up quieting down a little bit during them. I do personally like France in this game because of the fact of, I think it was the one rally that, when I was a kid, it used to frustrate me and actually scare me. A bit like Italy, to be honest, but France became a rally that I absolutely loved. I put so many hours of practice into it that the cars now just drive like I want them to, and it's just like muscle memory. And it was weird as well, because for a period of time, and I don't like to turn me on horn or anything, but for a period of time, it was like a case of if we did a community race, if I fell behind on Finland and Greece, it's like, oh, there we go. As soon as we get to France, yeah, Viper's going to catch up. I could gain like 20 or 30 seconds on him in France alone. It was ridiculous. This day and age, we don't really do community races, but I think if we did a community race, I would not nearly be that far up the road. I'd probably be like 2 seconds, 3 seconds up the road, because the guys have caught up and got much better at the rallies. They still think I'm pretty good at it, but at the same time, it's like, you know, I'm not. I think for the good part of 4 or 5 years with competition here and there, I was the record holder, and then various members of the community came along, and it's had an interesting development for the world record, this, to be honest, because it's like, so the original record for this was, I think, like a 137 that was set back in 2015. Then we had Zola do, I think it was a 135 in 2016. At which point, towards the back end of 2016, I started learning the game on PS1, because I remember the PS1 version vividly compared to the PC version. Now here's the bit that kind of was a bit of a kick in the teeth. So I knew this game quite a lot, and I played this game quite a lot when I was a kid. I didn't memorize every stage or anything like that, but I remember the game quite a lot. And I did like 2 runs on PS1, and I was like, I think I did like a 141 or something was my first. And then I did another run, which was a 137, so I was about 2 minutes behind Zola on the PS1. And then I realized something. I took my driving from PS1 to the PC version and realized something absolutely shocking. Was that when I took my driving to PC, I noticed that I could complete stages faster in less time, because the game ran at 60 FPS instead of 25. And obviously, PC being the PC version, I had faster loading times. They weren't much faster, but they were a fair bit faster compared to emulation that I was using. And what ended up happening was I did a run, and I think it was like the one run I got a chance to do. and it ended up being a 127.43, I think it was, which at the time was like a record by about 8 minutes. So I completely destroyed Zola at the time. Then I was like, okay, I can get this down to a 126. I know I can. So I did a 126.58 eventually after a fair bit of trying. And then the competition came, and there was someone called Lucky who was the competition at the time. We had people like Zorkov and a few other runners joining. And yeah, fair to say the competition did heat up, and people got closer and closer. Certain people started finding new tricks, and eventually Lucky managed to beat me by 7 seconds. I think it was a 126.51 he did on Christmas Day in 2017. Out of all days to do it, he did it on that day. And obviously I was watching it, I was like, God damn it, I need to get much better at this. So I ended up spending the next 2 days completely grinding the game away, like looking at all the times that where I could improve and where I could easily gain time back and everything like that. And I came back 2 days later, and I think it was like my second run. I didn't have much time because I had like a family get-together, a family party. And I came back and I did a 125.05. I near enough destroyed him by nearly 2 minutes, and I was shocked. I was physically shaking at my pace at the time. He then made it his mission to beat me back, which again, competition, so he eventually did the first sub 125. He got 124.53, I think it was. Eventually I figured out that my load times were actually being a hindrance. They ended up dropping because I found out that due to, at the time I was on Windows 7, and if I played the game in Windows XP compatibility mode, for some odd reason, the game would load faster. So I did that, and ended up getting the time down and getting better and better and better. And eventually, things got to a point where the game became ever more busted. So it was like, okay, so we've wiped 5 minutes off the game over them years, because they found that the super special stage thing I was showing, they found that was a possibility, and it was like, my god, how much time does that knock off? And it turns out it saves like 5 minutes. So it saved 5 minutes on the run, so it was like, wait, is sub 120 possible? And eventually it was between me and Lucky. Lucky stopped at 120.23, I think, which was the last PB he ever got. And I kept on going. At first I was nowhere, I couldn't get with it, couldn't understand it. And then started driving like mad to try and get the sub 120. Eventually I got it. I had like, I think there was 2 or 3 attempts where they failed at the final hurdle. I was on the last race and the car went through me, and I was on pace to get a sub 120. And in the end I just went, you know what, I practiced that last stage over and over, and figured out that if I just slow down a little bit and hope that the AI gets picked up, I was like, I'll just turn the car on. So I did, and eventually I got it. I think it was a 119.58. I got the sub 120 by 2 seconds. And then the Greece stage 1 skip came in, and a load of other skips came in, and it just ended up talking about, as time went on, we ended up, the bar lowered and lowered and lowered. And eventually it got down to, I got it up to 116.22. But then Matik stepped in, who's currently the world record holder, and the skips that a lot of us would only get like once every now and again, he grinded the game like mad, and fair play to him. He did the skips that I couldn't do, which I knew could save time, but I didn't know by how much. Like, he improved his driving everywhere, so much so that I think he would topple me at France or Italy. I just couldn't catch him at all. And yeah, he absolutely beat us all. He started getting, so he got the game from the 116s to the 115s, and eventually got a 114.56, I think it was, which was correct, or 114.58 or something. And to this day, that still stands as the world record, because the run's just insane. It's bonkers to think that run is the record, and all the tricks that he managed to get, it was just crazy. So yeah, fair play to Matik, and he's still got the record now. In terms of like who's going to go after it next, I don't know if I'd ever chase this record because of the fact of, like I said, I couldn't get a lot of the skips that he could get. Yeah. But in terms of the bonus cars category, I know that I think Lucky again tried his luck at it. But it was one category that, for some reason, I mean, until, like I said, maybe Matik tries it or one of the other runners tries it, it's the one category where it's like, I can't really be caught at the moment. And currently the record for this category is a 1:13.38. My PBs were got my practice that I was doing a couple of days ago was going pretty well. It was 1:14, 1:15, so I'm expecting that 120 to be like a very high estimate should everything go wrong, which, to be honest, there's only a few things that can go wrong, and the main one is coming in Sweden. Apart from that, I would say that we don't really have much to worry about. It's just a case of my driving doing the rest of it. I think my driving does the talking for the most part, so as far as me. You got anything you want to mention, host? Feel free to go right ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it sounds like there's lots of history behind this game, so I'm just mesmerized. But yeah, in the meantime, I just wanted to bring up, again, we're raising funds for Little Warriors, and I want to talk a little bit about one of the programs that they offer. So, offered in person and online by Little Warriors, Prevent-A-Thon is a free evidence-based educational workshop developed in Canada in conjunction with researchers at the University of Alberta. Prevent-A-Thon educates and empowers adults to take action and help prevent and respond to child sexual abuse. To learn more, go to littlewarriors.ca/prevent-it or type !prevent in chat. This is just one of the many programs Little Warriors offers, and every single dollar of your donations funds all these programs that you can access for free right now if you go to their website. So this is money well spent. This is a great cause to support. If you feel like donate, !donate. We look forward to any and all donations, and I just noticed we're almost to the $2,500 mark. We're only $7 away from that. I want to see who will be the person who snipes that. Who's going to be that person who takes 2,500, takes this marathon to 2,500? I want to see it. Let's see it in chat, folks.
No problem. So I'll be completely honest. So the Colin McRae Rally series was one that obviously I grew up with. I idolised Colin McRae and everything. For those who don't know, he was a Scottish rally driver that won the World Rally Championship back in 1995. He was known for his style of how fast he would go. He'd go flat out, like really quick. And despite only winning one World Championships to his name, he became a rallying icon and a symbol. But mainly because of how he drove. It wasn't because of his video games, but his video games definitely helped his image. So Colin McRae Rally 1 released in 1998. This released 2 years later. 2 years after this, we got Colin McRae Rally 3. Then in 2003, we got Colin McRae Rally 04. And in 2004, we got Colin McRae Rally 2005. Before the last Colin McRae game, properly whilst he was still alive, was released, which was the Colin McRae Dirt game that released in 2007, approximately 2 weeks, I think it was, before his death. The game Dirt 2, Colin McRae Dirt 2, was a tribute to his memory, and then Codemasters dropped his name altogether for the third Dirt game, which was just out with titled Dirt 3. We then had Dirt Showdown, a Destruction Derby knockoff spin-off game of sorts that released in 2012. Dirt 4, we had Dirt Rally, Dirt 4, Dirt Rally 2.0, Dirt 5, and I believe that's where it all stopped. We did have the EA Sports WRC games for a couple of years. Obviously, since then, EA has since shut down Codemasters themselves, which is a bit of a shame. Yeah, the Colin McRae Rally series is fantastic. Now, I will just quickly mention that this can be a bit frustrating, but the second stage in Sweden has a unique skip called Ice Skip. Now, we could do this in certain cars. So in standard cars, this is doable, and we can do this in bonus cars. However, it's not what isn't consistent is the fact of whether or not you get it first try. So we might have a couple of takes at this to try and get the car to flip over. So if I go a bit quiet or something goes wrong, you'll know why. Hopefully we get it right first try, but basically the idea is we need to flip the car over 3 times in this section. So I'll need to see what I can do. And the first one is always the worst in my opinion. It's always this first one, so we'll see if we get it or not. I'm not expecting to, but you just don't know. You can see here that the car goes up the hill, but it won't actually... There you go. Did. There we go. So we got that first try, so move on to the second one, which should be nice and easy. Like I said, once we've got that first skip out the way, then we can obviously move on to the others, but host, it sounds like you have some information.
I sure do, because we have $9 from Reek, who says, I am bad at currency. But that's quite alright, because that has just brought us over the $2,500 mark for Prevent-A-Thon 6. Thank you so much, Reek, for the $9. And we've just gotten our $5 from Louis H. Garcia. Thank you so much for your donations. We're rolling, folks. Thank you so much so far. Keep this rolling in. Thank you for supporting such a great cause.
Well, thank you very much. I recognise Reek, Mr. BSG himself. It's always a name I recognise. Thank you, Reek. So them 3 ice skip things that you've just seen us do, they actually save, I think altogether about 40 seconds or something over doing the stage normally. Now there is a skip that you can do with the standard cars, but you can't do them with the bonus cars because none of the bonus cars fit, as far as I'm aware. But it's in stage 4, so stage 3 is just same old, but stage 4 there is a skip that we can't do in bonus cars, but the car's fast enough that we don't really need to. If we could do it in bonus cars, then that would be awesome, but there's no consistent way of doing it. We also wonder as well if there are certain stages like Grease Stage 1 where you can just drive out of bounds. We have found that on certain stages, like looking at some of the telemetry, that you're able to actually see the start and the finish are like right behind one another. It was like, wait, what if it's possible? Is it possible to literally just drive behind the start line and drive to the finish line and just get like a 10-second stage time? But we've not found anything like that yet. Nothing like that has been found. We think we've come close, but yeah, it's not happened. But so during this bit here, I'm gonna drive through the trees. And what we're going to do there is that's going to save us a little bit of time. It probably would have saved us more if I was a bit faster there, but nevertheless. So, get rid of stage 3. What was I saying? Yeah, so Colin Rally, like the series in general, in terms of the speedrunning side of things. So Colin Rally 1 is quite tame, I'd say. It's quite standard. It is literally just... If you want to start off with the Colin McRae Rally series, I would probably recommend Colin McRae Rally 1 because there's barely any like shortcuts or anything of that kind in the game. It's very basic in what it tries to do, and it is just literally about the driving. So if you want just a pure driving speedrun, that's basically in the series. That's one for you. Colin McRae Rally 2, as you can see, does have a fair bit of busted tech to it. In certain parts of it, like the stages, learning cuts and things like that. For the most part, it is about driving, but at the same time, you also have the problem where there are out of bounds and cuts that you can't do in certain cars and cuts you can do in certain cars, etc, etc. Colin McRae Rally 3, 04 and 2005 kind of ran off the same engine, I think. As a result, they all play similar. And in terms of the games themselves, Colin McRae Rally 3, you can only use the Ford Focus. Again, that is mostly about driving and a few shortcuts here and there. 04 and 2005 are a bit similar. You can use rally skips in them 3 games as well, so you can turn a game that takes an hour and a half into... Well, takes about 2 hours, 2.5 hours normally. You can take that to an hour and a half or less, depending on your driving. And for a while, that's what we were doing. We were doing runs that were about that long. So, yeah. Cinema 04 has a short category, which is the 2-wheel drive normal championship. Because there's a normal and an advanced lasts longer. and a harder AI, heavier damage model, and stuff like that. 2005 is plain and simple, just beat the championship as fast as you can, and do it in any way you see fit. So it's about driving for the most part, but yeah, nothing too much. The Dirt series, however, is a different ball game altogether. So Dirt obviously is split up into its own career mode and things like that. And the main thing about Dirt is that Dirt 1, for the longest time, I was just saying this in tech things before, but Colin McRae Dirt was actually the least broken of the lot. So we knew that in like Dirt 3 you're able to do certain things. Yeah, in Dirt 3 you were able to do certain skips. Dirt 2 was broken a couple of years ago. As a result, game time came down dramatically because we found out like certain events were much quicker now because of the fact you could do like this rallycross thing in LA, I think it was, and it allowed the game to be finished like way faster, especially when you lined up everything together and how to unlock XP the fastest, because that game was based on an XP system. Dirt, however, the original Dirt, was not really busted. It was busted a couple of years ago, but wasn't really like blown wide open. I do want to give credit to the guys for this. So I think it's like T-Fighter, Kazan, and Koital, I think it is, who found this incredible speed tech. But basically, what they have managed to do is, originally the first Dirt game was, it was released, like I said, in 2007. And for the most part, it was fine. It was okay. I think it was pretty average, but it wasn't horrendous. I absolutely loved Dirt 2 myself. And when I first started running the game all those years ago, the game was clocked in about 3.5 hours. There was a few like shortcuts and glitches that we could do to make the game a bit faster. But that only dropped the game down to about 3 hours 15 minutes. But then there was certain more game-breaking glitches, like, oh, okay, so you can cut this stage here by driving this route, it'll spawn you over here. If you do this, it'll do this, etc. However, in the last, I'd say month, or at least couple of weeks, unbeknownst to me at least, the community, it might have been even longer than that. For all I know, it's been at least the last couple of weeks. The community has been cooking up a storm. And when I say cooking up a storm, I mean they found lap glitchings, these super special stage glitches that make them even faster, and as a result, a game that once took 3.5 hours is now looking to be on track to set less than 2. The world record stands at nearly sub 2 hours, and I literally mean it's on the brink, so a really good run could push it under 2 hours, which is crazy. For a game that came out that long ago, and nobody really tried certain things and certain pathways, yeah, fair to say that that game has been blown wide open, and I really hope to see it like get into events over the next couple of months or even year. I'd absolutely love to see someone show how busted and broken that game is. So in terms of like games that I think are the most busted in the Colin McRae Rally game series / Dirt franchise, for me, I'd still say Colin McRae Rally 2 is the most busted, then Dirt, and then Dirt 2. The reason why I don't say any of the other games is, whilst Colin McRae Rally 1 has an out of bounds that you can do on one stage, it's not busted in the sense of how the other games are. For example, it's one stage in the entirety of Colin McRae Rally 1 is broken. Now, that might be because we haven't done enough research, but for now, that's what's happened. And it saves a lot of time if you get it right. In Dirt 2, like I said, we had the lap glitching. Okay, that was a big one, but then Dirt 1 came along and was like, yeah, you know, that game took 3.5 hours, it's now going to take less than 2. And it's just gotten, like, the time has been coming down over like the last couple of weeks, and to see the community tear the game apart, I'll be honest, it's quite satisfying, because I don't think I could do a run of that for 3.5 hours. But it's really great to see it get broken like it has done, so, yeah. But, in terms of runs that I picked up, CMR2 was definitely one of the first, I think. Like, originally, so when I first came into speedrunning back in 2014, because a friend of mine at the time told me to do it, Because it was like, well, I like The Simpsons Sit and Run. It's like, dude, you should try it. There's a speedrun for that and so on. So then my first ever speedrun game was The Simpsons Sit and Run. I enjoyed that for a couple of weeks and got used to practicing it, but then college life got in the way, college got in the way. About 2 years later, end of 2016, I came back to it again. This time, though, was determined to give it a try properly. So in 2016, late 2016, I did Colin McRae Rally 2 first, and then Colin McRae Rally 1. And at the time, Colin McRae Rally 1 did not have a leaderboard of sorts. And it was very interesting, to be honest. The fact that that didn't have a leaderboard on SRC at the time. There was a fair few games I was interested in. There was Driver 1, Driver 2, Colin McRae Rally 1 and 2. I didn't bother trying some of the Colin McRae Rally games and things like that. It's been an interesting, like, you know, over like the last, I'd say 8 or 9 years, has been a very interesting journey. I took on some of the Need for Speed games, albeit not as extreme as I have for other games, but yeah, it's been a journey. I've done a lot of speedruns of racing games. The only series I haven't really tackled, to be honest, fully, I've only done a select few games from it, is, well, Need for Speed, obviously, but Gran Turismo was one of them. I do have plans to try and tackle some of the Gran Turismo games, but surprisingly or unsurprisingly, it's been an interesting experience when I have tried to just play them games and try to beat them faster casually, because I found that a lot of it is a bit difficult for me, so that's why I haven't done them. Same with Need for Speed as well, but I have a few that I want to play through casually, so yeah. There are a few other games to kind of include on that list as well, so I did speedruns for other games as well that weren't just related to driving, so I've done runs of like Treasure Planet, Monsters Inc., Pirates of the Caribbean, what else? Die Hard Trilogy, House of the Dead. I think the only one I haven't done in terms of rail shooters is probably Time Crisis and maybe Virtua Cop or something like that. I mean, I've done runs of all sorts of games, to be honest. Obviously, for me, I start around the PS1 age and then work my way forward. I don't really do much other stuff. I've done a few Flash games here and there, but in terms of what I stick to, it is racing games. It's just a case of, over the last couple of years, my mindset has broadened, and I've done, you know, a fair few different racing games and things like that. In terms of like the game I've showed off the most, I think any event, I think it would have to be this one, to be honest, because I've not counted how many times I've shown off Colin McRae Rally 2. I imagine it's at least 20. Maybe more. I don't know. It could be way less. I don't know. But in terms of how many events I've submitted this to, it's probably gone 50, at least. In terms of how many runs I've done, it's at least 20 odd, if not more. This is before, like, you know, before Wenger started doing things. I mean, when SRC used to have events on there, people used to have events on SRC. Before they used like Oengus and stuff like that, so yeah, it's very much a journey. It has been for me. With this game, it has very much been a journey. In a couple of years ago, it was definitely a journey. We do have a Colin McRae Rally Discord as well. If you wish to get involved in any of the games or want to start to learn them. There are, if you are interested in handheld games, this is something I haven't really mentioned. But in 2013, there was a iOS game called Colin McRae Rally. It was supposed to be a remake. Everyone thought it was supposed to be a remake of the first game. What it ended up being is a watered-down, rubbish version of this game. And as a result, there are 4 cars in it, which are available to drive. There is a Mitsubishi Lancer, Subaru Impreza, Ford Focus, and the Lancia Stratos as well, with the Stratos being the fastest car in the game. The game is very mediocre. I'd probably say it's terrible, to be honest, and wouldn't recommend it. It was on Steam for 69p, I think, to pick up. And to be honest, I think like a lot of us bought it because it was that cheap. That's why we ended up buying it on Steam, to be honest. The game series, like the Colin McRae Rally, is not perfect. It has had some flop games like Dirt 5, Dirt Showdown. Like I said, the aforementioned Colin McRae Rally iOS version in 2013, which got ported to Steam in 2014. Whoever thought that was a good idea is a bit of an idiot. But anyhow, I digress. So in terms of, like I said, the game series and things like that, there are handhelds excluding the iOS one. So the original Colin McRae Rally was released on Game Boy Color, so you can get a Game Boy Color version. There are speedruns of that last anywhere from 15 minutes up to an hour. Yeah, if you do decide to run Colin McRae Rally 2 for Game Boy Advance, it is the only platform that got released on handheld-wise. But honestly, for a Game Boy Advance game, it's pretty decent. I wouldn't say it's the best on the platform, but it's a pretty decent game. I do believe that is broken in a lot of different ways. Just no one's put a run together as of yet showing off how broken it is. But yeah, that's all good fun. And then in terms of the...
sorry.
No, it's okay. In terms of like the other games though, Colin McRae Rally 3 never got a sequel. Well, I'll say a sequel. It never got a a handheld version. But 04 and 2005 both got released on Java. So there are Java versions of the game. Same with Dirt 1 as well. The Colin McRae Dirt, the first one, got a Java version. You're not hearing that. You're not hearing things. That's right. It got a Java version. And lastly, in terms of handhelds, Colin McRae Dirt 2, I think it was the last one up for a while. I think it still is the last one, but Colin McRae Dirt 2 got a Wii and PSP version that was completely different to what we actually got with the main console versions. So it was something else entirely, but yeah, that's a fun bit of knowledge and trivia for you. And yeah, we're on to Kenya with the long gearbox, so there's going to be a lot of downtime in this rally, I'm not going to lie to you. So if our host wants to talk about anything or say anything, now is a perfectly good time to do so.
Yeah, glad to. I appreciate all the shout-outs you made to the community behind Colin McRae Rally and all of that. And chat's also piping in with their call-outs too. So we have $7 from Tabby who says, I want to give a quick shout-out to all the volunteers, hosts, restreamers, donations, producers, games committee, comms, runners, and everyone who made this event, who made it what it is. I am glad I could help to make Pat 6 great. Best of 3. Thank you so much, Tabby. One of our dedicated volunteers. Thanks, Tabby, for your message. And yeah, we've got a whole community behind this. So shout out to everyone. Shout out to you. Shout out to the volunteers. Shout out to everyone in this marathon. It's a great time. We also have $9 from Dag, who says, doing my part to get us towards adding Donkey Kong Bonanza to the marathon. Yeah, and thank you so much for those $9, Dag. And that's right, every single dollar brings us ever closer to that Donkey Kong Bonanza any % bonus run. If you want to see that, we have to meet 3,100 by that time that rolls around later in this marathon today. So please keep them rolling in. Thank you so much so far.
Oh, thank you very much. We've got more time if you want to fill any more. Go for it. You got like I said, you got about 5 or 6 minutes. Kenya's really not that interested. It's just like a lot of straights. There's a few cuts here and there, but it's
oh wow,
it's pretty. I wouldn't say. I think Australia's more bland than Kenya in this game, but yeah, it's more about straights. I mean, to kind of prove a point, and I'll be completely honest. This game doesn't have downtime like anywhere because of how fast the game loads. But on the second stage, I can do the whole thing one-handed. So it's like, I mean, I'd have to try and do it without, you know, without touching me gear stick. So if I get it up to 6th gear, right? Okay, let's try this.
Hey, that can be a fun bonus thing.
There you go.
You can play the game one-handed and.
Oh, so I'm now playing one-handed. There you go. Although this level is a bit more tricky than it looks. It's like, it might be straight. I mean, it's bumpy, obviously. but it's like knowing what's coming over the hill. So for example, like here, for example, I can let the car go a little bit, and then, again, I'm still doing it all one-handed. I mean, this isn't me showing off. I think I did an entire run, not with this car though, I did like the entire standard cars run, using one hand, and that was interesting. So, to make it a bit easier on myself, like this is using manual gears, this isn't using automatic. But I think it was a couple of years ago, I ended up, I'll put my hand back on the steering wheel now to give myself some comfort. At the time, I was like, I wonder if, because I knew I could do like this stage most of one hand. I was like, right, okay, so if I tell the game to do automatic gears, then that sorts out the gearbox. I won't have to worry about it. I was like, what about if I tell the game to do automatic gears? That solves that problem. But I drive the rest one-handed. So basically, what I actually did was to drive one-handed. I mean, it was very painful driving one-handed, I won't lie. But to make things a bit easier, what I did to keep things about as interesting as I could is I tried to keep my arm behind my back, and then when it did come from behind my back, I had it either on the desk or visible away from the controller. And what I could do, the only time I could actually do anything for the other hand was to do that and swap. So that it was always one hand, it was never... So it didn't have to be my right hand that was on it, it could be my left hand. But it was whichever, just as long as it was one hand that was on the controller, it was pretty nuts. I've also beat the game on... So, this game's not very good on a steering wheel, but I managed to make it work on a steering wheel. We also have a... Do you know what? That actually brings me on to a great segue. So, this game does have category extensions. So, you may have... Like I said, as I explained at the start, so there are... You have your Novice Championship, your Intermediate, and your Expert Championship, all of which can be completed with standard or bonus cars. They are split up depending on which one you want to do. Then you have Challenge Mode and Arcade Mode, and Arcade Mode has a load of different classes and groups and everything like that. And you can pick whichever one you wish to do the... whichever one you wish to do the, you know, the group. You can do individual groups, so you can do the entire thing. So you can pick which ones you want to do. But on the category extensions, the category extensions include some of the cheats. So there are certain cheats in the game that allow you... So this game has old-fashioned cheat codes where you can type stuff in. You don't actually put the... You don't button press, it's just... You type a name in as your driver name and it activates a cheat code, which you can then turn on and off in the cheats menu. So two of the miscellaneous categories, actually the three miscellaneous categories we have on the category extensions, one of them is no major cuts or no major respawns. So if it involves flipping the car over to skip ahead, if it involves driving out of bounds and respawning at the end of the level, if it involves driving outside the track limits at all, apart from doing cuts like just cutting across a bit of grass here and there, it's not allowed, basically. So like minor bits where you just cut across some grass like I did at the very start in Finland, that would be allowed. But what I did in Greece or Sweden already, where I have deliberately cut across the, you know, I've cut across by driving out of bounds or flipping the car to get ahead, that's not allowed. So you have to do the game more legit. So it's essentially like, if you were to run the game for the first time, that would be the category for you. It would make it, you know, so much easier. It's like you drive the car as it is, and that's that. Now, if you want a challenge, there are two other categories in the category extensions. Now, we've only done this for the Novice Championship so far, but it's something. So the first one is Mirrored Mode. And mirror mode, as you might suspect, is where everything's flipped over. So instead of me taking the right turn right now, it would be a left turn. And so on. The entire game looks completely different. So all the cuts that you know in the regular game are now flipped. And knowing where to cut corners and everything becomes so much more difficult. It became quite a fun run for me to do, but I rarely do them, to be honest. It does make the game look different though. I'll be honest, it feels like a brand new game when it's in mirrored mode. Even though it's the same game, you do things the same way, it does make it seem like it's the same game. Seem like a different game. And last but not least, the other category that we do have is cockpit only mode. Now, cockpit only mode was one that I ended up talking about with somebody, and I didn't come up with it, they did, and they were basically saying, so you know, they said, oh, that's something, yeah. So it's like, you know, you've got the cockpit mode. I was like, yeah. The cockpit view in the game. I said, yeah. He went, what about if you did a full run with it? And I went, that seems a bit crazy. I don't think I'd ever do that. And then about 3 weeks later, I think I did it. And I was like, this makes the game so much more difficult because I'm always used to driving the car like this, where the camera is behind. If you can imagine for a second that you drive the entire running cockpit view, it probably looks something like this. So, this is cockpit view. And, yeah, driving this car at this amount of speed is honestly terrifying. So I'm going to stop that now. But, yeah, you see what I mean. It becomes a lot more interesting when you're driving in cockpit view. Not only that, but imagine trying to do all these skips in cockpit view, where you have to remember where to go, what lines to take, what cuts to do. It's, yeah, very interesting one. So I will just bring up Italy. So I mentioned before that Italy was tarmac hell. And that's no joke. You can see by the amount of corners that there are that this is very technical. Now, luckily we got... Now, this is only for now, but we got quite lucky with the weather. So the weather at the moment is dry. If it rains, it gets even worse. And for me, if you get a wet Italy at any point, it's awful. Because... like, wet gravel isn't too bad, it's manageable, but wet tarmac is the worst. Now, one of the bugs that I actually get on my game, because I get the flashing screens and everything, the flashing skybox, is you may see that the entire screen at the start will go grey. If that's the case, that means that dynamic weather is enabled, and it means that it will start dry and end wet. So we might see it on this second stage, possibly. Or not, I'm not sure. Nope, still dry. We're not too bad. But you can see here that the clouds are getting darker, so we might end up having rain on stages 3 and 4. Now there is a skip that I would like to show here. Basically, at the start of this stage, now you can only do it when this is dry, but at the start of this stage, especially with this guy, you can easily do it. You can go backwards up the hill and drive behind the finish line. And the game will try and respawn you. We've tried to find a way to stop the game from respawn you, but if you get your line just right, then you can actually drive behind the start-finish line and drive down a grass bank. And you'll respawn, you'll start for about where we are here. Now if you do this fast enough, it saves about 15 to 20 seconds off the stage, which is kind of crazy really for Italy. There's not too many that I can really mention in terms of skips. This is literally just about concentration and driving flat out and not hitting walls too often. Now there are a few different collision detections in this, which is an interesting one, but we'll hopefully not see it. But you can see here that we're driving through Italy. It has like a bus stop and everything. Now I can just mention as well, this game also, apart from the fact that, so in the original Colin McRae Rally 1, you can actually do 2-player, so you can do split screen with each other. But you can only do it on like an individual, I think, stage or even a rally. I can't remember exactly. You can do it on a rally, but definitely do it on a stage time anyway. But on PC, you could play over network. You know, back in them days when you could play network with a LAN and all the rest of it. Which I think is really, really cool. We've never tried it online. I would absolutely love to try it online. However, this game can actually be played online using like LAN network applications. I don't know what I could give you. I forget what it was called. Log Me In Hamachi, I think it was called. was, I think, the one that we used at the time. And yeah, it was a pretty good. It was pretty good. I quite enjoyed it, to be honest, for what it was. Yeah, we tried the just like I said, just a regular playing the game and everything, just doing online racing. So this game has like a dedicated network mode as well, so you can do network stuff and everything. It doesn't look like it's gonna rain, but it could do. It's just threatening rain, it just won't do it. Italy's really being like that with me today, isn't it? It's like, I might rain, I might not. It just looks like it's gonna rain. But yeah, what I was trying to say was the fact that this game has a co-op championship, so you can actually, you and a friend can tackle the championship as fast as you want. And me and a few other runners, so I did it with a friend of mine called Ben. I then tried it with Matik, who's obviously the world record holder, and most recently, me and Colin, the French runner, also did a run at NSG a couple of months ago. Shout out to NSG, by the way, in Norway. And yeah, we did, like, it was an offline run, but we recorded it. So there was no mic audio or anything like that from us, but we did have like game audio, and yeah, obviously we were playing the game, and we managed to get the time from, I think it was like a 1:25 or something, which sounds slow compared to like what a solo one is. But the one thing you have to remember about a co-op championship, there's two things to keep in mind. Firstly, you have to wait until the other player crosses the line. So if that player loses a minute because they missed an out of bounds and you didn't, then you have to wait for that minute. If you're playing a super special stage, one of you has to stay still whilst the other one does the stage. So you actually lose time based on that as well, compared to the normal run, which is where you just get yourself disqualified and that's the end of it. There's no cheap way out of it to make it faster. It just doesn't exist. So that's the reason why. However, there is a mega plus side for the co-op championship we found out pretty quickly. So in the co-op championship, because it has to load two cars on screen at the same time and landscape on the at the same time, it has to render two of the same. As a result, it cuts back on how much it renders. So for example, trees that might normally get in your way might be a major pain in the backside are no longer there. No, they're not invisible, they just don't exist. So we found some interesting lines through stages and can actually make stages faster by doing them in co-op. However, with us being like we are, if we did this if everyone did their stage times via that method and not via the normal method, which is doing the stage normally, one player, then obviously the leaderboards will be a bit busted. So yeah, we don't really want to do that, but it's a fun little fact for you to know. So Italy's been dry. That means that I'm fairly certain that means that the UK is going to be wet. I'm not looking forward to it if it is, but still, I'm quite happy about the fact that Italy is dry completely. The one thing I will just quickly mention, if you get a wet Italy and a wet UK, it is honestly not that bad. You can make your way around it. Wet Italy is worse than wet UK. If it's wet in the UK, it can slow you down. But here's the thing. So I personally, this is what I would recommend. So I've started telling a lot of runners, I have done for a couple of years now, that in my opinion, that we use the shortened gearbox for Italy, but no one seems to use it for the UK. However, I started doing it because of one simple reason. When it's wet, you can never reach top speed, and the one thing you need in wet conditions is acceleration due to the corners. So, it's, yeah, it makes you wonder. It does just make you wonder. So I told people, I was like, yeah, you could do with, if you can, use a shortened gearbox, it's way better.
I've got a quick update on some bid wars, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Yeah, on the Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro bid war, we still have Spider-Man 2099 costume in first place at $22 Canadian. But Classic Spider-Man is in second place at 10, and Symbiote Spider-Man in a close third at 9. Alex Ross and Prodigy still need some love there, so if you have any opinions on which costume to wear during our next run of Spider-Man 2, which is coming up right after this, now is the time to donate. We do have to close that bid war when the run starts, so now is the perfect time to make your voice heard as to which costume we should wear during that run. So let's see those donations.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, like I was saying, so the co-op championship is something else, and I think Cazon's even mentioned about getting it as a category extension leaderboard thing and everything. And I'm like, as much as I like the idea, it's like, does it warrant it enough? I don't know. Also, of course it's dry. Of course it's dry. This is what I was talking about, or what I was trying to say. So the reason why I was telling people to use a shortened gearbox is that if it's dry, you lose time. If it's wet, you don't lose much. It allows you to keep your speed and your acceleration. So I'm obviously going to lose some time here because the UK has decided to be nice to me. Surprise, surprise, it's never usually this nice. Although we did get wet Finland, so I suppose that kind of makes up for the lack of rain. If it rains after this first stage, don't be surprised about anything, because the UK, we did actually realise something. So I looked into the game's code using Cheat Engine, and what we found out was that we can actually change. The game has a 2-tier weather system, but it has multiple values at multiple points in the game's code. So one of the things we found out was that these two certain digits that were constantly randomized. We found out that these were the weather points, and that if we changed them both to a 0, that means that the weather would be clear, it would be dry. If we changed them both to a 1, they'd be cloudy. If it was 2, they'd be changed to light rain. 3 would be heavy rain. 4 would end up being something like snow. 5 would be, I think it's, no, 4 would be storm, I think. 5 would be snow. 6 would be I think like heavy snow, and 6 would be, I don't know what it was. 5 would be snow, 6 would be like a blizzard, I think, a light blizzard, and then 7 would be like a snowstorm or something. But yeah, we ended up finding that out, and there was nothing for like 8 or 9, but it was interesting. I will be honest as well, there is one really funny thing about everything. Is that, there we go, there's the weather glitch thing I was telling you about. That allows me to know what weather's coming. So it is going to start raining in the UK. Way! As if I couldn't suggest that that was going to happen. But we did realise that one thing's for certain. In terms of the actual weather system, the UK has an 80% chance of raining. So getting a 20% chance of dry UK is, yeah, it's fairly not going to happen. It's 80% chance of rain in the UK, and that percentage gets higher the more you try and aim for a dry UK. I think the chances of doing like a fully dry UK is something like 5% maybe. It still exists and you can still get it, but it just seems like there's no way to get it consistently. So, yeah, the more you know. Yeah, we tampered with like the weather system and everything. There is actually a known way to mess with the weather without actually doing anything. If we have time at the end of the run, I can quickly show it off, but it is something that you can just do without even needing to cheat or manipulate code or anything. It's something that's been known about for quite a number of years, but it's quite funny that you can do it. Yeah, I just have to remind myself at the end of the run, to be honest. So stage 2 is actually not a bad stage to get rain on. However, stage 3 is a bad stage to have rain on. So the thing is, the weather doesn't just disappear. If it's wet, it will stay wet, and that'll kind of be the end of it, really. But yeah, so stage 3 is going to be a bit of an interesting one, because wet weather on this is not fantastic. It's not very good. I personally don't like it. I wish there was a way we could break this stage, to be honest. I would happily take it. because it means that even if it's wet, it's like, oh, okay, this is no big deal. There are like cuts you can do in the trees, which you'll see me do here, but obviously they only save like a second or two. I mean, it all adds up, but it's still just one of them things, really. So I'm going to quickly just cut through here. But yeah, stage 4 is the one we really want to keep an eye out for. So you can see here that I haven't got the highest top speed. I'm not able to reach the top speed, but I'm able to get the car to ping off the limiter. Like I said, I'm aiming in the wet. So for those that aren't aware or are unaware of what's going on here, the reason why I use the shortened gearbox. So the way I look at it is this. If you don't have much grip, then it means that you aren't going to reach your top speed very often. So as a result, going for acceleration is the best thing you can do, given the fact that the car's going to be constantly wheel spinning. You might wheel spin a lot, but at least you've got the acceleration to get you out of corners, and it makes things much faster and easier. You will lose time compared to a dry UK, but in the wet UK, we're trying to minimise the time you lose to a dry one, if that makes sense. So by doing this with the gearbox, it means that I'm able to reduce the amount of time lost. And this was only something that I was thinking about. Like, I think it was about a year or so ago. I was like, why don't we just use a shorter gearbox? And everyone's like, no, don't use a shorter gearbox in the UK, it's worse. And I'm like, yeah, but at the same time, if it rains, at least you're prepared. Whereas if it's a dry UK, you're kind of screwed. And he's like one of the runners said, well, yeah, but what if it's a dry UK? And you said how will you know if it's a dry UK? And I said, well, that's the thing. We never check the weather forecast. So you're going in whether you want to gamble or not. And I said, I'm not really a gambling person. I'd rather go for consistency over gambling. So whilst this might not be the fastest way of doing it, personally, I would rather it be, I'd rather go for a more consistent way. Also, it does seem as though that wet weather is already gone, which is quite nice. That's pretty good. It's already dried up. So, UK Stage 4. UK Stage 4, and it's dry, has a very unique trick up its sleeve, and you'll see why. So this stage normally takes about 2 or so minutes. If you're someone who's just playing the game for the first time, this will take you about 2.5 to 3 minutes, I'd say. In the fastest car, it should take you less, but we're speedrunners, so we can do what we want. So, first thing we do is skip through this barrier, because the car fits through there. We're then going to go down here. I'm going to clip through here. There's 2 ways of getting through here, but this is honestly just the more safe strat. So, barriers, who needs them? So you just get through there. Then we're going to drive down to the river down here. And we're going to drive in the river, but close to the respawn line here. And you can see here that the game's not respawning us, it's telling us wrong way. We'll climb up on this hill bank here. And we're going to go right over here. And then we're just going to drive out of bounds, and there's the finish line. And that's the stage done. So, there you go. That's how you do a stage in 56 seconds. That usually takes 2 minutes. And for the finale, we obviously have the glitch where we need to get in front of, we need to stop McRae. So time is going to be coming up once we see the camera change for McRae. So get ready on time. And if I can get this good enough, I don't know if I can, but I'll try my best. If I can get it good enough. Fine. That was, I got a 1:14.01, I believe, by my standards. So, yeah, it's pretty good. So you can see here, just like to show what I mean. So, the guy that had the fastest time was a 1:57. Because we got timed out, we got a 3:26.26. So, it was at 26:26 when we finished the stage, quote unquote finished. But the 3-minute bit is the time penalty we suffered from being disqualified. But you can see that because of the amount of time we got ahead of the AI, that we was able to win with ease. Obviously, we won the championship as well. And for the pièce de résistance, I would like to show you this. Now, because you're playing in manual gears, this only happens if you play in manual gears, because what is supposed to happen is if you're playing automatic gears, the car drives on its own, you get a cutscene and everything like that. However, with manual gears, the game doesn't know what the change up button is for the gear stick, and as a result, that happens. So the car reverses instead because it has no idea of going forwards, and then when it does respawn, it goes forwards, it stops like 1.5 miles away from the house where the fireworks are going off. So I think there was something else I wanted to show, which is... I wanted to show off. Oh, yes, the weather trick. Have we got time to show this off?
Give me one moment. Do you know how long they'll take?
Like, maybe 30 seconds to a minute, not much time.
That's perfectly fine, go for it.
Okay, so... the way the weather system works is you can carry it over between stages so you can change the weather over. So here's how it works. So you select a stage, like so. Now, we need a stage that has the 4th option. So you can see here in Greece, it only has 3 options. However, in Sweden, it has 4. Now, if I go to some like, so you can see here, there's rain in Australia, there's rain in Kenya, there's a storm in Italy, and there's a storm in the UK. If I highlight storm, come out of that, and go straight into the... You can see here, it is selected an unknown weather. And if I go into this happens. We can transfer the weather from the UK into Greece, and you can have this unique effect where the game is going to flash a little bit now, but that's simply because of the fact that, like that, but this is simply because of the fact that now the game it's picked up. It's really funny, actually. So it essentially picks the game's weather pattern up from the UK and transfers it over to Greece. And it doesn't just work for Greece, like it works for Greece, but it doesn't just work for storm either. You can see here that like France, it has rain. We can transfer rain over, but Sweden has light blizzard. So this is the very popular one. So you can actually make this happen. You can make it snow in Greece, and the funny thing is, I did a run, because of the fact of, granted, you can do this like legit out of the way. You can do this without actually needing to do anything. The funny thing is, the car will drive normally. It'll drive as if nothing's wrong. However, here's the fun part. If I restart the stage, the weather effect stands. If I go to the service area, it apparently says that it's snowing. Now, I can put the snow tyres on, and here you go. Now, it doesn't change much other than the fact that the car is going to be slippery and can slip around and everything. You can see here that one of the main things to kind of point out here is that the car's tyres are sparking. For those that aren't that are wondering what the hell's going on, basically, the tyres are spikes. They're spike tyres. They're studs. And they've got metal studs that come out of the tyres to help in snowy conditions. So you can imagine why they're like sparking, because they're hitting all the gravel on the stage. It's a very cool idea, and one of the things that we wanted to hope to try and do at some point is the main flaw of this game, like the main highlight of this game is the fact it has dynamic weather. If we was able to change the weather system consistently, like have a weather effect, like weather manipulator, so it changes every stage to just dry, that would make like speedrunning way more consistent for like if we want to do dry runs of everything. But not only that, we could also have the implementation of rain everywhere, snow everywhere. Like doing France with snow is ridiculous. So you can't do it like the normal way, like so you have to use some like cheat engine to do it. But if you ever get a chance to play with this game and play about with it, just in general, I would highly recommend it. Like I said, the game came out in 2000. It is quite easy to get hold of via like, you know, my abandonware and stuff like that. But it's technically classed as abandonware these days. Yeah, you can get a silent patch for the game. If you own the game on DVD or disc or whatever it is, then obviously you can play it on that. If you do choose to play the PS1 version, you can emulate it. You can play it on console. I will just say for the record that we have allowed better load times for emulator stuff. So if you wanted to play it at a better frame rate and stuff like that, would probably recommend the North American version. But for me, I always recommend the PAL version because that's got Colin McRae's actual co-driver, Nikki Grist, who I've met in the game, rather than the American co-driver, who I don't know who it is, but there you go. Anyway, so I'm going to stop ranting. I'm just going to quickly close off some final things, which are that you can catch me over on Twitch at Viper Races. I do have a community Discord, which is over on my channel. I want to mention as well, big shout out to my community for being awesome and sticking by me no matter what. And obviously my partner in crime, Linky, or Broken Hyperlink, for being there for me and being an amazing person. She's been there for me for quite a bit now, the last nearly 2 years. So yeah, mate, just want to shout out, big mention to her. And obviously to Colin McRae Rally community as well, who, like I said, are finding new ways to break the games. And yeah, hopefully we'll see some more busted games in the future. But apart from that, I'll hand it back over to our host. So yeah, thank you very much. It's hopefully that. Our host might have gone. Oh no. Might have missed him. I might have missed him. I don't know. Did I miss them? Anyway, the game's playing up in the background, so I'll leave it to do its thing, so yeah. Should be fine.
Oh, good grief.
Yes.
Hello
there
there.
you go.
Okay, sorry about that. I don't know, my computer decided to spaz out at this moment, and I sound a little bit different, but thank you again. Folks, get it up one more time for our Viper in Colin McRae Rally 2.0. Thank you so much. Alright, so we will be back with more Prevent-A-Thon shortly, but in the meantime, let me give you a few updates on where we are. We've got Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro coming up right after this, so stay tuned for that. And if you're looking forward to the rest of the marathon, you can type !schedule in chat to see the rest of the schedule, which I encourage you to do that because it is a loaded, stacked schedule, and I assure you, you do not want to miss any of the runs on here. It is absolutely fantastic. So, before we move into a quick break here, we're getting some heat on that bid war, that Spider-Man 2 bid war right now. So, this is your last chance to get in any last-minute donations or snipes for any costumes of your choice. We've been having some activity over the past few minutes now, but I encourage you to check out the donations page if you want to see how that's going, because we might have a new contender for first place here. Send in your donations for which costume you'd like to see, and maybe tell me about it, because I haven't seen these costumes before, so I have no idea what they look like. But if you do, feel free to describe in your donation why you're choosing which costume you're choosing, and then feel free to inform me about it. Or rather, not me, but our upcoming host, Asuka, because I, unfortunately, have to step away from the mic for now. This will be the end of my time behind the microphone here at Prevent-A-Thon 6. But thank you for joining me and everyone else here thus far. Asuka will be your lovely host taking over from me after the break here, so stay tuned for that. And even though I unfortunately have to step away, if you also have to step away, that's perfectly fine. Take breaks, do whatever you need to. But this doesn't have to be the end of Prevent-A-Thon for you either. If you want to keep chatting with all of us here, you can come join our Discord. Come join our supportive community and find out what we are preparing for in terms of future events by joining our Discord. You can type !Discord and chat to get an invitation link right now. So, if you have to step away like I do, this does not have to be the end of PET for you. You can join our Discord and get access to everyone who's been helping out and running and volunteering so far, and be the first to know about our upcoming events. So keep that in mind. With that being said, my name is Karitas, or you can call me Curry for short, and this is Prevent-A-Thon 6. So as we move into our break, we'll be back with more speedruns shortly. Take care, everyone.
Hello, friends! I'm Oscar424, and you are watching Prevent-A-Thon 6 in benefit of Little Warriors. I hope you're having an absolutely amazing weekend. I almost said Wednesday because they start with W and words are hard for me. I'm so happy to be here for the next run. I just want to give a quick reminder of that Donkey Kong Bonanza bonus game we have to make. Let's see here, about... numbers are hard, 447 Canadian dollars, which, for those of you that are donating in US dollars, that's only $318.24 away from unlocking that bonus game, and it is bananas, so you should absolutely be donating for that. That is a cumulative milestone overall, and then again, you support Little Warriors by donating simply by going to preventathon.com/donate in your internet browser, or all the best friends in chat, _donate right now in chat, and they'll give you the direct link because efficiency is key. Also, want to give everybody, now come here, get close to the screen right now because this is kind of a secret here. We have a new incentive that just unlocked, friends, and it is for our Donkey Kong Country Returns HD game. And let me tell you, for a total donation of 175 Canadian dollars, which I've done the math, friends, that is $124.59 in US currency, we can unlock the secret final bonus level. You heard it, that is more marathon, and it's super secret, so normally I'd say shh, but let everybody know because we really want to see this incentive. It is the hardest bonus world of the entire game. And, you know, what's going to be absolutely amazing is our runner, Leah, I'm just going to do it in under a minute because Amazing Gamer is going to do Amazing Gamer things. But again, $175 will unlock that incentive, and that'll keep us moving closer and closer to Donkey Kong Bonanza. That all said, it is time to get me more pictures of Spider-Man, because we are going to be heading on into Spider-Man 2, Enter Electro, no skips from the G Groove. So we'll be taking it away shortly. Okay, I found my camera. It is time. Again, we are going to be heading on to Spider-Man to Enter Electro. No skips with the G Groove. So hello, friend. How are you?
Howdy everybody, it is I, the G-Groove, here to present to you Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro, as our lovely host has said, and I am joined by the man, the myth, the legend, Willie Fetty on commentary. Hi Fetty.
Hey say gang, that's me.
Nice.
Alrighty. So before we start off our run, dear host, what costume won the bid war? Because all you lovely viewers, when you were donating to charity, were choosing what sick drip Spidey will be wearing.
So with I'm going to pair this with a certain $30 Canadian donation that came in through some person that I think it's called Fetty. I've never heard of them before. Saying, "Hey, love this." Yeah, I have no idea who they are. Not the commentary or anything, but hey, love this event. I can't wait for the Spider-Man run. I hope this message finds you well. Less than 3, and they pushed Alex Ross into the lead.
All right.
So thank you everybody for those wonderful donations towards Little Warriors.
Thank you very much. For those that don't know, Alex Ross is a legendary comic book artist. This was his concept for what the costume is going to look like in the first Spider-Man movie initially. So this is almost what Tobey Maguire wore. Pretty crazy, right?
I like it.
It's crazy because as soon as you were given that explanation, chat also asked, "Who is Alex Ross?"
Who's Alex Ross?
Maybe might have chat open, but yeah. So a little explanation. No skips is just running the game. Majority glitchless. Glitches just happen in these first 2 games, so really it's a glitchless category. You can consider it no major skips, and then also for people who are wondering, there's probably a lot of people wondering behind the scenes. Timer starts whenever we select new game, and then the difficulty.
Yep.
Timer will start on difficulty. And yeah, I mean, this is a sequel to probably one of the most beloved games in the entire Spider-Man franchise, if not on the PlayStation 1. So I am excited.
Alrighty, I'm ready. Are you guys ready?
Ready to go.
All right.
Yeah, totally.
I'll count down 3, 2, 1, go. Alrighty. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, so really, if you've played the first game, you go through the majority of Spider-Man's rogues gallery there, but a quick summary of the story. Oh, hey, look, it's Beast. A quick summary of this story is this is literally, I think, a week after the first game, so there's really no break for New York City and fighting a whole bunch of rogues gallery. It never is. This first level, you're gonna see a technique we call web swing canceling. Spider-Man has a maximum distance of 2 swings, and so to preserve his momentum and keep speed going, we cancel between the first swing and the second swing, and also that allows us to change the direction that Spider-Man goes, because as a wise man once said, this game is like Resident Evil with its tank controls, but with Spider-Man's web swinging added to it. So that's the first level. You're going to see a lot of these that are just kind of like, hey, get to a certain point at end of level. This level, however, is actually really cool. It's the first time a Spider-Man game has ever been on the ground of New York, or at least for a mainline title. And this is where you're going to start noticing techniques that you can't do in the first game, like shooting a web ball in the air. But Spider-Man is going to basically swing around and try to stop crime. It's really nice to see a Spider-Man game before the 2018 games, and especially back on the PS1 era, just kind of attempt to do this. And yeah, so Spider-Man's abilities, good time to talk about them, are you're going to be seeing a lot of swinging and a lot of web zipping, which is what Groove just did to that wall. And all of those we will usually cancel. You can zip upwards or forwards. You can shoot web balls or impact webs. To double your damage, you can put web gloves on, or as they're called in the manual for some reason, web spikes. And this is the web pool. So that is basically all of the major things that you need to know for this run. There's nothing crazy. But yeah, web swing canceling, probably the most important thing in the game, I would say, in terms of upping your speed. If you do want to play any of the PS1 titles, you kind of just need to learn how to do that first, and it'll probably cut your time in half. So.
Same with the zips.
Same with the zips, yeah. Anything that has to do with webs is going to be huge time save, and that's the end of the second level. really, there's nothing that we could skip yet, which is why no skips is actually a great category for this game. There's not a lot of skips in this game, but the skips that there are extremely hard. So no skips. No skips is a very traditional way of playing. It's actually where I did my first event run, which was at Prevent-A-Thon a while back. I did no skips in the first game to this, and it was the first event I ever ran in. So big shout outs to that. But yeah, so you're gonna see that Spider-Man can also swing on nothing. He's swinging on pure belief and willpower right now. But you get a little pop-up on top of buildings, and that's why you'll see us kind of swing. It's anything is faster than running or sticking to walls. And if Spider-Man's known for anything, it is sticking to walls, and we try to not let that happen as much as possible. So
actually, what Spider-Man is most well known for is moping. Let's be real here.
It's true. Moping and like, you think he broods more than Batman? Just honestly.
Possibly.
But yeah, you're gonna see him take out these 3 turrets right here. You can either take out the person or the turret, either or. It really doesn't matter, but that's the objective of this level, is to just get to these turrets as quick as possible and swing to the warehouse.
Find that motorcycle.
So.
Yeah, those guys just did not want to get hit this time. The hit detection in this game, especially with impact webbing, is a little weird sometimes. Like, in practice runs, I've noticed that, like, sometimes when I impact webbing a switch, rather than shoot a web line, it doesn't work. Those guys were no exception.
Yeah, this game's held together by paper clips. I would not expect any more from this game, honestly. But this is just this is the warehouse level. It's just warehouse. It's just, hey, take out a room full of guys while Reno Romano makes some quips and everything. If y'all didn't know, Reno Romano, first English voice actor of Tuxedo Mask. I don't know where that fact came from, but
that was like our chats from before we started the stream, right?
All right, I'll put a big sarcasm light on, and I got you. But yeah, no. Basically, the objective is to kill everybody, or sorry, incapacitate everybody in this warehouse until you get down to the last one, and he's gonna tell you where Shocker is. We're not gonna watch that cutscene as Groove picks up some cheeky web cartridges hidden under the map. But we are about to go on to the hardest boss fight in the game. So if anyone can, like, if everyone can send prayers and everything like that.
Form a spirit bomb.
Yeah, form a spirit bomb. This is the hardest boss fight in the game. It's Shocker. It's crazy that they put this at the very beginning, and oh, it's done. Okay.
Oh, well done.
Shocker. No shocker there is the easiest boss fight in the game. All you need to do is web yank him down, and then web yank the box on top of his head, and you can usually one-shot him. So.
All right, chat, do me a favor. Please ask Mr. Romeo November Golf to be nice to me, because he tends to not be nice to me, and this level is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, so for any of the RNG fans out there, if you love speedrunning with RNG and you love Spider-Man, then these are the perfect games for you.
Exactly, especially this one.
There is, I don't want to go into a whole bunch of detail. That was a crazy zip, by the way. I don't want to go into too much detail, but there's a whole bunch of keys for this, and you have to find them before the city blows up. And all of the henchmen that are holding keys, they're in groups, and it is completely randomized in 4 locations around the map where they're going to be. So the best thing to do is to check the front, as you saw Groove do there, and then just check the spawns one by one as you go down. I mean, there's really no way to optimize this. If you want to get world record, pray that RNG's on your side. I don't know what else to tell you, but I will say I do like that this game has a lot more ground levels where you're on the ground. I do enjoy that a lot.
Well, I'd say while G-Groove's praying to RNG, I've got quite a few things I can mention right now.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
Perfect. We have $25 Canadian from an anonymous photographer of Spider-Man. Just saying, let's go, the G-Groove. And also, Nylaquee has donated $15 Canadian, saying,
"Hey, Nylaquee,
let's go."
Saying, just goes to show that good wins because evil is dumb. I like the reverse Spaceballs reference there. And specifically, that donation went towards the Donkey Kong Country Returns HD secret final bonus level. So we are getting that ball rolling. We You might think we have a little bit of time. Let me tell you right now, we're speedrunners. We do things quickly, so timer will expire before you know it. So when you are donating, make sure you are activating that donation towards the specific incentive. It's an extra button push, but do not miss that button push because then we will miss more marathon. And I like Prevent-A-Thon. I like more marathon. I like seeing more from all y'all. So keep those donations coming! ! Donate in chat, friends.
Yes.
Yeah, nobody.
I just want to
here
say
has-
this is very fun. This is exciting for me because the cause we're raising money for is one that means a lot to me and my family. Especially my sister because she works for a charity that does like a similar thing. So, but for adults. So knowing that made my family excited that I would be participating in this. So thank you everybody who has donated.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, oh wait. Oh no, it's the plane level. I was gonna make the joke.
Fingers crossed, toes crossed, crisscross applesauce.
Okay, so this, sorry to just wrap back in it. This is actually probably the hardest level in the game if you've never played these games before. This is a hard level in general for speedrunners. It's basically, you have to get this plane stopped by webbing it, and you can't let it touch anything, and you have to get it stopped in the first room, and Groove does the thing that I can't even do, which is get this thing stopped in the first room. It is so hard. If it taps a box, it will go.
Rise and shine.
Every practice run for like the last 2 days took 4 tries. Like you can ask a buddy of mine who watched one of my streams for fun that I did privately. It took like 4 tries at one point. I was like, oh no, this better not happen on the show. If it happens on the show, I'm gonna be very upsetty spaghetti.
If it happens on the show, we can make good content out of it. So,
okay, true.
So, if you don't mind going back to the, I'm just playing. Yeah, no.
No.
Wow.
Well, speaking of content, we can talk about all the recycled assets in this level because that's always the one thing we have to bring up every time.
This game was made on. I mean, you can't really tell by how polished and beautiful this game is, but this game was made on a really low budget, and it was only on the PS1, and instead of on multi-plat like its predecessor. So. This level is a carbon copy of one of the levels that is in the original called Race to the Bugle. It's basically all of those assets and the cranes from another level. So it's just get from one point to another. Honestly, like, by the way, I just want to let you know, I didn't say this before we started. You can just stop us at any point in time and just read whatever you want to read.
Yeah, exactly.
We're good with that.
Famous last words.
Well, I mean, obviously, we'll tell you like if it's something.
Oh yeah. So, friends, I'm still hung up on the fact that Spider-Man is literally webbing on Hope streams and clouds. I would like to hear from all y'all in chat! ! Donate again. What is Spider-Man latching onto with his webs? I would love to hear that in your donation, and I will read it aloud to everybody. Or, alternatively, I've been known to do a terrible J. Jonah Jameson impression when talking about getting pictures for Spider-Man. So if you would like to put me on the spot to read some requests for pictures for Spider-Man, I am at your humble service. And on top of all of that, because I like comboing things, I'm looking at that donation total. We are $7 away from $2,600. Who is going to be the one that pushes us over that next milestone? So again, !
Who's gonna help us get Atari numbers?
Right? Let's get that hit. And every single donation pushes us closer and closer to that Donkey Kong Bonanza bonus game. And of course, if you're putting that donation towards Donkey Kong Country Returns, we can get that secret final bonus level that is going to be an absolute amazing run.
I know I'm personally excited for it, so I can't wait. This level, so if you guys noticed, we just kind of talked through an entire level. Yeah, that one was a stealth section that we don't really need a stealth, so it's not that big a deal. It's just hit buttons and you'll be fine. This is basically the same thing. A train we need to catch a train. I won't tell y'all what type of train until we get to the next level, but you guys will see it. We do need to catch a train. So we are not from the place, but we are.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
That's exactly how I said it, and it bothered me, so I had to put that out there. But yeah, we in Skip,
nerds.
Thanks, it skips. This is one of the shorter levels in the game, and we glitch out underneath the map and come back into the map, and it's weird. We deload and load it. For no skips, you got to play it as intended or as close to it as possible. So we have to go press levers and switches to go catch this train. And yeah, it's a little bit more boring, but it's a lot more technical in terms of, hey, you need to do this now. And I don't know how to explain that any better, really. It's a Spider-Man game. Y'all understand. It's puzzles and buttons.
Ouch. It is. And webbing.
Yeah.
And a lot of sticky situations, and a lot of corny lines from the web slinger.
True. I mean, yeah, it's every Spider-Man game. I mean, it's every Spider-Man ever has a lot of corny lines, but that was...
Except for Miguel. Miguel is such a downer.
True. But so that was Train Yard, aka Gangland, and we are in to catch that train. So usually during these segments, it's catch that hype train. But now it's catch that donation train. So we need to catch the donation train before it gets away. And Sandman is going to pop down a whole bunch of sand walls to stand in our way. So we need you guys to donate to help bust down these sand walls and help us get to the train. So
exactly.
Yeah, we just need a whole bunch more.
Exclamation mark donate.
True, exclamation mark donate. Help us, get through this no skips run. I know you guys want to.
Mm-hmm.
It's for a good cause. So go ahead and donate.
And bananas.
I've already seen one threat of a J. Jonah Jameson uwu. Like, you don't think I'll do that? Oh, I will.
This reminds me of like my favorite donation from Team Fastest Furs when somebody donated for a shocker.
Yeah, can we get a whole bunch of shockers in the donations, please? But right now, I will tell G Groove to throw this run if we don't get enough.
Oh crap!
Look, see?
No! Oh no! Now we gotta do it the whole. I didn't intend to do that. I swear. Help!
See, I told you guys. I told you guys we're gonna hold up this entire marathon. So we get some donations. No. In all seriousness, Sandman in this level is. Unfortunately, it's the primary target. And to attack, you press the square button. To pick up,
oh crap! I wasn't close enough.
Also press the square button. So we're running into that classic PlayStation dilemma.
Oh no! Am I gonna have to redo the level?
No, you're not. You're not.
It's dangerously close.
You're not. You're good. You're good. I need you to lock in though. I need you to lock in right now.
Wait here, while you're locking in, somebody did get a ticket to the hype train for this with $5 Canadian from Alara saying, "Hey folks, I was told that I took 8 credits plus the initial credit start here. Give this campus 50 cents a play. Here's the money I would have spent on the run. As a friend of the PSX Spider-Man community, lots of luck, the G Groove. Hey Will."
Hey, that's my intern.
Oh, hey. Just barely.
And look, Alara, thank you. God. We were able to catch that train and not throw the run. So congratulations to Alara for that. Weren't you supposed to read that in a Jonah Jameson voice though?
Oh no, not that one. However, fancy you should mention that.
No.
$20 to Little Warriors from an anonymous J. Jonah Jameson fan. Parker, get me pictures of those solid dream clouds that Spider-Man is swinging on!
There, that should hold the elevator.
Thank you for that. And we are cruising right along to that Donkey Kong Country Returns HD secret final bonus level. We are at 40 of $175 Canadian. And let me pull up my Canadian to US. That means hostages. No. I can usually do Fahrenheit to Celsius, but not that. So it is 135 Canadian dollars away or $96.11 US dollars. So we are getting closer and closer. Let's get pictures of that bonus secret level. Spider-Man. something Spider-Man.
Something Spider-Man. But yeah, this level is the same as every other level that's take place in a building in these games. It's save hostages, kill crooks, and give me pictures of Spider-Man, all in the same thing. So Yeah, so thank you guys, by the way, for the donations. It's always great to see people take interest in these things. So
And pushing us over $2,600.
That's the last of them.
Oh, huge.
Hey.
Yeah, so that was that's I forget what this level's called.
That was
That was
Gangland.
Gangland. Okay, it was Train Yard. Get the two confused.
Heart of Darkness.
Heart of Darkness. They get. Yeah, we all have split names. Anyway, this is Hammerhead, the Hammerhead boss fight. Also, some of these boss fights I just don't understand. This one is all you have to do is web yank the gun away to do damage to Hammerhead. You don't put on web gloves the first time, and then you put on web gloves the second time. And usually you can get the combos off before he runs out of the building, but that is okay. It doesn't waste that much time. And Groove masterfully done on the recovery, and that is the Hammerhead boss fight. So huge. I love the bosses in this game. They're extremely hard. So
Are you guys ready for crazy science tech? Because that's what we're up against next.
I feel like 90% of this game is crazy science tech. But yeah, so these are the levels that basically why I thought a no skips category would make sense for this game. I think a lot of people just take the fact, a lot of speedrunners take the fact that these set of levels, they can just, you know, after a lot of practice can glitch through. These levels right here are what we would call the gauntlet for this in skips, but in no skips, you just play the level normally. Normally in skips, you would jump out of a wall and swing to the end and clip underneath the door panel to end the level. And this one, it's just a simple, since this is a not a glitchless category, we can zip through those lasers and hit these switches. It's just hit a whole bunch of switches so the place doesn't blow up and get to the end as quick as possible. So nothing too crazy. Whole
lot of things blowing up in this game.
True. They have a fascination with blowing things up. I actually wonder why. I think that's just the comic book effect, to be honest.
Jim Henson secretly worked on this game.
Yeah, dude. It was a Michael.
It's like he always said: if you've got no idea how to end the skit, either somebody gets eaten, or something gets blown up. That's how it always worked with the puppets.
Yeah. So Michael Bay directed this video game, but yeah. So we are nearing the end of this level, and next level is really probably the level that I hate the most in this game, at least in skips. And wow, I'm blanking on names. It's like I almost came prepared today.
Mission Spidey.
Mission Spidey. So Mission Spidey is you usually have to go through a series of gauntlets, which is what you're about to see in the no skips. Each room that you go in on this level, you have to do a series of tests for Spider-Man, and then you get to unlock a button that you can just web exactly like that, which takes the shields down. So you're just gonna see a whole bunch of that. In skips, you have to glitch through doors that are basically impossible to glitch through. And yeah, it's basically just another get to the point, fight the enemies, and press the button. I don't know if I should keep explaining movement. I could just go into the movement tech that is required for all of this, but really, it's not.
We could just keep talking nerdy things.
I've got some...
Okay, go for it. If you've got something funny to read, please go for it.
All right. Well, going back to that hype train, Milliqui donated another $5 Canadian. It just said, all we had to do was follow the dang train, Spidey. Thank you for that. And okay, here we go. All right. With $10 to Little Warriors, the gauntlet has been, well, the web slinger has been thrown down from Tabby. Oh boy.
Wait, did that actually work? No, it didn't.
Let's see here. Ooh, I want pictures of Spider-Man right now. Ooh, Spider-Man cannot get away. Ooh, less than 3. I was challenged and I delivered.
Why can't these things...
Smiley face.
What do we have here?
Thank you.
Bro said, give me pictures of Spider-Man, please.
Thank you. Give me pictures of Spider-Man, please. And all of those donations. Y'all, I told you, I will read those because it's hilarious and I love doing silly stuff for charity. Donkey Kong Country Returns HD has jumped. The number just changed to just shy of $70, and I'm still waiting for that donation read to come in. Fingers crossed, light a prayer candle on that one. But we are 40% of the way to getting that unlocked, y'all. You are doing amazing work right now. We are at $2,647.06 Canadian for Little Warrior. I'm scared of that moment where I'm waiting for donations to get processed, and I'm just gonna sit here waiting. Oh boy, what y'all making me do now? I love it. Keep it coming. Oh.
Somebody put the entirety of the preamble in there and make her read the entirety of the preamble into J. Jonah Jameson.
Please don't.
Please do.
Honestly, like I said, we
I
can just touch audio and let you do it.
I once made somebody for like an improv theater night recite the preamble, but as a Pokemon. So like, pip plop 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 plop. Everybody lost it then.
Someone's called in the reference of what is Spider-Man swinging from, friends? $14.06 from Comet Traveler saying Spider-Man's not swinging on nothing. He's just tethering to the next galaxy. Also for fun, mentioning Jeff Landshark and Pork Grind. Thank you for that.
Yes, you gotta mention Jeff the Landshark. He's the best thing to happen to Marvel Comics in years.
So,
speaking of shark, we've got a very vicious creature coming
really
up.
Quick, as a group gets eaten through a door, this is probably actually, I would say, the second hardest boss fight in the game. You have to go to that computer and make these vaccine web cartridges, and if you mix them wrong, you do have to restart the level. The only way that the lizard can take damage at all is by shooting this cure at him, and it can only take damage for a small amount of time, as you will see right here. And then you need to stand next to these chemical vats if you want to do it the quickest. You can do kick and punch combos if you need to do a backup, but basically, as long as you are throwing these chemical vats at him, there is enough in the first room, and you can take Lizard down. Good job, by the way. It is a very stressful situation to be in. Yeah, that was... if you guys like boss fights, I swear you'll love this game, because we're going to go from Lizard, and then we're going into a swinging level right here, which is honestly just swinging and pressing buttons. The next level is a boss fight. The level after that is a normal level, and then you have 2 boss fights in a row. So, and we are also...
Oh, no, we got 2 levels, and then 2 boss fights.
Wait, 2 levels, 2 boss fights? No, the next one's Sandman, then you have...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Rock of Ages. Rock of Ages is the thing.
The Rock of Ages, and then hello, Spider-Man.
Yeah, then 2 boss fights after that. But yeah, if you love boss fights, I'm sure you will love this game. Honestly,
these games have really good boss fights, both Spider-Man games.
You know, for the amount that I've joked on them, I can't agree more. Boss fights in this game are fun. Boss games in these Spider-Man games are fun. Yeah, as you can see, this is why we were saying web canceling is important. It's to keep your momentum so you can swing farther. And really the thing with that is you can really see it in these wide open levels on how keeping your momentum straight and being able to realign kind of just lets you get through these levels really, really quickly. And honestly, if I would have known this as a kid, I don't know if I would actually still like this game. I think it was hard enough spending 10 hours on these games at first. So to be able to do these games in under an hour is still insane to me. We are going into the Sandman boss fight though. So from
Mr. Sandman, don't kill my run. If you do that, then it will not be that fun.
So you have to hit these pressure valves. You have to hit the pressure valve to keep the water going. And I did not know you could keep Sandman there. What? Huh? How did...
There we go.
You just do it fast enough, and he won't go after you.
Sorry, I'm blown away by this real quick. What?
What is Sandman punching at right now?
So, whenever Sandman, the only way he's vulnerable is to make sure that he gets drenched in water, and yeah. This is the easiest way to do it. I did not know you could keep him in that location. So that is news to me. It's almost like I, mod this game or something. I should probably know that. But, yeah, so the easiest way to do it is kick punch combos. You can do it in 2 cycles with the web gloves. And as long as your kicks land, it is actually a very very, very easy boss once you know how to do it. And now we are going to enter Hello Spider-Man. Probably one of the most, I would say the best level design in this entire game. But still, I'm not going to say another word about it because we are on a marathon. But yeah, we are in a museum that has a conveniently placed... Oh yeah, we haven't talked about the story at all. I mean, really, what story whenever you keep running, right?
Exactly.
What cutscene?
The story is Spider-Man got an offer from Uatu the Watcher to redo a day, and if he did it at a certain amount of time, he would win a hot rod for his girl. Or he'd win something gift wrap for his girl. I messed up the reference to... Or we could say this is the Danger Room, because the Danger Room's training, and Spidey's like, simple enough. Do we get a prize for this? I could use something gift wrap for my girl.
So, wait,
didn't I think of that?
This level is basically bust open the Samurai robots, throw them into a conveniently placed generator in the middle of the room to unlock the door. So, very comic book logically, and honestly, like I said, I've explained all the levels really with skips in them. There is no, like, that was the skips for the run. So this game is very accessible.
Yeah.
And to quote the previous runner, it did come out on the PS1 era, so there are a lot of ways to get this game. And yeah, if you really are liking what you're seeing, you can, there's a lot of people out there willing to help, including the Spider-Man Discord. Not trying to count that out right now, but really, this is gonna go by so quick. If we do have anything to read, I'll explain this level and the next level. This level coming up, you need to zip to the ceiling. If you know the route, it's very, very quick. So that's why I'm saying it like this. And then the next boss fight, and the next is the Electro boss fight. So, if we have anything to read, now's a really good time to do it.
Yeah, this level's gonna be gone in like 20 seconds.
Okay, I've got 20 seconds. I can do it. J. Jonah Jameson has donated $25 to Little Warriors with...
Oh, JJ.
Right, I know, right? With great pictures of Spider-Man comes great ooh-woo. Less than 3.
See, we're done already.
Thank you, man.
That's that level.
Perfect donation.
That put us over 50% towards that secret final bonus level, and we are inching with... We are $327 and
Give it up, Electro.
94 cents away from Donkey Kong Bonanza. So let's get that done, friends. Exclamation point donate. Thank you so much, J. Jonah Jameson.
JJ coming in clutch. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Didn't know Jameson was a fan of the uwu.
Hey, now it's canon. That's just lore now. That's lore now.
This is post snap, J. Jonah.
JJ came back and all of a sudden he's a uwu girly. It's crazy. Yes, this is the Electro boss fight. It's nothing to write home about. It's what you see normally. We zip back and forth and just punch. That is with left gloves. I'm not even lying to you. This is the simplest boss fight in the game. So there we go. I would say Shocker is the easiest. This is just so simple. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna go into Hyper Electro next, which is the end of the game. So we are like nearing the end of our times together. I don't like. It's Asuka, right?
Yeah.
Asuka. Yeah. How are you liking the game? And what you've seen so far?
I mean, to be fair, I'm a big fangirl of anything with RNG chaos, so I'm sold.
Sweet.
Oh, may I say one shout out real quick? If you guys like the art on the stream, that was done by an artist named Jelly Jammed on Instagram. I met them through the Discord for furries in my local scene. I was looking for somebody to draw some cool Spider-Man art to feature at what?
You can always see that, by the way. Shout out to OBS.
Yeah. So that artwork was specially done because I wanted something cool to show at the Team Fastest Furs Marathon, and we brought it back for this one. So thank you, Jelly Jan, for drawing the amazing artwork of Electro reflected in Spider-Man's eyepiece. Alright, sorry, carry on, Fetty.
Yeah, I was saying that only we can see that because we're watching our OBS screen, but it's fine. So this is Hyper Electro. It is the final boss in the game. We went and destroyed the pylons first, so basically the tower would crumble. That is kind of like if you don't do that, he will continuously recharge his health, and this becomes a very hard boss fight. Honestly, wait, is it about to be time? No way, right? Okay, so you almost had it.
Oh my gosh!
That is a.
I hate it when that happens. It has happened multiple times in preparing for this event.
I didn't even have.
Why?
I was about to say I didn't even have time to explain what this boss fight basically is. Yeah, he's shocking generators, and
there we go.
So once the screen cuts
Hold
to
on.
black, it is time.
Show good
So
wins because evil is dumb.
I will time.
Time.
There you go.
DJ,
Hey.
I like the celebratory new picture unlocked. And why is Thor on there?
So
what's this all
actually,
about?
bit of lore behind that real quick. I'll explain it
need a
quickly.
wager.
Shout out to Aganoff and his entire team. He's he's really big with the Reno Romano games and
House,
finding
Aces
out
over
secret
Kings.
stuff. But
I win again.
Activision had a Thor cutscene posted on their website way back when this game released, and it was lost media until recently. So if you want to go see it, search up Thor Inner Electro cutscene on YouTube, and shout out to that entire community for being able to find a piece of lost media that has been lost for over 20 years. So
Yeah.
congrats to them. But also, GG's
You know any
Groove.
other
Hey,
games?
Yeah,
thank you.
3208.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
very-
the G Groove.
But maybe they know a few.
Yeah, both of you.
No, thank you guys.
Please let everybody know who you are, where they can find you, what are you currently playing, so on and so forth.
Hi, I am on Twitch. I am twitch.tv/the_ggroove. Haven't been streaming a lot lately, partially due to illness and partially due to preparing for this. If you want to see more about this game though, or its prequel, Spider-Man 2000, you should follow Spider Runs on Discord because that's where on Twitch because that's where like any of the cool group things happen. I'd also recommend joining the Discord server for this game. You can find it on speedrun.com. That's where you can meet all the amazing people that can teach you about this game, like Fetty here.
Oh yeah, that's me. Nice segue, by the way. You're getting way better at that. But
Thank you.
Yeah, no. I'm Willie Fetty. I do mod EE, and also I try to help out running events on Spider Runs and basically any Spider-Man game you can think of. Somewhere, some way, somehow,
Alright, that's
one
coming
of
straight out of
one
your
of the
security
Spider-Man
deposit.
community from the 2000 group is going to be there and is going to be helping. But yeah, we host runs all the time. On Spider Runs, we help out any new players that need it, and we just like we tried to build a community around this game so people could remember it and just share those fond memories. So even if you're not a speedrunner, come join us, and you know we'll watch your runs. We'll be there. We'll watch you even just play the game. Usually we find random people, but shout out to Prevent-A-Thon. Thank you guys for having me back again, even though I'm just hosting this time or co-hosting this time. Thank you guys so much, and you can find me at twitch.tv//Willie Fetty, and I do speedrun this game. I speedrun the previous game. I speedrun Resident Evil if you like that, and some Pokemon games as well. So I'm always willing to help out in any way. So if you have any questions, let me know. And Groove, also thank you for having me.
Yes. Thanks for helping me out. I knew I was going to really need some help with commentary today, so thank you for taking the time.
Honestly, shout out to our host. Hand claps in chat. Hand claps in chat for our host. Holding it down, doing J. Jonah Jameson voices, and you know, just being able to.
There's the reason I enjoy hosting Spider-Man runs. I'll be honest. I do terrible impressions like that, and I love it. But thank you for the love. And chat, one more time, give some love to both. They're wonderful, the G Groove and Willie Fetty, for that awesome run of Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro. And give yourselves a round of applause. We have been absolutely skyrocketing our donations towards Little Warriors. We're at $2,672 for a fantastic cause. Remember, we are about halfway, a little over halfway there for that secret final bonus level in Donkey Kong Country. And we are inching closer and closer to unlocking Donkey Kong Bonanza. We need to hit $3,100. And we are at $2,672 again and 06 cents. That said, y'all need to keep the hype going, because although I have to step away from the mic, I'm going to leave you in the very capable vocal range that is belonging, words are hard, that belongs to our wonderful Selkooth mind. So keep things going, refill those web slingers, refill those water bottles, and we'll take a break. Back with more Prevent-A-Thon 6.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Prevent-A-Thon 6. My name is Selkoothmind, but you can call me Sel, and I am very, very excited to be your host for this next run. We're going to have Rage coming up in just a moment, but while we're still getting set for that run, I would love to tell you all a little bit more about the cause that we are supporting here. The movement to end child sexual abuse is rising, and it needs all of us. Survivors, allies, donors, and advocates. Together, we unleash warrior power. Nearly 20 years ago, Little Warriors began as a survivor-led grassroots effort confronting shame and stigma. That spark grew into the Be Brave Ranch, the only in-person episodic treatment facility of its kind in Canada, transforming the lives of children, youth, and families. They expanded into prevention through their Prevent-It workshop, empowering adults to act, and into advocacy, changing policy and amplifying survivors' voices. Most recently, they created the Be Brave Bridge programs, bringing free, accessible online support to children, youth, and families across Canada, because healing should never depend upon where you live. Along the way, they built a reputation for doing things differently, because changing the status quo requires courage and innovation. Today, Little Warriors is a national charity with international reach, rooted in empathy, research, and excellence. Yet at their heart, they remain insurgents and champions, driven by warrior power to protect, heal, and create a future where child sexual abuse is ended once and for all. Little Warriors is doing such important and powerful work, and every dollar is going towards that. So whether you can donate $1, be that 10, 20, or more, all of it is going to all of these programs that they're putting so much effort and work into. And you can also put it towards incentives. We do have that bonus level incentive open right now for Donkey Kong Country Returns. We're making good progress on it, but don't stop donating, because we have more incentives open after that. So get those donations in. Let's get more Prevent-A-Thon and more money for Little Warriors. But we'll be back in just a moment with Rage. All right, everyone, it's a racing game. It's a shooter. No, it's Rage. Any percent jump fix by Dangerous. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dangerous. You heard me on Friday on the hosting mic. You saw me on Friday running Bears in Space, and today you're going to see me run Rage. This is not the easiest run in the world, so I'm going to do my best to talk through it and showcase all the things about this game. No, honestly, this game is probably one of the most underrated titles I know of and know the speedrun for. So I have skipped most of the opening cutscene, so as soon as I unpause the game, it'll play through the rest of it, and I'm going to give you a countdown then. And then as we get into the first long bunny hopping sequence, that'll be a great time for my couch to introduce themselves. So we're going to start this timer in 3, 2, 1, go. So we start out by looking up, and then look down, and then we mash escape, and we load checkpoint. It's not the most exciting beginning to the run in the world, but it's the way this one works. Now, if you have the DLC installed, when you reload checkpoint, you end up out here outside. If you do not have the DLC installed, you restart the opening cutscene. Why does it work that way? We have no idea. By the way, John Goodman.
Hey, you! Over here!
You did not miss here. That is Primetime Emmy and Golden Globe nominee John Goodman.
It ain't safe here. Get in.
But unfortunately, we're not going to get in the car with him because doing so would start a 4.5-minute cutscene. So instead, we are going to jump up here. Going to jump up here, up here, up here. I'm going to line up on this fence in a very specific spot. We're going to jump a couple times, and we're going to climb over the fence. And that gets us past the trigger where John would just shoot us if we try to run up the ramp or run up the road. And then we have to hit a load zone. Now, there's only one load zone we have available to us, and it is over here at the ghost hideout. So we have to bounce our way over here. Gonna get into the load zone, then immediately leave. If I can actually hit the door. And then we are going to bunny hop back to the Hagar settlements where we would originally have gone if we'd gotten in the car with Dan. And so while we are bouncing on over there, this would be a great time for my couch to introduce themselves.
All right. Hello there, everybody. I'm Illegally Sam. I have played first-person shooters before, but not this one specifically.
And hello, I am Colonel Fed69. I have very little knowledge of this game, but I'm Dane's friend, and he was on my couch, so I asked him if he needed someone, and he said sure.
Heck yeah.
So here I am.
Happy to have Turtle Pass on the couch because we've become good buddies ever since I started playing Liza P randomizer. So.
Liza P.
Yeah, and
this is very different.
Yeah, this is very different from Liza P.
I don't think Pinocchio is going to show up here.
Probably not.
No. Can you at least parry or no?
No parrying in this game.
What do you need, pal?
Nope. All right.
All right. So we just bought the monocular from Halleck here. Oh wait, just kidding. I have done these things in the wrong order. I am paying very close attention to what I'm doing. So the door's locked currently, but that's okay because we can just go through the wall instead. We're gonna talk to Dan, run away from him, talk to him, run away, talk to him. And that is going to skip all of his dialogue. This is a thing we're going to be doing throughout the entire run in order to save a little over an hour of the game. You could just run up to people, and then to prevent soft locking, they just cycle through the rest of their dialogue for that particular sequence. The dialogue is broken up into like sequences, and you just skip that particular sequence, and then it goes to the next one. So you just run up, talk to them, run away, run back to them, talk to them, run away, rinse and repeat until you go through all of it. Now, important thing to note, you cannot do this IRL. If you do that IRL, people get very mad at you, and they say things like, hey, jerk, I was talking to you. So don't do it in real life.
I have tried that before.
Yeah, and you don't want to do that. They get very upset with you. But in the game, it saves a lot of time, which is very nice. Now, Dan has sent us to the ghost hideout, and he's basically just like, hey, the ghosts are bad. Go through and eliminate all of them. So naturally, we're going to clear only the last room because only the last room has the trigger enemies to cycle through this quest. Now, this is where I'm going to ask my couch and our host, Cell, what's your favorite room in the house?
Bedroom.
Bedroom, okay.
I'm a fan of whatever room currently has my Xbox in it.
Ooh, good answer. Okay, Cell?
I'm a fan of the Mechanarium.
Okay, not quite the same game as Blueprints, but sure. My particular favorite room in the house is It's the kill room. We're going to the kill room. We're going to the kill room. Now, if you don't know what the kill room is, it's like the living room, but the opposite.
I like my prey to know what's coming.
My living room don't look like that.
Ow, he stabbed me. Ow. So this is where it's going to introduce the defibrillation mechanic. So basically, if you die, you get one free revive until you get a free revive, and then if you get killed again within a 5 minutes period, then you die for real and you have to go back to your last checkpoint. And at first you're only going to have one. We are going to get a second defib a little bit later in the game, but we're not there yet, so we can't die more than once within a 5-minute stretch. Luckily, we're playing on easy mode because easy mode is the fastest. However, we are going to switch the difficulty at a couple points in the run to do some skips. And the skips that we do with those are cool. So you're in for a treat. Grab the ammo. Thank you. Bonk him. Thank you. All right, so we only have to kill the guys in this room. So I'm going to run through, grab the nades here. I'm going to click a nade, throw it. That's, I think, going to take that guy out, and then I may have to go back for that one. This guy survived. Where did he go? Just kidding. This guy survived. There we go. And so we killed all of the ghosts in the ghost hideout. All of them. At least that's what Dan thinks, so.
I mean, I can't prove you wrong.
And neither can Dan. So, but yeah, now we got probably the longest split, like the longest individual split in the game. This is where we're going to go back to the Hagar settlement, talk to Dan. We're going to go to the Outrigger settlement, talk to Richter and Janice. We're going to go to an area by the Wasteland Garage. We're going to collect some items. We're going to go back to the Outrigger settlement, then back to Hagar, then back to Outrigger, then back to the Wasteland Garage. It's a little bit of a long sequence, about 6 minutes long, but it's packed with goodness, I guess. Now, one thing that we haven't talked about yet is you'll notice that I've been bunny hopping a lot throughout this run. Now, VQ3 strafe hopping is a little bit difficult to explain, so I'm gonna have Sam do that in just a second. Now, this is the part that I did earlier without can't just talk to him straight away.
Come to look over the goods.
This is where we're gonna buy the monocular, and we're gonna be using that to do a couple of skips later in the run. Gonna talk to Dan, and then head over here, talk to. Just kidding. I'm getting my quests all backward right now. Oh, the door stayed open. That's cool.
Just past the
We're gonna talk to Dan. Then we go to Outrigger. Once we come back, we're gonna talk to his brother DR. And so while we are headed to the Outrigger settlement, you're gonna see a lot of bunny hopping. Sam, I'm gonna leave it to you to tell the fine folks at home about VQ3 strafe hopping.
Absolutely. So I'm sure if people have seen first-person runs before, they're aware of stuff like bunny hopping or strafing. But yeah, it's not the same kind of bunny hopping or strafing as you're used to, because this kind, you'll see Dane's kind of just like constantly going to the side ever so slightly along the way. Yeah, it's because as part of the process, he has to both hold down either, A or D, the directional keys, as well as turning the mouse to the left or right in order to make it so that he's constantly going in the direction that he wants to. So, the fact that he has to do both of those at the same time is what makes this unique, because if he were to go faster and faster and faster, which, is kind of the goal here, he's going to have to keep moving the mouse more and more every single time, because that speed just keeps building up. If he were to go in a straight line for as long as he wanted, he would eventually just be going fully 360 degrees with the mouse
eventually
every single time.
If you go several miles and bunny hopping the entire time and you never drop it, yeah, you could in theory have to 360 before you can keep speeding up. But I don't think you can actually move.
Unfortunately, that's a little outside of the scope.
Yeah. There's no place that's flat in the game to actually achieve that kind of speed. You never even come close to that. But if you in theory had like a flat piece of ground and could go infinitely in one direction, then in theory you could. Now we are in the side area that I was talking about earlier. This is going to show off another piece of speed tech in just a moment. This is part of why I grabbed the monocular earlier. Normally, you have to go through this building up ahead, run around everything, go through a side door, climb a ladder, come back out on the balcony to get to this lever up here. But we can actually just pull the lever from down here. Now, when I run in here, grab this item because this is part of one of the quest lines. I'm going to do it again right here and grab the zip line from way up top. This is a piece of speed tech called extendo grabbing. This is another quirk of the id Tech engine, same as VQ3 strafe hopping is kind of built into the Quake engine. This is also built on the Quake engine because it's from id Software. And I'll have Sam explain this because it's a little technical to explain. I'm trying to focus on not bonking into walls.
Yeah, so basically the gist of it is you just have really long arms, but only when you zoom in.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Because the way zooming in this game works is like, as opposed to just like making your camera go forward a little bit, it actually moves your entire hitbox forward to like where you're zooming in. And as a direct result of that, when you exit your zoom, there's a very small 2-frame window where you're just ever so barely able to interact with whatever you're zooming in on. And while not every scoped weapon has this quirk, that specific monocular for the pistol that was picked up lets you do that extendo grabbing. So
yep. Yeah,
like I said, you just have really long arms now.
Yeah, you can do it with the sniper, but it's really weird and janky, and I've never actually been able to pull it off. I've been told that you can do it, but okay, this door stayed open this entire time. Can we get just shout outs to this door? Can we shout out this door for staying open? That's awesome. I don't know why, but it'll randomly do that, and usually the door closes, but I don't know. It saw that we were live at Prevent-A-Thon raising money for Little Warriors, and it wanted to be nice to us.
What a good door.
Every time you went to the wrong place earlier, that was actually just door
It
manipulation.
was door manipulation, exactly. See, this is why we have Sam on the couch for this. Sam's commentary is nuclear. All right. We are headed back to the Outrigger settlement just briefly to get the remainder of this quest assigned to us. We have to talk to Johan. Please tell me. Oh, his dialogue didn't proc earlier. There we go. All right, so now that we've got that, we're going to head back into the same area, although we're going to go left instead of right when we get to that first junction. If I can actually squeeze in here. Oh boy, come on. And then this is, okay, there we go. Sometimes you can jump over that, sometimes you get stuck and you have to go around. It's kind of annoying. Now, one thing that we have now obtained is we've obtained a new ammo type called Fat Boys. This is basically a heavy duty round for the pistol, and we're going to use this for We're going to use this for the mini boss fight coming up at the end of the Wasteland Garage. So I'm going to just navigate through here. This is also a spot where it's very easy to showcase, like this Wasteland Garage through this door is going to showcase just how easy it is to get stuck on every freaking pixel in the world. Just the tiniest pixel on the ground is going to block you. Yeah. So this is where we get the lock grinder enabled, and that lock grinder that we just used, that is the only one we are going to use for the entire game. I throw a grenade there to get those guys to move out of the way, because otherwise they will also block you and just make you lose time for no good reason. So you can see a lot of tight corridors in here, and navigating through it is kind of weird because it's a big spiral until you go downstairs, and then it unspirals. It's kind of a strange layout, but it honestly kind of works. It sort of forces you to clear each room. Ooh, that guy ran away. Nice. This door open, and then this guy can sometimes get in the way. Okay, he played nice and stayed out of it.
If I saw a guy flying through the air, bunny hopping everywhere like this, I'd get out of the way too.
True. So we're going to equip the Fat Boys. I gotta focus because I gotta aim. Mini boss fight time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mini boss dead.
Ooh, that was tough.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well aimed.
All right, so we came in here to get a bunch of car parts for a buggy that is in DR's garage, and these parts are going to let us fix that. Now, Zentz, the world record holder, he bunny hops back. I like to hijack these guys' ATV and then drive it back, because that to me is way funnier. And I'm a little bit faster with the ATV. And if I'm lucky, I can actually showcase what happens when you crash this thing. Nick goes flying off, and he does a Wilhelm scream. So I'm gonna hope I can actually hit something to showcase that. I'm gonna try and angle this correctly if I set this up. Beautiful. Just
graceful. 10 out of 10 on the
perfect. It's beautiful.
10 out of 10 on the screen.
Those parts should do.
And then this is the coolest extendo grab in the game. It's if you don't get it first try, you lose time. If you get it first try, you save half a second. So it's entirely just swag, but it's cool.
Worth it.
Totally worth it. And then Dan is going to assign us, Dan, of course, being John Goodman, is going to assign us our last quest that he's going to give us.
Oh, the door was closed.
Yeah, the door was closed. That's because we went through a load zone.
No.
I know. Managed to get through it before it closed this time, though. He's going to give us the sniper rifle. We are never going to use this once in the entire game. Not a single time.
It looked cool, though.
It's a cool looking gun, but yeah, we're never going to use it. And we're actually going to sell the ammo for it. Place some dynamite here, and then zoom out of here. Door blows up. There it is. The rocket hit me before the door blew up. Very nice. I'm going to park here real quick. And gonna talk to Dan. I'm gonna re-equip the pistol because we're gonna do another extendo grab in a minute. And so I guess this is technically the last one, since the blowing up the wall was like a separate quest, although it's part of the same quest line. So gonna jump back in here, and now we can drive all the way to Wellspring. Now the reason why we have to take the car to Wellspring is because there's a bunch of vehicles through here. If they hit you, you're like instantly dead. I think it's actually a one-shot if you get run over by any of these guys, or if you just get hit by one of their bullets from their car. It does a monstrous amount of damage. So you're supposed to go through here with a car, not just try to bunny hop your way through.
You move fast while bunny hopping. You can't outrun bullets.
Yeah, I mean, you can. There's a couple of places where you can bunny hop through the wasteland and not take a car, but I usually do just because it's faster for me. And then this is Solomon. He is sort of the front gate guard. I'm going to talk to him one more time. I have to wait for some dialogue here, so I'm going to extendo grab the sniper rifle there. Just basically take that guy's gun while he's holding it, because that's funny. And there's actually a purpose behind that. We get his ammo, and we're going to sell that ammo later for money, because money routing is not super tight, but tight enough that we do have to collect some things as we go. First things first, we got to talk to the mayor. If I can get up here. Nicholas. Thank you. We're going to go through here, grab the bobblehead on the desk. We're going to sell that later. And now we have to go to the vendor. This is actually a good time to talk about the DLC, because the DLC is gives us access to the 4th outfit, the Crimson Elite. So Sam, would you like to talk through the DLC for the fine folks at home?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, there's a DLC that released back with the original game, you know, the Anarchy DLC. To fit with the whole post-apocalyptic vibe. It's got to be the Anarchy DLC, of course. You know, it's got a whole bunch of weapons and stuff, but the main thing we care about is that 4th DLC outfit, because normally the coffer here, it has the 3 outfits. Each of those gives a bonus, but the 4th one, it combines every single one of those bonuses into a single outfit. Yep. So naturally, having all of those bonuses instead of one is better. So the route is specifically set up so that Dane gets that 4th outfit and makes use of it.
Correct, yeah. The route is very, very tightly wound around having that 4th outfit. So you basically need the Anarchy DLC to run this game, at least the way we're doing it. If you don't have that, you have to reroute a lot of things. So.
Yeah, and with the power of modern technology, the fact that it's not available for purchase is not a factor.
Yep. because we can totally edit the game files to do that, and it's totally okay. It's definitely not cheating. You can't actually buy the Anarchy DLC anymore. It's not for sale anymore, so it's the only way to get it is to actually go into the game files, because it's already in there. It's just paywalled, so that you can't buy it. It's not technically stealing, right?
We're extendo grabbing it from the files.
Extendo grabbing it from the files. Very good. Very good. Yeah, this is the first of 2 races that we have to do. There's a total of, I believe, 38 races in the game. And in 100%, you have to do all 38. And I think about 30 of them are entirely RNG. And that's why I don't run 100%. I run any percent. 100% sucks. It's like a 4-hour run. Like a 3.5 hour run. 3.5 hours, depending on how fast you are. And
what gives the races RNG?
What's that?
This looks kind of just what gives the races RNG?
So
kind of just went right through
yeah, so some of the races are not actually races. They are like competitive CTD kind of things, or CTF kind of things, rather.
Like Twisted Metal.
Kind of. I forgot to turn on my controller, so I gotta click that the hard way. So one thing that's really annoying is the menu has a lot of mouth smoothing, and it's very hard to actually like move the mouse with it, like in the menu without misclicking something. So I usually use a controller to navigate some of the menus.
That's much better.
Oh, come on, Mayor. Why is your dialogue not working? There we go. So I use a controller to like navigate some of the menus, but I forgot to turn my controller on. So we are going to...
Let me know when you got a moment.
Oh yeah, there'll be a moment in coming up actually pretty soon. I'm going to talk to Mick. By the way, that's Phil Lamar. They blew a lot of their budget on voice actors. Got John Goodman, Phil Lamar, Nolan North, Stephen Bloom. All right, so we're going to come through here, talk to the sheriff. We're going to head back to the Hagar settlement. And we're going to talk to Dan for the very last time. So it'll be the last time you get to see John Goodman in the run. No.
Oh, damn.
But then we're going to come back here, get a couple of quests, and then there'll actually be like a almost 2.5 minute cutscene that we'll have to sit through. And that will be a great time for our lovely host Cell to cut in with some things to tell you all about. So going to fast travel back to DR. We just used the radio that we extendo grabbed from him earlier, and that's how we're able to just quick warp back to Wellspring. We're going to be using this to fast travel a few good times throughout the game. Going to grab the crossbow, and then we're going to go back to Mick. And then here, I've got to talk to the mayor, I've got to talk to the sheriff, and then I've got to talk to the caller outside of the racing circuit, Jackie. And Jackie, in particular, is a notable figure in this game, and you'll see why when we get there. He was the one standing right in front of everything on the box. So we're going to bunny hop over here. Now, we're going to try and go for something called Fast Sheriff. So we have to talk to the sheriff multiple times. I'm going to...
You made it back.
Come on, Sheriff.
You need to get...
Yeah, every time you talk to him, he resets leaning back on the table, but if you manipulate things correctly, you can get him to not lean back down, and you can talk to him right away, which is nice. Now this is Jackie Weeks. Jackie Weeks has a very notable voice.
Are you looking for a better... Then the Dusty. I hear the guy that runs that show. You can find
Jackie Weeks is voiced by a gentleman by the name of Neil Ross. If you are a fan of Metal Gear Solid 3, Colonel Volgin from Metal Gear Solid 3. And don't worry, you'll get to hear him again. He does another voice in this game, and you're going to hear his voice overlapping with Cell's pretty soon. So here's where we have to drive to the Feltrite crater. So we've gotten 2 quest lines from 2 NPCs, from the mayor and from the sheriff. We're going to do the mayor's quest line first. We could do these technically in either order. However, we're going to save more money by doing this one first and then doing the sheriff's quest line afterward. So actually, this is probably a good time, Cell. If you want to jump in now, you could probably do this right now while I'm driving to the Feltrite crater.
Wonderful. We have a challenge to all of us here in this call from Mash with $5 Little Warriors, who says, until the next dono, I would like commentary and all those on air speaking to be provided in the most rage-indicative voice tone for the duration. Good luck, Danger Crew. You are the warriors now.
Is my normal voice not rage-inducing enough?
Am I not rage?
The most calming...
Go fast, Dave!
I'm trying fast! So I died
Go
just
faster!
now. I will say...
This is not fast enough.
So you know how we always say that's never happened before in reference to the game doing something dumb? In this case, that's never happened before, but that was entirely operator error and bad gameplay. I've never done that before.
How dare you do that? I am raged.
I am sorry. I will try harder next time. All right, we're going to boost off of here. This is how we're supposed to do that. I managed to actually clear the railing before. I've never actually done that in the past. So...
Cleared the railing. You have sated my rage for now.
I am sorry I did that. I don't want to do that too much because I do have to host tonight and I don't want to destroy my voice before we get there. All right, so this is where we get the Feltrite asteroid. Now you're supposed to pull the lever and then pull it out of this container, but if you line up here, you can pick it up through the container, because collision in the InTech engine is not the best. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna go back into the wasteland.
Optional.
Yeah, collision's optional. Same with walls, apparently, since we can just go through them. So we fast travel back to the wasteland. Every time we fast travel, it costs up to $100. Now, I'd say up to, because if you don't have $100, it's gonna cost you just whatever you have left. Meaning that if you have no money, it's free. So you can just...
Oh, I can fast travel for free.
You can fast travel and you completely repair your car for free. Can't do that in real life, though. So...
Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like there's commentary here that I will not address.
All right. So this is Mutant Bash TV. If you've played Rage 2, this is actually in Rage 2 as well. Same with the races, annoyingly. But Mutant Bash TV is a horde mode segment with 4 rounds, 5 if you want to be kind of technical. And now, here's actually a good point to ask my commentators and my chat room. What is your favorite compound word?
Pound cake.
Pound cake's a good one.
Birdhouse.
Birdhouse, okay. Sam?
I don't know if I have a favorite. I'll just go with what I'm looking at right now.
Jump scare.
Got me.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I was not expecting that.
No one ever does. It's like the Spanish Inquisition. Just to give away my age. Alrighty. So I'm old, alright? Leave me alone. I'm old and cringe.
But you're still fast.
True. All right, so we have to stand on this platform to start this. Now, this first part is mostly scripted. One's gonna come out of one of these 2 pipes. It's the right one this time. Gonna get these 2. This guy. We're gonna get one more here, and then one more over this. Now, that one is mostly scripted. This part's entirely RNG, so I need to listen. Where are you? Die, die, die. Okay. And then this part, we go back to everything being scripted. So these things are going to lower. We got 4 guys to kill in here. And then once these guys are all dead, gonna get one here, one here, one here, and one here. And then
It's seen some combat in this parkour game.
Kinda, yeah. So this part is also entirely scripted, although I always goof up the script a little bit here. So we're going to get one that shows up on the left, then one on the right, then a bunch on the left, then another one on the right. We're going to shoot them kind of as they spawn in. Oh, I missed that one. Let me reload real quick. Oh my god. One more. Should be a third one. One more, and then one more here. And then we're going to get one here. Oh, I missed. There we go. One here. Oh my god. Okay, that one got murked by the whirly bird. Or whirly gorilla? Whirly gorilla. Call it a whirly gorilla.
I was gonna say, that's not a bird.
Whirly gorilla, it's my favorite compound word. How'd you know?
Nice.
There it is.
All right. So this is the bonus round. So we're gonna have a slot machine here. We got to shoot the target, and as long as we don't shoot it on one of the skulls, we can get a lot of money out of this part. There's like big money prizes, is what he says. So we're gonna try and shoot it on the red money marker and not the skull, just to, you know, be able to get a little bit more money out of this. So we're gonna try and shoot on the red money marker, and oh no, I shot it on the skull. Oh no, that sucks. Oh no, what are we gonna do?
I'm very enraged that you missed it.
Early. I'm a little enraged too.
There's there's another way we're gonna get the money from the bonus round in just a moment. So we're gonna jump in here. Now we're gonna hope that this thing plays nice with me, because it's been giving me a little bit of hassle lately. So you'll notice that the tentacles are holding 3 little lights here. I'm gonna shoot those lights as soon as the round starts. So I'm gonna line this up. Actually line up a little closer. Round starts. You shoot those 3. That is a dope fish. This is a Commander Keen reference, because it's software. My game is lagging right now. What on earth? And by shooting each of those, that's actually going to give us a big chunk of money. A little Easter egg in the game for... My game is really lagging right now. What is happening? Sir, come here.
Rage.
Yeah, Rage is... It's an older game, and this is one of the weirdest things about it. This game actually runs better on a SATA hard drive as opposed to an NVMe M.2. It's a weird game. Dude, die, please. It's this guy, and then this guy. Nope, this guy. There we go. Alrighty, and that puts us at round 5, the final round. This is our little mini boss. This is going to become a kind of regular enemy a little bit later in the game. But yeah, very, very intimidating and scary looking. So we're going to throw a nade. Whoa, the game just like big lagged.
Big lag for big enemy.
Apparently. What is he doing? Okay, there we go.
He thought you were that wall over there.
Apparently. He doesn't usually charge, but I also was lined up in a kind of a weird spot, so that could be a operator error. And that is Mutant Bash TV.
The classic. That's never happened before, line?
No, I know what happened there. That was. Oh, that's us, by the way.
Dang it.
Yeah, unfortunately,
that's never happened before during this run.
during this specific run, yes. Yeah, that is MBTV, and we are good to head out of here. And hopefully, the game doesn't keep lagging like it was there. That was very odd that it was doing that. All right, and the reason why we wanted to do Feltrite first and then MBTV after is because when we fast travel back to Mixed Garage, that's going to cost us $100. Well, if we had done MBTV first and then done Feltrite Crater afterward, we'd have to fast travel twice, and that would have cost us $200, which is bad. So here we are going to talk to the mayor again and turn in the quest we did where we went to the Feltrite Crater.
Old man Kavas. Take that sample to him.
And then we are going to
I don't
talk...
think I've ever seen a game where you have to skip the dialogue by leaving and coming back like that.
Yeah, I can't think of one either, funnily enough. I went the slightly longer way by mistake. Oopsie.
I feel like I have seen it before, but I cannot tell you where.
Yeah, I'm sure there's other games where that's the case, but I don't recall.
Probably other Bethesda adjacent games.
Maybe, yeah. All right, so this is the second race we have to do. This race is really, really tough. Sorry, what I meant to say was I have a weapon that can instantly destroy all of the other racers.
That's
incredible.
Okay.
I mean, it's tough for them.
It's a very tough race for them.
What?
Yeah, that's the
Not
prize you
fair,
get for...
He's got hacks.
Pretty much.
That was like me in the other car. I was like, wait. Wait, has he got that gun? Go!
But yeah, this is also like the best vehicle that we're gonna see in the run. It's not the best vehicle in the game. In 100%, you get a real beefy vehicle that's really fast and really spongy. But this one is the best vehicle we're gonna see in this run. And you would think, oh, you win the race, you get this vehicle. Nope, you get a crappier version of this one. You'll notice, like, I'm holding down the boost button. Look how slowly that bar is draining. Like, it takes a while to actually burn through your boost. And I would love to have this out in the wasteland, but no, you get a crappier version that burns the boost faster, and so you can't accelerate as quickly. Which sucks. But, oh well. The price we pay.
Yeah, it's $100.
And what's
per fast travel?
I
That's
see
the price
in
we
chat,
pay.
isn't that cheating? And I'm just like, I feel like
it's in the game.
This race in this game, the cheating is encouraged.
It is in the if it's in the game, it's in the game. And it is an intended mechanic for you.
Than cheating?
So yeah.
What's more rage-inducing? Dying before even passing the starting line.
Yeah, pretty much.
I have more messages from chat when you got a moment.
Ooh, yeah. So they're going to be talking to the sheriff here. He's going to give us another quest line. Ooh. Oh, fast sheriff, let's go. So that's what fast sheriff's supposed to look like.
Save.
Yeah, like saves only a couple seconds, but it's nice to get fast sheriff when you can. And setting him up is like seeming to be kind of inconsistent. It kind of just either happens or doesn't, and there's not really much we can do. But yeah, we have to drive over
50-50 chance.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. It's a little less than 50-50, but it's yeah. So we're going to be driving over to Anton Cavassier. We're going to sit through a cutscene with him, and then we also have to drop off the quest at the Northern Tower, or at least like do the next part of it. So, Cell, feel free to jump in right about now.
All right, so I have a couple of donations here with challenges to us in this call from chat. The first, we have $20 to Little Warriors from Asuka, who says, I just want Dane to Ulu voice for a little bit, because, you know, I care. Less than 3.
That's my wife, everybody.
Before I get to the next challenge, I want to say hello to our lovely raiders and welcome you all in. You are watching Prevent-A-Thon. We are a speedrunning marathon in support of Little Warriors, a Canadian-based charity focused on the awareness, prevention, and treatment of child sexual abuse. We are currently in the middle of Rage. We have more runs coming up. You can see that with the schedule, !schedule. We have an incentive open as well that we're making good progress on. This is the secret level incentive for Donkey Kong Country HD. We are at, if I remember correctly, about $124 out of the $175 needed, so we're making good progress. Keep your donations in, don't forget to assign them. And now for our second challenge from chat. With $5 to Little Warriors from MASH, the Rage Gods have demanded for pineapple to be included into each and every sentence when spoken in some meaningful way. Carry on and toss your best pineapple-shaped explosives or puns into the mix to help us blast along to the finish line. So, Dane, I think you need to ubu some pineapples for us.
Sure. So if we look at these canisters that are pineapple covered, we can wiggle through them and end up out of bounds, and now we're out of bounds, ooh.
Might take some time, but
I would also like to announce my divorce live on Twitch.
There's something different about you. Best I take a closer look at you.
Who gets the pineapple in the divorce?
She can have it.
Oh, interesting.
But yeah,
That's very kind of you.
We can go out of bounds here because we get warped in bounds, and then we have to sit to the west of the cutscene, ooh.
Secrets. Everyone's got a little secret. And you must be one big little secret. Haven't met one of you for a long time. Since working with the authority up in the city. You don't know.
Don't want to talk. Don't want to say anything about pineapples.
I'm just sad now. I'm just sad. But yeah, we have to sit through.
I think the pineapple is not the worst of it for what he has to do.
It's really not. But we have to sit through this cutscene with Dr. Kvasir. By the way, voiced by Neil Ross, again, the voice of Colonel Volgin from Metal Gear Solid 3.
Not that I profess to have any special knowledge of them, but
And he also returns in Rage 2.
small bands fighting back. And maybe, just maybe,
This is revenge for all the shmup sections in Bears in Space.
Pineapples, he's saying.
you must have some survival skills worth using.
Yeah.
I haven't eaten dinner yet today, so I'm definitely pining for an apple at this moment.
Nice. Nice. So Kvasir is going to give us another quest so we could go to the Dead City and upgrade our defibrillator. Ooh. Alright, I'm not doing it again. So we're going to talk to Kvasir to cycle the rest of his dialogue. Now, this is a skip. We're going to wiggle into the lever here, if I can actually get in here. I'm going to angle right here. As soon as I exit the quest, I'm going to pull the mouse down and scroll to activate the button. This is going to save a couple of frames. Not seconds. Frames.
Memories of the horrors committed there. Going there and getting back on the hospital.
Optimal. We got it optimally. Yep.
Love me a good time save.
That is a time save of a couple of frames. Gonna fast travel back to Wellspring. And then we are going to head to... Uh-oh, my notes are wrong here. Oop.
You still heading to Kvasir's?
Wait. I did something wrong. No, just kidding. We talked to the sheriff. I'm sorry. Okay, so Wellspring is one of those areas you come back to so often, and you have to talk to everybody in a different order. And so it's very easy to get confused about where you're going next and who you talk to next. Also, Fast Sheriff again, which is awesome. And now we're going to head back to the vendor. This is where we're going to do our first of two shopping sprees.
How many pineapples are you gonna buy?
Okay, so we're gonna buy the shotgun extender. I turned my controller on. There we go. I'm gonna sell most of my ammo because I just don't need it. There we go. Sell the rockets. I'm gonna sell this, these. And that. There we go. And then we're going to buy the pop rocket schematic. We're going to buy 36 explosive packs. Going to buy 25 of these, or rather buy until we have 25 of all of those. 25 of these. 25 of these. And then I think that's all of that. And then we just buy buckshot. Just a bunch of buckshot. And now we have to craft. Now, we're going to craft 25 RC cars. And when you hit build all, you'd think it would, just cycle once and then it would build everything. Nope, builds them one at a time. So we got to build 25 of them. One at a time.
I mean, after that shopping interface where you were buying and selling everything one at a time as well, I'd expect nothing less.
Kinda, yeah. So we're building 25 RC cars. These are actually going to help us get out of bounds. We're not actually going to use them for combat. They're just going to be used for skips at various points in the run. And then we're also going to build pop rockets. Those are actually used for combat because the pop rockets basically turn the shotgun into a grenade launcher. And the pop rockets are stupid broken. You'll see. Actually, in the very next part we're going to, the very next dungeon, you'll see. Was a little short on. I was 8 buckshot short from being able to craft that last little bit of ammo, but that's okay. We'll find 8 buckshot as we get progress throughout the game. Okay. Now we're headed to Shrouded Bunker.
Liza P's menuing was hard. That looked like a lot.
Yeah, it's. I mean, doing it's easy. Doing it fast is tricky. So we're headed to Shrouded Bunker, and this is the place where we're going to do Shrouded Bunker Skip. Now, if you're not sure what that is, Shrouded Bunker Skip is going to allow us to skip the Shrouded Bunker.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Thanks for clearing that up.
You're welcome.
Writing that down real quick.
Yeah.
So this is the one of the coolest skips in the game. I'm going to bounce through here. I'm going to grab this car. I'm going to grab this one before it blows up. I'm going to drop a car, drive through here, avoid the traffic jam, drive in here, whoop, and we're going to blow up this wall, head through here. I'm going to switch ammo types. So we now have the pop rockets equipped. Now this is why we got the pop rockets. It just turns them into paste. So I'm going to line up right about here. I'm hoping this is the right spot. I'm going to quick save, just in case. We're going to extend to grab this lever, or button. Please, please, game. Yeah, there we go. And this is going to clip us into the wall. We're going to drop down here. I'm going to switch the difficulty to maximum. I'm going to line up. I'm looking for a visual cue right about here. I'm going to save, just in case this goes wrong. We're going to cook a nade and then walk over the edge, blow ourselves up. This is going to trigger the defibrillator. We're going to revive, and then we are underneath the floor.
Nice.
From here, I'm going to switch the difficulty back to easy because we're going to need to take some intentional damage. And if you do this on max difficulty, you die instantly, which is obviously bad. I'm stuck behind something. Okay. So I heard the audio cue, so I'm going to line up right about here. I'm going to drop 4 RC cars. It should be enough. It should be enough. Reload so I can actually hit them this time. Okay. And that gets us back inbounds. We're now at the end of Shrouded Bunker. Going to climb up these stairs, jump up here. I'm going to quick save just because you can sometimes miss the target here. But you're going to jump over this railing, land here. For some reason, you don't take fall damage doing that. I'm going to line up right on this spot. Going to press the button, and then we're just going to climb. I don't know why this works, but it does. You can just kind of climb up here and just jump until you hit the ceiling.
I see nothing wrong here.
So once we hit the top, I'm going to quick save again just in case, because this is kind of a tricky jump. There we go. You jump over an invisible wall, and then we are at the end. The game thinks we did everything we needed to do here, so we can just head right to the exit. And that is Shrouded Bunker Skip. My second favorite skip in the game, probably. My first favorite is right at the very end. It's actually the very last skip we do. That one's cool. You're in for a treat for that one. I don't want to hype it up too much, but it's cool. It's a cool one. Okay.
That was pretty cool.
Thank you.
That was pretty cool.
I'm gonna park car right about here. We're gonna come back to it as soon as we get through here. And now we are headed to Dead City 1. Dane, why is it called Dead City 1? You'll see. You'll see.
My initial thought was Dead City 2, but could it be Dead City 3 exists?
God, if there was a Dead City 3, I'd lose my mind. There is a Dead City 2. You'll see.
I knew it.
Going to grab this ammo, and actually this is a good time. I can craft this last little pop rocket here that I couldn't earlier because I didn't have the buckshot for it. I'm gonna kind of right through here. Now we got a little mini boss fight coming up here, and this mini boss is kind of challenging. What we're gonna do? We're gonna throw 2 nades, and then 1 full magazine of pop rockets. Oh, one of the nades did not hit. 2 of the nades did not hit. Neither nade hit. Weird. I'm gonna just bonk these guys to get them out of the way. Once this lowers, we can run through. Going to climb up these stairs. Gonna worm my way through here. Whoa, that's a big hand. That's not gonna come back later. Surely.
Thank God.
The only big hand in
I'm
the
scared.
So this room, they lock you in, and it's scary. There's mutants on every side of you. Whoa. And you have to just fight them in this tight corridor. Luckily, this is extremely scripted. So as soon as these boards break down, I'm gonna shoot him. We got one here. That guy. They got this guy. They got this guy. They got this guy. They got this guy. Gonna switch. Okay, you're supposed to be dead, buddy. You're supposed to be dead. We got one here. Door. You'll love to see it. Of course, if you actually hit the guy
Door manipulation
first.
came in handy.
You can kind of look at it that way. I'm stuck. Oh, I missed the pickup there. That's fine. That's not going to be a big problem. I'm going to get this guy out of the way. I'm going to quick save here. You're supposed to do a fight against another little elite enemy, but if you are fast... Oh, shoot. If you're fast, unlike me... Gentlemen, I need you to move. You can jump over that wall. Thank you, bunny hopping. Good
parkour.
Push that. Run through here. We're gonna push this button twice, and then I'm just gonna kind of go on a little collecting spree because I'm locked in here until this button lets me activate it again. So I'm just kind of like standing around waiting for this button to become active.
They're locked in there with you.
Yeah, they're locked in here with me, exactly. I have no idea why their AI broke, but I'll take it.
They were just chilling.
I don't know what I did to exactly break that, but I'll take it. that was really funny. All right. So there is actually a skip you can do here. You can do another wiggle through a wall there. It is tricky, and I have not been able to do it successfully yet. So we're gonna do the old version, which is to jump onto this corner. If I can get in the right spot. Get in the right spot. There we go. Gonna crouch, wiggle, and then we clip through an invisible wall. Going to jump over here, grab the ammo. Gotta kill this guy. This guy. He knocked me sideways and I could not move. That was annoying. And that is what opens this door. Okay, that guy moved out of the way, which is nice. So we don't actually have to fight him. But those three enemies are the trigger enemies to get that door to open. And then I'm gonna bounce through here. This is going to lead us to the one and only boss fight, actual true bona fide boss fight in the game. And it's not great. id Software has a very interesting history where they can make really great combat, but not really great boss fights. So you can only fight this guy with the rocket launcher. And he's gonna telegraph where you have to shoot him. So belly, and then he's gonna tell us exactly where he's gonna throw this rock.
That's nice of him.
But we shoot him before he can throw it. He's gonna run up, he's gonna tell us exactly where he's going to punch the ground, and we're just gonna manipulate him to punch in that exact spot. He's going to scream and lean forward, headshot. This is where I drop down. I reload the rockets, so this should be exactly the number of rockets we need to finish this fight. He's going to lift his arms. I shoot him in the belly. He's going to run through. He's going to pound the ground 3 times now. 1, 2, 3. He's going to grab both walls. Lean forward, headshot. And we have to do this one more time. Again, not a great fight. I've actually never died on this fight, and fun fact, you actually can't die on this fight on easy. He actually does not do enough damage to you because you refill your health automatically. Like, I don't know, just over time. And that's the fight.
Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, I just love the fact that on easy mode you actually can't die unless you inflict like self damage, which is really funny. Now, if you're fast enough through these hallways, you can actually get in here before one of the muties spawns in. We managed to get lucky there. If you get stuck or anything, one of the toxic muties spawns, and it's a little trickier to get around him. And we've been rushing through this hospital just to get into this door to grab this item. That is going to give us a second defibrillation upgrade for our defibrillator. And then we can use it twice instead of just the once. Now, we grabbed all the items that are in here. I'm going to lean up against this wall and push forward. What this is going to do is, as soon as the wall is dented again, you can see through the wall. There's nothing there. Wait, 1 second. Hey, it's a mutie who's conveniently blocking me. Dude, you need to move, bud. Out of the way. And then we navigate through here. We get to... Let me grab that. Get to this door, and we're back at the beginning of Dead City 1. Which is, funnily enough, also the beginning of Dead City 2.
Whoa. That's concerning.
Yep. You'll see. Dead City 2 is a bit of a meme, and there's a few different reasons for that. Gonna get back in the car. We're not fast traveling yet. We gotta go talk to Kvasir one more time, because we got the Feltrite sample, and then we went back to the sheriff, and then he said we're gonna go back to Kvasir. And I'm gonna park the car very gently. Don't worry, the car's fine. We can repair it for $100.
I saw that earlier.
Yeah. We can repair it for $100. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Imagine blowing up your car and the mechanic's like, $100. Brand new.
I mean, that's how I go to work every day.
Nice. So yeah, this cutscene and the last one with Kvasir, we can't unfortunately go out of bounds the way we did with the first one. There's no warp for it, so we just kind of have to sit through here. So Cell, you got about 45 seconds to talk through anything you would like to say.
Well, fantastic. I forgot to announce last time that we have now passed $2,700 raised for the Warriors this event, but we need to keep going, chat, because we have a bonus game milestone set up. So, coming up a little bit later tonight, if we can raise $3,100 Canadian total, we will add Donkey Kong Bonanza. That's right, the newest Donkey Kong game to the schedule. And all of your donations go towards it. And even cooler, because we have that Donkey Kong Country HD incentive as well, if you donate and assign your donation towards that incentive, it also automatically goes towards the milestone, which means more Donkey Kong for you, which means more Prevent-A-Thon. I think that's a win.
Absolutely. Big agree.
Take it to him.
All right, so that was almost exactly 45 seconds. That was amazing. All right, we are gonna go back to Wellspring. This is the last round of quests that we're going to be dropping off to all of the various people before we head into the well. Can you believe there's a well in Wellspring?
What?
Can you believe it? I know. We just talked to the mayor. We talked to the sheriff. We only have to actually talk to them once. They'll, weirdly enough, like, this is the rare time where they'll actually continue their dialogue while you're away from them. It's kind of strange, but yeah. And then we're going to head in here. We're going to head in here and talk to Carlson. He is going to assign us a quest where we go into the well to take care of another bunch of muties, because there's always a bunch of them everywhere. And this is where we're actually going to get some electro bolts for the crossbow. We're not going to use these yet. We're not going to use them actually until we get to pretty late in the game, near the end. I need to switch to the pistol. There we go. And I'm going to equip the RC cars. We're going to do another RC car skip here. Move. Thank you. Lean down here. I'm going to drop 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. And a quick save just in case I bork this up. Nice. Got over. That one saves a decent chunk of time because you got to run around that entire interior area. So doing that skips that whole thing. Reload. I try to avoid taking out all of these guys if I can help it. Sometimes you have no choice though. They did a lot of damage to me. Take care of this guy, take care of this guy. We got one here, one here, 2 there, 1 here, and 1 more. There we go. All right, this skip is called
the defibrillator upgrade.
Yeah, right. This skip is called I Think He's Close. Got a first try, let's go. So if you don't get that first try, you have to reload checkpoint, and then you hear that mutie say, I think he's close, over and over and over and over and over and over and over. But I managed to get a first try, so big pog there. Can you not, sir?
We'll have to imagine it.
Yeah, imagine that I didn't get a first try. Take out those two. Gonna switch back to the pop rockets. This guy's gonna eat a rocket because he killed me one point, or he didn't kill me. He knocked me into this thing. If you stand on the edge of that as it's lifting up, you'll insta die because you get crushed in there. Try and go for a skip. I missed it. I missed the ladder again. Great. Oh well. Still, actually, not a terrible well. That sequence can go very badly if you get unlucky. So we're gonna go back to Carlson, turn in the quest to him, and he is going to send us back to Kvasir for one more epic dialogue cutscene that we have to sit through. So, Ms. Kuthmind, you will have another, like, 2 minutes to talk through stuff once we are back in front of Colonel Volgan. Back to the wasteland, and we are back on a road trip.
Road again.
On the road again. I love how you both said that at the same time. That was amazing.
Right. That was pretty sick.
So another little bit of money that we're going to get here. These are Feltrite samples. We haven't really talked through the lore of this game yet. This is Feltrite. It's part of an asteroid that crashed into Earth. Sam, I'll let you talk through it actually while we're watching the cutscene with Kvasir, and then after that, I think Ms. Sel will have plenty of time to talk through anything she would like to divulge to our audience.
Yeah. So, if you couldn't tell from the general setting here, this is a post-apocalyptic game. I don't know if the game got it across very well or not, but yeah, basically the gist is, you know, an asteroid crashed into Earth and wiped out pretty much everyone, but thankfully a lot of people were cryogenically frozen in special bunkers known as vaults. I mean, arcs underground. Yeah. And those arcs were supposed to, you know, release people after, you know, enough time passed for things to be safe for them to come back out. But a tyrannical government known as the Authority, you know,
little on the nose with that
very
one.
good government. Yeah, very good government that everyone trusts, known as the Authority, headed by General Cross, you know, released all of his people from the Ark so that they could take over and establish control before everyone else got out. But thankfully, you know, Nicholas Rain, who we've been controlling this whole time here, is, you know, taking down the Authority with the help of the Resistance. You know,
again, very on the nose.
What else would they be named?
Right.
And they're led by Captain John Marshall, aka Stephen Bloom.
Yeah, it's voiced by Steve Bloom. You'll hear it too. He just has his own regular speaking voice for that role.
Yeah, we will be breaking him out of prison later, even. So
yeah, actually, pretty much right after this cutscene. It's actually coming up very soon. So yeah, we got about another minute and a half. Ms. Sel, if you'd like to enlighten us with anything.
You know what? I would like to do some math with chat. Actually, we've had lots of story. I think we need some math.
All right, math.
So we are working, of course, on that Donkey Kong Country Returns HD secret final bonus level incentive. Now we need $175 Canadian for it. Now, if I did my math correctly, I think we're $51 away from that, but I'm not very good at math, so why don't you donate and tell me if I'm correct in that math? But I also want to tell you something else, math, that's really cool, is Prevent-A-Thon 6 is in support of Little Warriors, a Canadian-based charity, which means that your donations are processed in Canadian dollars. But if you live in a different country, your donations will automatically be converted for you. And to see a recent rate of exchange for US dollars and Great British pounds, you can type !rate in chat, which means $5 Canadian might not be $5 for you, unless you're donating from Canada, and then it's, you know, the math is 1-to-1. That's easy math. If you live somewhere else in the world, good luck. It's math time, chat. Put your math hats on. I believe in you.
All right, so we're gonna set up again right here. The game is lagging for some reason during a cutscene. So we're gonna do the same thing before. We're gonna mash through this. Ooh. And we are going to hit the button optimally to save a couple of frames, not seconds. Frames. Yeah.
Beautiful frame saves.
Pretty much. And so now we head back to Wellspring, except Wellspring has been taken over by the Authority, the tyrannical government, with the fairly on the nose name, the Authority. So now they're kind of overseeing things. However, we are going to come over here, talk to Elizabeth. We're going to talk to Sally. Now, if you talk to Sally after you talk to Elizabeth, you can softlock the game. I haven't had it happen to me yet, but it can happen. So I usually just risk it because reloading checkpoint here doesn't lose you much time. I'm going to close the door and reopen it just so it's a little bit easier to get out later. And then we have to cycle through Elizabeth's dialogue. She's one of the leaders of the resistance. Come on. She is going to have us go over to an Authority prison and break Captain Marshall out all by ourselves. So imagine you break into a tyrannical government prison by yourself as one dude. And yeah. Yeah. Now there is a skip to get to the prison early. It saves about 5 seconds. It's about 95% RNG. And it's really, really, really difficult to set up. We're not going to do that. We're just going to drive to the prison like normal because 5 seconds is fine. I'll sacrifice 5 seconds to not have a run die an hour in when the run is only about an hour and a half total. So yeah.
Hard.
Yeah.
It just reminds me of the running lights in Arch Abbey. It's like, let's just put the hardest tricks to
Right. Especially some of those pogos late game.
Oh yeah.
Those are mean.
They need to try that. Nope, I ain't doing it. Blanks can have that.
Right. That guy actually played nice. Usually he front ends me and I just have to blow him up, but he actually stopped and let me go around him, which was kind of nice of him. Yeah, enemy AI with the cars is weird. It behaves sort of unpredictably sometimes.
It's just like real life driving AI.
Honestly real though. All right, so we are going to come over here. We're going to push the doorbell to open the door, and the Authority is just going to let us in, even though we are intruding on them. Don't ask too many questions about this. It makes perfect sense. And we are going to break Captain Marshall out of prison. Now, this also has a very cool skip near the end that if you don't get it quickly, it starts to lose time, which is very sad, but we're going to do our best. We're going to throw 2 pop rockets at these batteries. These are what keep the lasers up, so if you break them, they go down. Now, if you angle this correctly, you can hit that battery storage. It's not the way you're supposed to do that, but if you angle it correctly, you can do it early. This one always takes a little longer to lower for some reason. We're gonna get through.
This is a very well-constructed prison.
Yeah, right. All right, gonna come through here. I'm gonna take out these guys. Actually, I'm gonna start killing some of these enemies as we go because if you don't, they're gonna come back later, which is kind of an issue. So I'm gonna take that guy out. I'm gonna reload. My mouse bumped into my keyboard and I lost control. There we go. All right, so we are going to push that. I'm gonna drop 3 rockets. Quick save. Gonna boost over that. Save's running around the whole interior area here. And we just have to kill all the NPCs. Excellent. Now there is a trading card in here that you're not supposed to be able to get early. However we can. I'm gonna save real quick and then I'm gonna real quickly push this button and then bunny hop for my life to get through these lasers before they raise up again. Take these 3 out. And then we just have to babysit this railing to take out whoever decides to walk over here. Oh, this guy ran. Take him out. You're supposed to be on the other side of the lasers right now. There's one more. I hear him. There you are. It should be all of them. You have to babysit Marshall because he will, if he starts to get shot at, he'll just stop moving and then there we go. He'll just stop moving and then he'll just take damage. He has a gun, by the way. He just won't shoot them with it. Marshall's AI is very
preserving
dumb.
his ammo.
I was about to say, do you know it's loaded? It might just be for show.
Yeah, right. Take out this guy. We got another one up here somewhere. There he is. Take that guy out. We're gonna come over here, grab that just to be able to sell it later. Take out this guy. I'm gonna run up here. I'm gonna save real quick. We're gonna actually use these stairs to jump over those lasers. There we go. Take out this guy. And then we got one here. That guy's down. Again, I'm kind of just looting as I go because I want to grab some ammo to sell later. Take out this guy. Take out this guy. We got one more over here. If you don't stay hidden, he sometimes shoots at you and doesn't jump down. There we go. Gonna lower the gate for Marshall. Oh. Oh no. Can I? Die, go away. I thought I got them all, but I guess that guy decided to hang out. Show up later. All right.
Really good shield you have.
Yeah, it is a really strong shield. So we got a few guys that are gonna spawn out of this ship. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Everyone's dead. Gonna come back here to trigger Marshall's dialogue. Gonna jump up here. I'm gonna try and jump onto the minigun. Excellent. Jump over here. I'm gonna quick save. I'm gonna do a big fat bunny hop to jump onto those boxes up ahead. Got it. Nice. I'm gonna quick save again, just in case I fall. Jump up here. Ooh, almost. All right. Gonna back up. Drop 2. Let's try that again. There we go. Quick save just in case. That's why I quick saved. Just in case. Gonna do another bounce. There we go. Gonna do 1, 2, 3. That should be the right spot. Might have to move in a little bit. Yeah, I think I'm a little far back. Let me. There we go. Gonna drop in. We are through the door. This actually went really smoothly overall. This doesn't usually go this smoothly. Now I have to wait before I can activate the door because I have to wait for the quest to update or I have to do the entire prison over again. So as soon as it's done, we can exit.
Well done.
Thank you, thank you. And now we can fast travel back to Wellspring. And despite the fact that we got out of here before Marshall did, and we fast traveled, Marshall's still somehow back here before us. I have no idea how.
He's quick.
He's quick. So we got some
record holder right there.
Yeah, right. So we've got some
That's a competition in this run.
competing against Marshall. That's funny. So they're going to assign us another quest here. One thing we haven't talked about yet is actually the third-party injector that one of our moderators, Taikan, made. That actually makes this run a lot more comfortable to run. Sam, you can talk through this to the folks at home. You've got the notes for it.
Excellent. Yeah. So for anybody who didn't know when this game came out, it released in 2011, back in the when things were way more primitive, back when we had 32-bit architecture on our computers. But that 64-bit architecture was coming around, so this game was like released right in the heyday of like both of them being around. And as a result of that, you know, yeah, the 32-bit was meant for the normal gameplay and the 64-bit was meant for modding. And as a result of that, there's a bug in this game where one line of broken code makes it so that sometimes when you're bunny hopping, you just clip into the ground. And clipping into the ground makes you lose all of your momentum. And you've seen how much of a parkour game this is. You don't want to lose your momentum. Thankfully, Taikan wrote a third-party injector so that you can run that along with this game that fixes that one specific line of broken code, and yeah, you don't clip into the ground anymore.
Indeed. Got a quick save here. Gonna jump onto this railing, jump over, and you'll notice we are back at the beginning of the game. This is actually where we started way back when. We're coming back here to get an ID thing. It's just another fetch quest, but we're gonna press the button. Then as soon as we see the screen on that change, we can go right back to Mick and talk to Steve Bloom again, and then he's gonna send us on yet another fetch quest. A lot of fetch quests in this game, but luckily it's peppered with so much speed tech and like tight movement and fairly high skill ceiling. So that's the reason why I love it so much. Oops, I'm getting stuck on I say high skill ceiling, and then I get stuck on rails and other amateur stuff.
Well, it's not the ceiling.
It's not the ceiling, it's the rails. See, this is why we had you on the couch. Your commentary is pristine.
That is definitely a word you can use to describe it.
Yeah, so we just have to run through all this dialogue. Luckily, now they've got some goodies in that box next to us. We're gonna take those because that's gonna get sold later.
We need that data.
Let me know when you got a moment for more messages.
Oh yeah, that was a good time.
All right. Well, we have $25 to Little Warriors from Pauline, who says, I owe those Kongs for their help, especially DK for teaching me to believe in myself. Let's make sure every Kong has their day at Prevent-A-Thon. Thank you for that donation. And that is, in fact, referring to Donkey Kong Bonanza. And so we are getting closer to that. We are at 87% of the way there. But also, chat, again, we have the Donkey Kong Country Returns run. We need $175 for the incentive. I think we're $26 away. Donate and help me with my math, please.
Yeah, if you donate 175, then Cell doesn't have to even do any math. It'll be 175 minus 175, which is 0. So...
Well, only if they put it towards the incentive.
But only,
they
yeah,
have to select the incentive.
you have to select the incentive when you go to actually donate. So when you put your amount, there should be a button down at the bottom that says Add New Incentive. Click that and put it toward incentive because it's an easy way to guarantee that we get more Prevent-A-Thon, right? Right?
I think that's a good idea.
I think it's a good idea, especially if it's more Donkey Kong Country because that runs awesome. All right, I'm going to squeeze my way through here. We don't need to worry about parking the car in like a specific spot because we're going to fast travel out of here. And we're back to Dead City. So remember how I said it was Dead City 1? This is Dead City 2. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I did practice my counting for this.
Nice.
One, so.
And luckily it's 1 and 2, so we don't have to actually do as much math as Cell has to do for this. But now the difference is we're gonna do Dead City backwards. So one of the problems with this game right around the time it was released, they ran out of budget, probably because they blew so much of their budget on voice acting talent like John Goodman and Nolan North. So by the time they got to this point in the development, they were starting to run out of money, and so I had the wrong weapon out. So they did things like recycle Dead City and make you go through a backward, which is exactly what we're doing. And as a little nod to that, the achievement for beating this section of the game is Dead City spelled backward.
That's pretty good.
That's clever. I like that.
Yeah, it does. Like, okay, that's funny, but also like we couldn't have made a new area, guys. We come on. So we're navigating through here backward. I just picked up the pulse rounds. These are going to be used.
Should have fast traveled less while making the game.
yeah, they would have had more incentive to make more areas if we didn't fast travel so often. But this is the speed run. It's different. It's totally different.
I bet they ran out of money because they fast traveled too much.
Maybe that's why.
Spent $100 every
It's
time.
$100 every time. Let's see if I can climb up here early. I missed it. That's fine. You just have to go around. All right, I'm actually going to switch to the pulse rounds. Whoop, I got a little bit more height there than I wanted. So, oops, I switched to buckshot by mistake. There we go. Now the pop rockets have to shoot 2 rounds in order to break those batteries. The pulse rounds, just 1, and that's why we grab those. Just saves that little extra second. 1 more there. Grab that. Grab that. Have to wait for the lasers. The hitbox on the lasers right there lingers a little bit, so if you try to run through like right away, you'll actually get bounced backward from them. And we're halfway through Dead City 2. The nice thing about Dead City 2 is not nearly as bad of a run killer as Dead City 1. You're kind of hard pressed to actually lose a lot of time here because there's nothing super like run killery about it. You're kind of just running through stuff. There's not really any major skips. There's one that we're gonna do up here. You're supposed to go around an area and go underground, but if you shoot get out of the way, dude. If you angle yourself right, you can actually hit the grate, shoot through the grate and hit the battery and skip having to go around. So I guess that's like a skip, although I don't know, you call it a skip? I don't know if it really counts as a skip.
I mean, you're skipping stuff.
You are skipping stuff, so I guess it counts. And I'm going to switch back to the pop rockets here because we don't actually need the pulse rounds anymore. I'm actually going to sell them once we get to the next area and just have to navigate back through this. And this is the last you're going to see of the Eastern Wasteland. We are now going to be heading into the Northern Wasteland from here. and I keep taking fall damage, which is a little scary. Alrighty, and then yeah, we have to fast travel back to Marshall. We're going to sit through a little bit more dialogue with him, and then we are headed off to the Northern Wasteland.
We can't see Nick's legs, but if you just imagine all this bunny hopping is him skipping, then there's actually a ton of skips all over.
True, yeah, we are skipping steps. So his Fitbit is actually like crying right now. It's like, you've only taken 8 steps today. Like, don't worry, I've been jumping everywhere. Now, this dialogue right here, for whatever reason, you can't skip it. It's just the way this specific dialogue is. There's a couple of bits of dialogue that are like this. We're going to wait for the word scrambler, and then we're going to run away, and that'll skip through the rest of it.
Just isn't safe for you. We've deployed a communications scrambler, which should help mask our exit.
And that lets us skip it. You run up too early, he doesn't skip it, which is annoying.
So, you ready to leave?
And then we fast travel to the Northern Wasteland. Now, once we are there, we'll actually be, or sorry, to the Eastern Wasteland. We were in the Northern Wasteland. We're going to the Eastern Wasteland. I got them backwards. Now, if you have to go back to the Northern Wasteland from the Eastern Wasteland, you can actually go back and forth at will, which is really convenient. You just have to talk to the guy that's going to cart you back between both. His name is Charon.
We're probably just days away from the authority finding you. But you've heard the expression.
Little on the nose with that one, too.
The devs might. I think the devs like Norse mythology there.
Greek.
That's the joke.
Oh.
I got it wrong on
I missed it. But yeah, we got about 45 seconds. Ms. Sell, if you want to jump in.
Well, excellent, because we have more math to do. $10 Canadian to Little Warriors from Phoenix Captain, who says, "Oh, bonanza." I'm not quite sure that's quite how that goes, but sure, great. I also believe that puts us now $16 away from getting that bonus level, I think.
16?
I think.
Oh my god.
I think we're 16 away. Chat, donate and help me. I'm really struggling with the math today. I'm so engrossed by the story. I'm just, math is so hard. Donate and help me.
Yes, this fascinating story.
Less than 1 fast travel away.
Well, we're less than 1 fast travel away from meeting this incentive, y'all. I think one person could throw in $16 toward the DKC incentive, right?
All right, come this way.
All right, now we're supposed to be talking to Marshall, but if we can jump past him.
Our base is just through that door.
We're not supposed to be on this side of him, but we have to wait on him anyway, so we're kind of, this is sort of an auto-scroller. And so what I like to do, because I am usually bored when I get to this spot and I'm waiting for the next action sequence, I'm going to crouch, hold forward and left, and then I'm going to kind of wedge my way right into this corner.
Security code 1228.
This doesn't save time. It's just funny to me that you can like clip into Marshall like this. And again, we have to wait for him to get into position, so I usually try to ask him for a piggyback ride here.
Welcome to our little home.
Give me a piggyback ride, Marshall! Alright, so we're gonna wait for his dialogue to start. Gonna run back through the door to skip the dialogue. He's going to do a little dance. And then we can talk to him. We're gonna run away. He's going to assign us this next quest. I'm going to be very careful to avoid that guy in the chair. If you get too close to him, you're actually going to prevent yourself from getting an item later. It's just a weird trigger issue with the game, but we need to get that item later. It's actually the final arena's like routed around it. You talk to Saul, run away from him. Saul, move. And then we are going to talk to Redstone. Now, a little bit of a loud sound warning right here. That noise scared me the first time I heard it. We're going to run in. This is our second vendor, Janny. My chat, for whatever reason, really seems to like Janny. I'm not really sure why, but just one of those mysteries, I guess. I'm going to sell a few things here. Going to sell that. Going to sell that. Sell that. I'm trying not to sell the things I actually need. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sell that. That. You can pretty much just sell everything else from here on out. I'm going to sell the... Where are the pulse rounds are on the other page. Oh, no, they're right here. So I'm going to sell all of these. That's my buckshot, right? Yeah. So you can actually do this a little bit faster, but I'm trying to play it safe for marathon's sake. So I'm being a little bit careful here. I'm going to pick up the advanced sentry turret, and then we're going to buy 6 of those, 17 of these. 17 of these. 6 of these. 6 of these. 11 of these. Oops, I bought 12 by mistake. That's fine. That's not a big deal. I'm gonna buy about, I think it's 17 of those, give or take. You kind of have to like route a little bit on the fly here, just because sometimes you have a different amount of money each time, which can get a little bit wacky. But the whole thing that we're trying to do here is we're trying to make 6 of these sentry turrets, 11 more RC cars just to have them, and that's perfect. We have enough to make 11. And we're probably not going to use all of them in here. We get this many just for safety's sake. And we have the money to do it, so it's just better. And the timer's actually paused. The in-game timer's paused during this, so it's like, it's not a big deal to do that. And then 6 pop rockets is not a lot. I'm a little concerned about that. I would ideally like to have a few more here. Let me actually talk to Jenny, see if I can get more explode. I'm down to $9. Can I sell anything to you? I have nothing to sell. Oh well, we're gonna have to just be a little bit conservative with our ammo output. Yeah. So that's redstone. Talk to me. Okay. His dialogue was not cycling for some reason.
Good. Just prove yourself.
And then we have to go talk to the foreman. He's going to give us our next quest. Come on. Nick got stuck on the wall. And he is going to send us to Blue Line Station. This is kind of similar to the first quest we got, where we had to go clear out the ghost hideout. We have to go clear out the Blue Line Station. And it's full of muties. So we're going to come over here, and then we can exit to the wasteland. This is going to begin the longest car ride in the entire game. So, buckle up, chat. We're here.
I just got buckled.
No, now you unbuckle.
More time to buckle up than to get there.
And we get up. Yeah, it's just
like plugging in the USB first try with the seatbelt. Oh, we're here.
And then we get into the Blue Line Station. This has another really cool skip that Zenson found, which is awesome. So we're going to jump down here and navigate through here. For whatever reason, some of these guys just don't aggro on you, which is actually really nice. I'm going to...
He's just leading the charge.
He really is. I'm going to drop down 2 turrets. These turrets are kind of like having NPCs working for you. Grab the dynamite, grab this. We've got this guy. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shouldn't be a 6th. Yep. I'm gonna climb up here. Gonna reload my fat boys. Now this is actually scripted, so we're gonna aim right here. We're gonna have one guy run down here, shoot him. Have another guy pop up here, shoot him. Have another guy take here. And another guy pop up here. This guy's appearance is kind of a little bit weird, so yeah, he sort of pops up at a different angle each time. There we go. Another guy here. Reload. There should be one more. There. Cool. And then we're gonna have a guy over here. Now, if you shoot this guy early, he's still able to lift the thing up. It's kind of funny. Gonna jump out here. We're gonna get an explosive guy right here. Take him out. And then we just have to have enough of these guys die so that I can get this door to open. Just like that. And here's where we're going to do the big BLS skip. Take out this guy because he might get in the way. Gonna line up here. Gonna quick save. Now, there's an invisible platform right next to that train that I missed. I'm gonna reload check one. This is why I save here. I think my angle's a little funky. Hang on. And that gets us over here. This is out of bounds. Yeah, that's kind of a weird jump. The angle's strange. And then this part is super annoying to get up, so I have to like... Oh wow, first try. Nice. I'm gonna save here because getting back up here if I fall is like really annoying. I'm gonna jump up here, jump up here. Wow, that went really fast. That was nice. That part usually gives me a little bit more trouble than that. When I come up here, now you remember earlier I changed the difficulty to do a skip. Forward, please. Thank you. gonna do the same thing. We're gonna line up here. I'm gonna quick save. We're going to cook a nade in our hands. Whee! And we're going to defib ourselves. We're actually going to do this again a little bit later with a really, really cool skip called Jackal Canyon skip. And that one is very difficult to do. I'm going to get up here, save again. You'll notice there's a pattern here. Save before everything that's tricky. Roll over here, fall down. Going to drop down here, bandage, and then drop in. We've just skipped the entirety of Blue Line Station. We just have to I missed the dynamite. So we have to plant this dynamite. And then we've got a horde mode section. Gonna drop another turret, bounce over here, blow up the dynamite, drop another turret. We got one guy here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gonna reload. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got him. All right, and now we just have to let the turrets kind of do most of the work for us. We do have a few guys that are going to spawn in various places. Got one guy here, and one here. Should be another one popping up here. Sometimes they come out in a weird order. Should be another one right there. Sometimes he doesn't spawn in. That's fine. All that to get this door open a little bit sooner, and that skips the Blue Line Station. That saves about 2 minutes. Versus having to do everything kind of inbounds. So, nice little time save. Now, I know we are right next to the wasteland, however, the garage rather, but it's just faster to fast travel back to it. So we're going to head back up. We're going to turn this quest into Redstone, the guy with the really gravelly voice that we talked to earlier. And he's going to send us on another fetch quest. You might be seeing a pattern here. Whoop, talk. Oh, shoot.
While we're fetch questing, do we have time for a little bit of math?
Sure. Let me just, I forgot. I have to talk to the foreman first, and then I go talk to Redstone. So, talk to the foreman, now we go talk to Redstone, and then he'll give us the next quest. So, math!
Okay, so chat was helping me, and we are, in fact, $16 away from getting that bonus level, but I have some more math facts. That is 2 $8 donations, or 4 $4 donations, or 16 $1 donations, or 8 $2 donations. I'm sorry to get confused. Anyways, chat, !donate. Let's meet the incentive so that more incentives can be opened.
Yes, more incentives. All right, I'm gonna blow that rocket or that bomb up to not bump into it. I probably shouldn't have thrown that shot, but that's fine. I'm gonna bounce up here. Now, in order to avoid having to get an item and ride an elevator and a bunch of other stuff, I'm going to line up right about here. Drop 3 RC cars. Now, because I'm on a slope, this is kind of weird and doesn't always work. Yep, I have to try this again. This is a very wonky platform we're standing on. Got it. So that skips a fight here, and then we're going to skip another fight by doing the same thing. I'm going to drop 3 RC cars. This one's got a very tight window for success. That's what you don't want to see. You don't want to see those flames go up. I think I may have actually placed them too far in. Back up slightly. Try this one more time. There we go. Yeah, so if you do it correctly, if you get high enough and fast enough to skip the trigger, those flames don't pop up, and you don't have to do that fight, which is very nice because it's slow to do that fight. Now this one's tricky. We got to just bunny hop this and hope. Yeah, flames shoot up there, but if you're fast enough, you can get past them before they block you out. That was very slow. This one, I've been able to do this one first try a couple times lately, but every so often you just get unlucky and should back up slightly here. Whoop. I bonked the desk. Oh, come on, game. I was like halfway in. Come on. Come on. I'm in the wall. I'm in the collision. Come on. Let me through. There we go.
There it is.
It's a tricky one. So yeah, these are These are some of the funnier enemies. They've got like a comically villainous Russian accent, and they kind of like the comic book villain Russian accent, which is funny. So we're gonna bounce back over here. We actually don't want to go back through this gate, but we have to hit a trigger there, and then the Kool-Aid Man's actually going to let us out because this guy just straight up busts through the wall. And I didn't mean to jump on the couch, but that's fine. Oh, that guy followed me all the way over here. That's surprising. So he won't be back here, which is nice. Oh, there's another one. Okay, I don't know where that other one was from, but that's fine. We're through. Just trying to navigate through here without getting... I don't want to touch those bombs. Those bombs do a ton of damage. It's like almost an instant kill if you touch them. And you're not at full health. And that's Gearhead Vault. The scary place. It's full of terror. And then we are headed back to Redstone. We're going to turn this quest in. He's going to give us another quest, although this is more of a kill quest than a fetch quest. And question for commentators and host. How do we feel about power plants?
They're useful for society.
True.
I mean, they're letting us do this run right now.
True. Big true. We're headed to a power plant.
Yay!
Yay! Whoops.
Electabuzz.
You could have gone Zapdos for that one.
Coulda,
Or
but
Electro.
Zap... or Magnemite.
Or Magnemite. True.
There's some options.
There are options. You can go Raikou. Or Raikou?
True.
I remember how you spell that. Ooh, he gave us a little speed boost. That was nice of him.
I don't think we want to start Pokemon pronunciation discourse during these runs.
True, not during Rage.
During Rage. I'll get
That will
so
only bring
mad.
about more
Very
rage.
different franchise. So that takes us to the power plant. This is the only place you're ever going to see the crossbow being used. We're going to use it twice. Right here at the very beginning, so I'm going to swap to it. You can't swap weapons while you're sprinting, so I have to kind of wait. That's 1 and 2. And you will never see the crossbow again.
You have to use the crossbow to hit those?
For one, you have to do it for one of them, but it's just faster to use it for both. You can technically hit the switch for the first one, but the second one you have to use it. Take that guy out. All right, we're gonna do another RC boost skip here. 1, 2, 3. Let's do 4 for safety. I'm taking a lot of damage. I'm actually gonna throw a bandage down, and we're gonna bounce up here. As soon as I landed on the platform straight away, I was like, I'm gonna die here. And sure enough, you jerk. Okay, I have to just rush this.
That wasn't very nice.
It would be helpful if I actually shot the gun. Okay, I have to use the bandage. This is potentially an issue. Okay, hold on. I have put myself in a bit of a predicament here. Okay, idea. Okay, I'm gonna do this first before I try to handle the rest of this. This guy is like close enough to the RC cars, he's gonna blow them up. I need to move him away from it.
This guy's...
Oh my god. Okay, let's hope. Dane, you have to shoot the gun. I'm trying to click the button and I'm missing every time. Okay. Hold on, let me cook. No! Everything's going wrong.
Yeah, donate and send in good luck.
Right? Oh, Lord. Okay, hold on. We can do this. We can do this, chat.
There we go.
Oh my god, this does not normally go this badly, I promise. The timing on RC boost is very, very tight. Like, it's not actually that forgiving. I keep missing the button because I'm hitting my sprint button by mistake. Okay. I almost had it there. I just got a little bit ice physicsy. Okay. Yeah, so that right there is an issue with the ice physics where you kind of like glide off of a platform because you don't just like staccato stop in place, you kind of slide for a second. There we go, got it. Ugh.
Hey,
first try.
There we go.
That skip does not normally go that badly, but I had so many difficult skips go first try earlier that I guess we had to show off some difficulty for this run. And we're going to use our last two. Yeah, we're going to use our last two turrets here. We're going to drop them both here. Got a big guy. We actually skipped, by doing that long skip, we actually skipped a cutscene. Game? I have no idea why it switched to my rocket. That was weird. Take this guy out. Did I hit? I didn't hit the button. Okay. This power plant has gone horribly wrong. So now the guy said we hit the button. We just have to wait for this door to open. Oh, the game is lagging. Oh, game? Okay, I think we're okay now. Yeah, the game has a tendency to lag here. Not in that spot, but in the spot up ahead, it sometimes starts to lag. So you might see a little bit of sticking in a moment. There is actually an out of bounds here, but it is exactly as fast as doing this inbound. So, and this is a lot easier. One guy here. And the turrets that I dropped back there are actually doing most of the killing for me. Okay, we got one. This guy annoyingly survived. I can't really use more rockets because I need pop rockets because I need the rest of them. I'm gonna activate all these again. Turrets. One of the turrets is down. Okay, I need to. Please tell me that was it. There we go. So that took a little longer than normal because the turrets got a little bit beaten to a pulp. So they didn't quite take out everybody I needed them to before they died. So, but that's fine. It just took a little longer is all. And then we head back to Subway Town. Now, this is where Redstone got pinched by the Authority, and we're done with him. So we now head back to Marshall and continue more Resistance quest lines. So I'm going to come back here. I'm going to talk to Marshall, and then we're going to try for Fast Lassard. Fast Lassard, let's go. If you don't get Fast Lassard, he spins back around and goes back up to the computer, losing 3 seconds every time he does. It's very annoying. Lever. Anyways, this run's falling apart right at the end. All right. Now we're headed.
I gotta say, you're doing great.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, well, we'll see. Up ahead is Jackal Canyon. Now, fun fact, Jackal Canyon is only about 2/3 complete. The developers were never able to finish it because, again, they ran out of budget near the end, which is why you repeated Dead City just backward. Jackal Canyon's only about 2/3 finished, to the point where you can climb a ladder and just go out of bounds. And we're going to do that. So I'm going to... Come on. Nick, jump up the thing. Collision, I swear. But luckily...
The game gives the prison in Liza P a run for its money with all the stuff you get stuck on.
Right, a little bit, yeah. Prison's a very sticky spot. Now, luckily, there are a couple of skips in Jackal Canyon because it is somewhat incomplete. I'm gonna line up here. One more. Almost. Come on. There we go. You can jump over that fence. Saves having to run around and push the button to open it. And we just have to navigate through this hallway. If you're fast enough, actually, these barrels right here will be stuck in midair. I got bounced around a little bit, so I didn't quite get it. All right, we're gonna do zipline skip. You're supposed to ride down 2 zip lines. However, you can jump to the second one straight away. I love that skip. Cool. It's so cool.
That was really cool.
Move, please.
I like all of the enemies Tarzan yelling the entire time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like they're trying to skip after they saw you do it.
Right. All All right, then we're gonna ride this elevator. I'm gonna try and get on the door, or the gate, I guess, for this elevator. A little tricky and wonky. But if you get on top of it, you can actually, there we go. You can actually wiggle out and get out of that a little bit early. Saves a couple of seconds. Kind of tricky to do. I don't always get it, but it's a nice little time save. And navigate up these corridors. And when I say 2/3 complete, I mean that the collision for those gate railings is not always there. So, yeah, you gotta be a little bit lucky with that. I'm gonna climb this ladder. Get a quick save. This is what I mean. You can climb this ladder, and then if you just jump, you're out of bounds. Try that one more time. Whoops. So there's a very, very, very thin ledge we have to stand on, and then we're gonna jump off of it. So I'm gonna try and get this. Okay, that looks good. Gonna sprint jump. Fire a pop rocket. Nice, got a first try. Let's go.
Nice.
That is a very tough skip to get, but it gets us in here. There's no enemies. We can do this part completely unobstructed. Grab the arc equipment, and we just skipped the entire last chunk of Jackal Canyon. I can't believe I got that first try in a marathon, dude. What? That was wild.
Let's go. That was sick.
That I usually,
except for the power plant.
Yeah, I usually get that like fifth or sixth try. Sometimes more, depending on how uncooperative it is. I got
to
that.
time that shot like right before you.
That's the hard part about it, is like once you actually get the sprint jump, you have to time that shot, and you have like a maybe 3 or 4 frame window to get it, because you're falling so quickly.
Yeah, that looked hard.
Yeah, that is one of the hardest skips in the game, and it was actually routed in after I had started learning the run, so I haven't even been doing that the entirety of my tenure with this game, because I learned this run back in like 2022, and I think that was only routed in 23. Oops, don't need to bounce here, just fast travel back.
That's pretty far into the run.
Donations when you got
Yeah, we're gonna be turning in some quests, and then we have to do a quest for Portman, who is voiced by Phil Lamar, by the way, and then once we do that, we'll be heading into the very last chunk of the run, the very last sequence. So yeah, go for it.
Awesome. We have $4 from Anonymous, who says, loving this run and commentary, but also more math means more marathon, which means, oh, I have to do math again. I think that means we need 3 more $4 donations to get that incentive.
Yeah,
I think that's right.
that sounds correct.
Chat, donate. 3 people donate $4 and put it towards the incentive. We'll have that incentive. So exclamation mark donate in chat.
Lever. Hitboxes on this things are weird. All right. Whoop. We're headed back to the wasteland. We've got 2 more quests. We've got this one and then the final quest, and then that's going to be the entirety of this run. Now, you're supposed to take this car down a valley through a bunch of waves of enemies and up an elevator, and it's like a 1.5 minutes. So instead, we're going to park here, gonna jump on here, save just in case I don't get this first try. And set up very quickly again. Nice. And just jump over the lasers. Nice and easy.
Got a little laser boost.
A little laser boost there too.
You had to park your car for that parkour.
It's actual parking for parkour. Parkour. You just have to wait for these things to blow up. As soon as this one blows up, I can fast travel again. And then we just have to turn in this last quest, and then we are headed to Capital Prime. I call it Liberty Prime because I think that's funny. I don't know, maybe I'm the only one there, but...
Nope, I mean, there's not enough Fallout references.
It's true. I mean, it is a Bethesda published game, so... Wiggle through here. Going to talk to Portman. You can actually do the first part of Marshall's dialogue here, so we're going to skip that while Portman's talking, because you can't actually skip Portman's dialogue here, because it's tied to this animation right here, where he opens this up. And this is what we're going to use in the final fight of the game. We're actually not going to use this until we get there. We're going to just use pop rockets before that. But this is a nice weapon, and it makes the final fight really fast. Oop, gotta run away first.
You've done a great job,
Okay.
soldier.
So Marshall's dialogue's
That's the weapon you mentioned earlier that you like skip the trigger for.
No, that's a different one.
That you can mess up. Oh, that was a different one.
I have to wait for Marshall to do a weird thing with his shoulder right there. Gonna talk to him. Skip one more chunk of dialogue, and then we are headed off to the final area. Come on. Actually got the lever that time. Let's go.
Hardest trick in the run.
Hardest trick in the run. I'm hitting the lever expediently. But yeah, blowing up those
2-second times.
yeah, blowing up those things from earlier lowered the laser gate, so now we can just drive the car right through and right into the heart of Capital Prime. Now you might think it's a little weird to send one dude into the headquarters of an authoritarian government loaded down with armed guards. However, I will remind you, the US government sent one dude to rescue the president's daughter in a different franchise. So
priorities.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like that's just the plot of most video games, is just sending one dude to do very improbable things.
Send one dude to do an army's work. Yeah, so this is just another little hike. Cell, how's that incentive coming?
I believe we are still needing $4 donations, or what is that, $12 single donation, or two $6 donations, something like that. !donate, !rate in chat to find out what that's going to cost you in your currency roughly.
Yeah.
Not ! Rage. That's a different.
Yeah, it's a different command. Yes.
Yes, not !Rage.
And BOWLOUT immediately after this run is not a long run. I have also speedrun that game. It's not very long, so you don't actually have that long, chat. You need to get your donations in now, or you're gonna miss your chance.
I believe the estimate for BOWLOUT is in fact 12 minutes, which
12
is the
minutes.
exact amount we need for the incentive.
$1 per minute.
Hey, I can math suddenly. Look at that.
Well, $1 donation.
These two out of the way. Now we're gonna do something called Vega Skip. That's only gonna make sense if you've played Doom 2016, because there's a character called Vega in that game, and you need to die as well, please. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to switch weapons. I'm just way over on cars, which is nice. I didn't end up using that many. I'm going to drop 3 cars here. Now, normally I have to ride this elevator up, but if you goof this up like I did, try that one more time. You jump over the laser there, you can just kind of jump up this elevator shaft.
Ah, you skipped the Gemini speech.
I skipped the Gemini. That was good. All right, we got 10 guys here. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. Do one out of here. 6. Another one out of here. This is randomized, but there are some patterns you can find if you just do this part enough. That should be one more. Button. And now, chat, I promised it earlier. We are coming up on the coolest skip in the game. This is the coolest skip. I promise. Gonna get onto the elevator. And we just gotta ride this up. And the coolest skip in the game is at the top of this elevator. And I am not hyping this up like to let you down. Trust me, this is really cool. So as these lasers go, I'm gonna take out this guy. Take out this guy. Now I have to line this up very carefully, so give me a moment. We're gonna quick save. Here we go. How cool is that?
That was awesome.
That is my favorite skip. So cool. It is so cool.
It's a super
First
bunny.
try, too. Nice.
Yeah, that laser, you bump into that laser and you hit the collision in such a way where you can clear that laser gate. It doesn't always work, annoyingly, but sometimes you can. Oop, I missed the jump on that. You can sometimes jump over that laser as the platform is raising and save a second or two. Got this hallway to get through. We're gonna land here. This is where we're gonna whip out that big old weapon from earlier. I'm actually going to craft the Authority Augmenter. That thing I talked about earlier where I had to like steer clear of that one guy. If I got too close to him, I wouldn't have gotten that item. And we need this because this is, well, this is an id Tech property. id Tech made Quake, and Quake is famous for the one line, enemy has the quad. This is quad damage. 4 times damage. We need this for the final fight. It makes it go much faster. We just have to push 3 buttons. We pushed 1, 2, and 3. I'm gonna pop the augmenter. If I actually equipped it first, there we go. And now we have to take out all of these beauties. This is the final fight of the game. Remember when I said they ran out of budget? They couldn't make a final boss, so this is what we got.
It's just a bunch of dudes running at
It's
you.
literally just a horde mode. Yeah, a little bit of a letdown at the very end. Like I said, this game casually is pretty mediocre. As a speed run, it's fantastic. I'm gonna push the button. I'm gonna quick save here. There is a potential soft lock. If you kill everything here too quickly, you can actually soft lock the game. And that happened to me in my last practice run. So let's hope that doesn't happen.
That is the worst in a speed run. You went too fast.
Yep, it is.
I was too good at the game. It broke.
Yeah, and the first wave was much shorter than this one. This one, there's like, it feels like there's 25 dudes to spawn out of here, and you just have to kind of keep turning around. So time's gonna be as soon as I push this button right here. Once I get to the end of this. Oh, you're not dead. Oh, my augmenter ran out. I didn't hear the cue for that. And that should be it. And time. Woo!
Ooh, nice.
We ran slightly over, but I also put it kind of a tight estimate on this one, admittedly. But yeah, if it hadn't been for the power plant going so awry, we would have been under time. But it's all good. It's all good. It was still super fun to showcase. And honestly, this run is so underrated. I think this run is super underrated. More people should see this, and it's kind of a hard sell for a mainline GDQ event. So if I can get it into events like Prevent-A-Thon or fast-paced events, which is coming up at the end of this month, I will happily show it there because I am a steadfast proselytizer for this run. I think it's super underrated and more people should know about it. But yeah, that was Rage. Any percent jump fix. That was jump fix being for the injector that Sam talked about earlier. But yeah, if you want to follow me, I'm at twitch.tv/dangerous, DANEJERUS. Sam, where can they find you?
They can find me at twitch.tv/illegallysam, where I do not speedrun Rage, but I do speedrun other games.
It's true. And a lot of other games, actually. You have a kind of a wide library, as I understand it.
It's only getting wider these days.
True. And Fats, where can they find you, sir?
Yeah, so you can find me at twitch.tv/ColonelFed69, and as well as if you search it on YouTube, making a bunch of guides. I am a Lysa P gamer, but always happy to show up to support Dane, and that was an awesome run.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for being here. And yeah, folks, that is going to be it for me, for at least for running at the event. But you will hear me tonight because I am going to be your closing host for the end of our Sonic block. And I'll be wrapping up Prevent-A-Thon 6 a little bit later this evening. So don't miss me for too long because I'll be back soon. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Hope you had fun. And I will see you a little bit later tonight.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dane, for that phenomenal run, and a run that forced me to do math. So much math. Chat, I might need your help with more math. And you know what? We have someone here to help with math. Hello, T-Tree. Are you good at math?
I've got my calculator. Does that count?
Sure. That works.
Okay, great.
So we have that incentive, right, for Donkey Kong Country Returns, and we need $175.
Okay.
I believe we're at $163.
Okay.
Help. How far away are we now? I think it's $4 donations away, but I'm not totally sure.
Right. Okay. Well, there's 2 hosts and 6 remaining runs, so 6 times 2 is 12, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And the next run
Nailed
has a
it.
12-minute estimate.
Okay.
So I think it's $12. I think we
All right.
need
This
$12.
is has apparently become a numerology stream. I don't know how that happened.
It's math. It's all math. Just
Oh,
look into
fair.
it. It's all math. But that would also put us over $2,750 raised total, which is getting
Sure,
us
it
well on
would.
the way to Donkey Kong Bonanza.
That would be fantastic, chat. You know what to do! !Donate in the chat and give within your means to help the fine folks at Little Warriors and to spread their mission beyond. You know, it's a national charity, but they have an international reach, as all of you are proving for us.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, we appreciate every donation towards Little Warriors, but we also appreciate spreading the word of this worthy cause. If you're on social media, you can help us out by sharing our social media posts and getting the word out about this event and Little Warriors. You can type !socials in chat to get links to our social media. Go tell people. There's still lots of event coming up. We still have multiple runs. And let's get more Prevent-A-Thon with that bonus game. But I'm done with math for now. I'm going to leave you in the wonderful hands of T-Tree.
Hey, before you go, Sel,
Mhm.
what run are you looking forward to the rest of the event?
Ooh. I think it has to be Bonanza. I'm very excited. I want to go, ooh, banana in chat. So chat.
It's a great
help
choice.
us. Help us.
Yep. Karate Man and King J are both fantastic on the mic, and having the 2 of them together will be a really good time, especially with our intrepid reporter Turtle Run on the scene.
And Echo Tree as well on comms. It's going to be a stacked couch.
Yeah. Very, very cool. Well, I won't keep you. I know you have many other things to do.
All right. See you later, chat. Be good for T-Tree.
Bye, Sel. Okay. All right. Sel's gone. Now we can start misbehaving. I'm waiting for the Discord rejoin noise so Sel can chastise me. But no, seriously, we're having a fantastic time. Sel has rejoined because she heard that she was being summoned. Hi, we're behaving, I promise.
Oh, what's happening? Why have I been summoned again? I thought I was free of the math. No,
Because
the
as soon
math
as you
has
left,
taken me back.
as soon as you left, I said, "All right, it's time to start misbehaving," and I
Oh,
knew that
no.
would summon you back, which it did.
Oh no.
Anyways, you should go now. Take care of yourself. But yeah, thank you so much for continuing to watch Prevent-A-Thon 6, no matter how long you've been here, whether you just joined with our raids earlier today from Avokamu and RPG Limit Break, or you've been here supporting us since Thursday. We could not ask for a better time to have you here in chat, hanging out with us, supporting Little Warriors and their fantastic mission. Coming up in just a few minutes, it's going to be BOWLOUT and any percent from Zachary20XX. You can see from the art here on your screen that it's maybe a little bit more than it lets on, but we're gonna get the lane set up. And while you want if you want to maybe say something funny in chat, we could pin that for you. But you could also throw a donation down the lane to Little Warriors !donate in the chat, as some of our friends have just done, so we can get closer to our Donkey Kong Country Bonanza incentive, or rather milestone, and continue watching Prevent-A-Thon 6. We will be right back in just a moment. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Prevent-A-Thon 6, running in support of Little Warriors. I see a group of raiders have dropped in, and since we have a minute to spare before our next run, I'd like to tell you about what we're doing here. We are running in support of Little Warriors, a national charitable organization dedicated to changing the trajectory of child sexual abuse through education, advocacy, treatment, and prevention. We've been doing fantastically all weekend, featuring some of your favorite runs and runners, plus stuff you may have never seen before. I had a great time watching Voyager, an arcade cabinet run at an actual arcade by our own Alara this morning. And from runs like that and the support of viewers like you, we have currently raised $2,741 Canadian for Little Warriors. But we're not done yet. We are just $12 Canadian away from the secret final bonus level in World 9 on Donkey Kong Country Returns, our run after BOWLOUT. So if you are able to help us get there, ! Donate in the chat. And once that is met, you can also help donate towards our upcoming milestone to add Donkey Kong Bonanza to the marathon and to help choose Alec K47's character in Sonic Mania. So while you are there donating, once you have chosen your amount, put in any comment you would like. It is optional, of course, and your name, if you would like. It is also optional. Put no name at all. Put a name that isn't yours. As long as it is stream appropriate, I will read it out. And once you finish doing that, you can also use the section that appears on your screen to put any portion of your donation towards our current incentive, bid wars, etc. And every donation will also be 2-for-1 with our milestone to add Bonanza to the marathon. All right, I'm getting the voice in my ear that says we are almost ready for BOWLOUT, so it'll be just a second longer while they reframe the pins and we'll be ready to go. All right, friends, it's Sunday evening, which means it's time for a totally normal round of bowling with some totally normal friends. It's an any percent run of BOWLOUT with the totally normal Zachary20XX. Zach, how normal are we feeling this evening?
Well, we're feeling perfectly normal, I would say. You know, just the right amount.
Oh, excellent.
With our
That's what I like to hear.
Very serious, perfectly normal bowling game that plays just like normal bowling, as you'll see when we get in there. We're going to be playing BOWLOUT, like you said, an any percent run. Truly a game that maybe could use an introduction, but which I will not be providing one. We're just going to see it once we get in there. But some people who do need an introduction are my friends on the commentary couch. We're going to start with Lizard. If you would introduce yourself.
Hi, y'all. I'm Lizard, a totally normal couch member that's ready for this totally normal bowling game.
Perfect. And our second couch member, Mango, how you feeling? Would you say it's serious, normal, ready to do standard bowling?
You see, I don't know if I can actually do normal, but
okay.
I'll do my best to do it as normal as I can with this totally not silly bowling game. It's totally serious.
Okay, we'll do our best on that front then. But if everyone's feeling normal and ready to go, timing's going to start when I click into this first level here. It's an any percent run. We're just going to run down these 5 levels in order. You know, just playing the bowling game as fast as we possibly can. But if everyone's feeling good, feeling normal, I'm going to count us in here. All right. So.
All right, let's give us a very normal countdown.
Perfect. So we're going to start in the bowling alley in 3, 2, 1. Let's bowl. All right. Perfect.
Good luck be normal.
Yeah, good luck be normal. Thank you.
Something that absolutely no one involved with this marathon is capable of.
Yeah. That's why I pitched this to Prevent-A-Thon. I thought, you know, a place that loves a good normal run, and right? I figured maybe it would fit in here. So as you're seeing, this is just like normal bowling. We're gonna just try to knock down the pins with our bowling balls. The standard amount.
Yeah, like a normal bowling.
Yeah, just like normal bowling. So yeah, the bowling pins are sentient. They come in waves. They're chasing after us. They don't like us very much. And they come in a few different types. Mango, you are an appreciator of this particular silly bowling game, as well as many others. You want to give us kind of a rundown on what we're looking at here as far as the various pins and how we're dispersing of them?
Yeah, totally. So we have 3 different categories of pin, I guess. We have these basic white ones, which we're able to pick up and, you know, swing at other pins and throw at them. We have those blue ones that we're looking at right now that will charge at you. Like Zach said, they don't really like us very much. And we're going to be seeing I believe our first of the sort of black and red ones. Oh, we're missing one. That's so sad.
Yeah. One hit from yellow. Now we're going to see the red and black ones.
Black and red ones here will shoot lasers out of their eyes at you.
Again,
and,
as you're used to in bowling.
Kind of, yeah, you know, just, you know, totally normal bowling stuff, yeah. You mean your bowling pins don't shoot lasers at you?
Yeah, like I'm just gonna pop in for a second to say that I haven't been to an alley in like a long time, since I was a kid, but this is exactly what I remember. So.
Yeah, you know, laser bowling. That's what the laser light bowling at night, where, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what they do on weekend evenings.
Let that guy go.
But Zach did mention that we have a certain number of waves per level, and a nice little sign of how many we have is that little bar in the top right. We have, for this particular level, we have 3 waves, and we have a little extra symbol underneath that last one. I guess I can talk about that now as we're moving into that final wave, but
go for it.
We have a certain, or an extra special enemy type, I guess you could call it. That little bowling ball trapped in this totem thing, that acts as a sort of spawner for more pins to show up. But the way that we've routed this, we try and take them out immediately so they don't really have a chance. But if you do give them enough time, they will eventually spawn more.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of that, good thing to do, because we've got one right here at the start of this one, is to bring that standard bowling pin along with us. Yeah, ending off levels is also good. You'll notice the pins do, as one is used to in bowling, go flying a little bit. So it ends up ending the level a little quicker, or the waves even, if you can end it off with either hitting one of the pins or picking it up off the ground, just because...
Interesting to think that this entire place has to be oiled in the same way that a bowling alley lane typically is for them to go sliding like this.
Yeah, you know, the arcade with the usual standard...
Yep, and the saloon down the hall, yeah. All very well-oiled floors.
I feel about the arcade carpet being oiled, but I won't question it too much.
Yeah, I don't... honestly, I'm not going to think about it. I'm sure this is a fine...
Send in your feelings on oiled carpet in a donation, and I'll read them out on the air. In the meantime, we do also have $10 to Little Warriors from Incheco with the comment, Turkey? I don't know bowling.
So true.
Oh yeah, where's the kebab?
Yeah, different silly bowling. Yeah.
But what also sounds good is everyone's generosity and helping us get closer to both our upcoming incentive for the final level in Donkey Kong Country Returns HD and our overall milestone to add Donkey Kong Bonanza to the marathon. We have just about an hour and a half, maybe an hour 45 to make that happen.
Chat, please make that happen. We're bowling so fast here. You gotta really make sure we get some of that stuff in here in time. But yeah, we're now in the entryway. Another perfectly normal place for bowling pins to be in a bowling alley. We're just kind of circling around, hopefully just kind of getting every wave in kind of one sweep, ideally. Knock all these guys out. We're going to have another setup. This one on the last wave does have 3 of those totems of the bowling balls trapped in their little cage situation, whatever is going on there. Don't worry about it. Not a problem. But we will want to save a bowling pin at the end of this one, ideally. So I left that one in the center, and we're going to pick that up. and kind of knock these three out to get rid of this, and then go to the final level that is, again, exactly as you remember bowling.
Oh, I'm so excited to see it. Yeah,
excuse me, so rude.
Arguably the most normal level in this game.
I would say you'd say maybe the normal bowling alley where the pins normally go is the standard one that you'd feel just kind of the usual way about. But I would say here, as we jump down this hole into a pit of lava, this is what I think of when I think of bowling. I'd like to toss it to Lizard for a live reaction to this, because I don't know how much of a BOWLOUT you've seen. You're just kind of here as to enjoy the vibes.
My youth, you know, the bowling parties that your classmates would have, you know, the trial by fire, you know, the classic style.
Yeah,
this is my assumption for like what the space behind the alley, you know, where all the pin setters are working looks like.
Yeah, this is exactly
I figured they were doing some sort of dark magic back there.
Yeah, how do they
Good to know I
possibly
was
set
right.
those pins again? It has to be
Right?
something like this. The technology.
So tell me a little bit about Febeth.
Oh, Febeth, yeah, the god of guttering. This guy up here.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, he's our good friend and is going to shoot lasers at us, much like his little friends. Not a lot of lore built into this game, you might be surprised to find out. We kind of just know the flavor text there that he is the god of guttering. Guttering being the thing that happens when you get knocked out, which I've avoided so far, but I would say is a very real possibility. The estimate's a little generous on the fact that as we get through these three waves, there's just so many of my enemies here, these pins, that want me guttered so badly. I'm doing my best to do a little bit of safety strats here, but you know, we can only do so much.
I was gonna say the idea of there being safety strats in a run this chaotic is honestly impressive.
I mean, safety strats in the I look around instead of just send it is really all it is.
Okay,
but I am knocking
fair.
out this last totem.
I thought bowling was all about just sending it though.
Yeah, exactly. There is a chance.
That's the only way I've ever known how to bowl.
We wrap up here because I am at the last health bar, but again, stuff is shooting at me that I'm not looking at. But that is actually time right there. As we've destroyed Febeth, the god of guttering. Sorry, a little chaos coming into that one, and I didn't want to try and call it too early because, again, as I said, I was getting hit constantly, but narrowly made it through the 2 hits that you get before you get guttered there. So that was BOWLOUT. I hope everyone just, you know, enjoyed a perfectly standard bowling situation here.
Just like I remember.
Yeah, just like we all remember it, of course. So
Genuinely, if you could bowl 10 frames that quickly, I'm very impressed. So to have cleared an entire game of bowling that's really outstanding.
Yeah.
Some might say it's a speed run.
Some might say that we were trying to go fast and we did get lucky on Deathless. I will luck more than skill, honestly, because again, so much is happening and I'm not looking at the pins as I'm trying to knock down the god of guttering up there.
Hey, whatever it takes.
That's been the sensory experience that is BOWLOUT. How about some shoutouts, Lizard? You want to give a little bit of tell the people where they can find you, etc.
Yeah, hi, I'm Lizard. You can find me at Leftover Lizard here on Twitch. I stream a few days a week. Mostly Stardew, though. Sorry to disappoint. There's not a whole lot of totally normal bowling.
There's been some variety in there. You're getting into some stuff that I would say is in the realm of BOWLOUT, maybe. But
there could be bowling. You're right.
Yeah. Mango, where can people find you to maybe watch things that are equally silly or maybe exactly this silly, since you are a connoisseur of silly bowling games?
Yeah, you can probably find me around the internet under the name of The Masked Mango. Occasionally streaming on Twitch, hanging out on Bluesky, finding even more silly bowling games to play somehow. We're at 3. Let's see if we can add some more to that. But also, I want to give and I'm sure Zach would too, a very special shout out to the Binary Breakers for introducing me to this interesting category of game with
Breakers mentioned.
Breakers
Yeah,
mentioned.
can we get a Breakers mentioned in chat?
With our first iteration of the silly bowling with Impossible, which I actually ran at the last Prevent-A-Thon Pat 5.
You
really
may
fun.
recognize Mango from that, or
Yeah,
me
you-
from commentating that. Our
From
bowling
some
rivalry runs
speedruns
deep.
as impossible and BOWLOUT.
Yeah. We've become something of friend/bowling rivals through the binary
You may
breaker
say,
server.
yeah, you might say you've struck up a friendly rivalry.
Yeah. Some might say that.
Mhm. I'm sure there'll be many more frames to come.
Yeah.
Both in a speedrun and a bowling sense. These are the jokes, people.
We'll take them or leave them.
Yeah, exactly.
And-
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Anything else?
Yeah, I've been Zachary20XX and will probably continue to be. You can find me around the internet at that name, particularly here on Twitch, playing some Stardew, playing some UFO 50, playing some whatever random silly bowling game or the like of variety whenever it strikes me. Who knows? There is a Binary Breakers challenge going on right now, so maybe I'll get in on some horse gaming. We'll see. But thank you for having me. Thank you for letting me participate in the truly human experience of playing a bowling game as fast as you possibly can for charity. It was a delight to be here.
And it was an absolute delight to have all of you. So thank you so much again for that any percent run of BOWLOUT. It was very, very normal, as is the entire rest of our evening here at Prevent-A-Thon 6. My name is Atitri, and I want to thank everyone for continuing to be here, including but not limited to all of our raiders from Lila Lapine. Thank you so much for joining us here for what's going to be a very exciting run to the finish of Prevent-A-Thon 6. We are still looking to get to $3,100 Canadian to add a Donkey Kong Bonanza to the marathon. We've got just a little bit more time to do that. It's going to be our Donkey Kong Country Returns HD run, for which we are still looking to add an extra level to the marathon, and also an upcoming special interview with Rio and Pacific drawing Pat the
Hello,
Dog.
friends. How are we doing today? I have brought some wonderful and interesting people here, and they have both been contributors to Prevent-A-Thon for quite some time. Both have left their mark on this event in only the best ways. Pacific, would you like to say hello to our lovely audience?
Hi, I'm Pacific. I've done like a little bit of almost everything for volunteering. And this event I'm doing producing and tech team.
And then we have another special guest with us, someone who's been on staff before. Rio, would you like to say hi?
Wah!
Very on theme. Okay, so as you may see on screen, there are some drawings going on, and that's because our fantastic contestants, who you will be judging in chat, I'm sure, are going to be doing some doodling for us. And I'm presenting them with a challenge. They have to draw Pat the dog. Now, there is going to be a small catch here for one of our contestants because Rio might be a little familiar with Pat the dog. Rio may have drawn Pat the dog once or twice before. So to accommodate for this different in experience with this particular drawing, Rio is being challenged to swap the pen to the other hand. So we get to see a first-time Pat the dog drawer versus a very experienced Pat the dog drawer doing it southpaw.
And for anybody who might not know, Rio, would you like to explain why you're so experienced with drawing Pat the dog?
I made Pat the dog.
Rio made Pat!
Rio.
I made Pat. Oh, my mustache!
Rio's Pat's mom.
Yeah, I am.
All right, friends, you are free to get started. I'm going to be in the way and asking y'all questions as you go. So Pacific, you are the rare case of a volunteer that's been here longer than I have. How did you get started with Prevent-A-Thon?
I started out, I was a host and a mod for Prevent-A-Thon 1, and the lead organizer of the event, Selkoo's Mind, was one of the first runners I ever hosted for my first ever, it was Frostbite Tales 2023, that's how I met Cell, and I heard about the cause that she was doing with, for Prevent-A-Thon, and Little Warriors, and I was really on board with the charity. And that was my first event, was Prevent-A-Thon 1, and it was awesome. And I've been here kind of mostly ever since.
You have been a delight working with. Like, I have had such a good time working with you. You have been a fantastic person, just as part of the community. Just nothing but respect and adoration for you.
The whole team and like the staff and all the volunteers are so great here. It's such great people to
Rio,
work with.
Kind of the same to you. How did you get involved with Prevent-A-Thon?
How did I get involved?
I'm guessing you have a similar story of you met Cell and Cell grabbed you.
So actually, it was in the Frame Free Tales Discord. I think Cell posted about wanting staff members. And full disclosure, I don't read, so I thought it was just regular volunteering. And I thought it was kind of strange that she wanted to interview me for a volunteering position. Turns out it was staffing, but I did it anyway, and I'm glad I did, because I've had a lot of fun.
So, kind of getting us started, what is, for each of you, what's the game that you've seen on the schedule that you are most excited for this event?
I'm pretty excited for Donkey Kong Day, and especially Donkey Kong Bonanza. I still haven't seen a Donkey Kong Bonanza speedrun yet, so I'm excited for it.
I know exactly one thing about it, and that is, ooh, banana.
Ooh, banana.
I don't have context for where that's coming from, but ooh, banana. What about you, Rio? What are you excited for this event?
It's the same, my mustache. It's the same. Yeah, for me too. I love Bonanza. It's such a fun run. Awesome game. Even watching it and playing it, this mustache is not standing on. It's a treat, and I'm super excited about it. And yeah, the thinking and drawing is hard.
I didn't say this challenge was going to be easy. I gave you a heads up.
Yeah, you did, and I am still unprepared.
I don't know. You're already doing better than I would, so I think you're doing pretty solidly.
I put my mustache down upside down, but that's okay.
I mean, that's fitting for Waluigi.
Yeah.
What is your favorite memory of this event, Pacific?
Oh my gosh. I think honestly, one of the most memorable events for me was the end of the first Prevent-A-Thon. And just seeing, like, I think we were all shocked at how much money we raised, and I think it really touched all of us, because I think none of us really knew how I think it was going to be received, because, like, for a lot of people, like, this, this can be a bit of a, like, uncomfortable or taboo subject, which is also why it's so much more important to talk about and to raise money for, because it's something that people sometimes just, like, I feel like don't want to think about, but, like, that's not going to prevent child sexual abuse go away. So I think a lot of us were really, I think it felt really great to see how many people turned out and donated, and people showing that people have, like, a lot of support and a lot of passion for this cause as well too. Was just a really magical moment.
Yeah, that's actually something the charity has expressed to us in the past. They have a bunch of other events raising money for them, but we bring something different to the table because we are bringing knowledge to a lot of communities that normally wouldn't talk about the subject. It's like you were saying, not everyone's comfortable talking about childhood sexual abuse. It's a scary topic for a lot of people, understandably so. But here we are
to a large number of viewers going, hey, we're not only going to be talking about it, but we're also going to be doing something about it.
Yeah.
And I think,
100%.
I think to them that's very valuable because it helps spread the message. And it's part of why we push a lot of things like the Prevent It program. Like we're telling you these things because we genuinely want you all to know that they exist, because we know that the more people who know about them, the more this might be able to help someone. I'm going to give you all a 1-minute warning. Rio, what about you? What's kind of your favorite memory regarding Prevent-A-Thon?
Honestly, the mystery race on Prevent-A-Thon 5 was so hilarious. That was awesome.
I am glad you enjoyed it. I was a little worried when I brought those shenanigans to the table, because it was the first time we bring something like that to Prevent-A-Thon, where it's more a game about seeing how quickly you can learn and adapt. And our racers both did a fantastic job, and I think everyone enjoyed the style of humor in that game. For those of you that are unaware, the Mystery Race in Prevent-A-Thon 5 was a game called Power Shovel, which, if you have not seen, it's certainly a game.
It was amazing.
It was awesome.
All right, folks, you have 10 more seconds. Put those finishing touches on your drawing. And to everyone in chat, you are the ones voting here. It's not exactly a complicated voting process. I want to see in chat which side you are enjoying more. Either way, we are going to be uploading these drawings in the Discord for you all to see and enjoy. If you have not joined the Discord already, please do so, because it's where we post announcements. It's where we gather volunteers. It's how we let runners know everything that's going on. So come join us to hang out for future events. And I'm going to call time on the drawings. All right. Thank you so much to the both of you, Rio, Pacific. You were both outstanding. Thank you for putting up with my weird little interview segment. I hope you had fun. Any last goodbyes to our audience?
Thanks for watching. Keep watching. Keep supporting if you can, donating, or just telling people about the event. And we're hanging out in the audience and supporting our runners and the cause. Just being here is so helpful, and we really appreciate you supporting us in our events. And thanks to Lara for putting this together.
And you, Rio?
Yeah. Well, my disastrous cosplay here. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Your support is amazing, and thank you all, Lara, for putting this interview together. It was a lot of fun, and here's to run an awesome marathon.
All right. Thank you both for being here, and to everyone else, I'll see you in a little bit. Bye.
Bye.